the beat. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. The beat. Check this out.
think Sneaky's really good. I have like a really high level of respect for him. I've actually wanted to play versus Sneaky for like a super long time.
Oh, he stole it! He stole the Elder Dragon! Sneaky! What was that?
My thing about Impact is he was world champions, and so far he's so good.
Suddenly it's bad if you're Impact, but maybe it's not. Just kidding, First Blood.
Feels pretty good to like get to actually play him on the main stage in LCS.
I want to become him because I want to copy his style. He's kind of like Final Boss, I guess, for me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 4 of the North American LCS. We are fast approaching the midpoint of the summer split, and fans have packed the Battle Arena and Theater to see their favorite teams fight their way up the standings. Echo Fox arrived earlier in the day, and they're looking for some wins under new coach Ginkgo today. They're going to have a tough battle, though, going up against TSM, led here by their sports psychologist, Weldon, and you can find those games on NALCS, too. Over in the Battle Arena, though, Cloud9 are getting set up for their first series. Jensen and Meteos here getting fully set up. And, of course, Reaper behind them, getting ready to go up against Team Envy. Bot lane duo Lod and Hakuo setting up their peripherals. They've put up some stellar performances so far this split, and they'll continue to do so. And, of course, as always at the LCS Security, hard at work keeping out any nefarious or suspicious characters. But it looks like, yeah, all right, it checks out. I'll give that to you. Welcome to the desk. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm James Dash Patterson. As always, on the desk with me, the Blame Game Reddit shamer, Mark Zimmerman. How you doing today?
I don't shame Reddit. I'm one of them. I'm a Redditor at heart, dude.
Is that it? You're part of the Reddit family?
Yeah, I'm just like trying to correct them. You know, it's like that kid, you know, he's a little off the path, and you're like, no, you should really,
Gotcha,
you know.
just nudging them in the right direction.
Just giving them a little guidance.
I respect that. I respect that. Sometimes Reddit needs that. Well, before we get into the day's discussion, let's quickly take a look at the current standings. At the top, TSM, Immortals, and Envy. In the middle of the pack, we've got Cloud9, Liquid, and Apex, and the bottom 4 teams in order: CLG, Echo Fox, Energy, and Phoenix 1. But now for a look at the action we've got coming up on both streams today. NALCS 1 hosts Cloud9 versus Envy, followed by Immortals and Liquid's matchup. Meanwhile, in the Battle Arena, TSM takes on Echo Fox with Energy and Phoenix 1 following in the second series. Now tomorrow, look out for that match of the week you won't want to miss. Tune into NALCS 2 at noon Pacific for Team Envy's battle with TSM. Now that's sure to be a hyped matchup, but first, Team Envy, well, they've got to go through another test going up against Cloud9 today.
I think this is one of the more interesting matchups because Cloud9 is a team that we've seen struggle a little bit in the macro game, and I think that's one of Envy's strengths. And so I think, you know, this will really put C9 to the test in terms of, you know, how coordinated they are as a team, but C9 will put Envy to the test in terms of how talented are they. Are you up to like handling the top level of talent? So.
Right, I was gonna say, I think that this week, week 4 here, if Envy can make it through this, putting up a couple good performances, we'll be able to solidly say that this team belongs in the top tier of the LCS as the newcomers.
They kind of got beat up by Immortals. Like, those games were really close, even though it was a 2-0. It wasn't like a convincing 2-0 like we saw in like the, you know, the Team Liquid games from last night. It wasn't anything like that, but at the same time, they do need to start winning actual series against the top teams because just looking good isn't enough.
Exactly. Well, last night we had a couple of great series with Immortals and Liquid ultimately claiming victory, but today the two winners face off against one another. So one of them is not ending this week 2-0.
Nope, and I would probably reckon it's not Team Liquid. I think this is a terrible matchup for Team Liquid in the sense that like both these teams are super aggressive, but IMT just does it better. Like Immortals just is the better aggressive team. They're both a little crazy. They'll both make mistakes, but when it comes down to it, Immortals is better at punishing those. And I think that Team Liquid is the kind of team that once they start losing, they're just like, let's keep trying, and Immortals will just keep punishing over and over.
That being said, Team Liquid, at least in the small sample size that we've seen with both Dardoch and Fabi in the lineup, have looked a lot more cohesive as a unit, right?
Yeah, I think this will be the kind of thing that will be a good test for that duo. It's like the first really hard team that they've come up against. We saw Fabi with some incredible accuracy and arrows last night, And if he's able to, get that Ashe and start sniping people off like this, I can see Team Liquid being able to blow some people up and maybe take advantage.
I think the major difference for me, obviously, between Fabi and Piglet is just the champion pool, right? The style of play that these two players provide for the team. And given that Phoenix has kind of stepped up into a more carry-oriented role in that mid lane, and even Lorlo occasionally dropping onto things like the Irelia or the Trundle, it's now okay for them to play the utility ADCs, and Fabi's been stepping into that position quite well, whereas Piglet would be the one jumping for the Lucians, the Caitlyn's, things that want to carry.
Yeah, it's definitely just like the mindset of playing those champions. You can't go in there and like try and bully someone out of lane super hard. It's like not what that champion really does. You kind of farm up, you work with the team to get picks or engage team fights, and it's just not the same style that Piglet plays, and it's something that I think Fabi might have an advantage in, but though I think most people would never say that like Fabi's better than Piglet or anything like that.
Right, at least on an individual level, and at least maybe not right now.
That's
of course, with Team Liquid, they finished 2-0. Immortals, they got the win, but it was in a 2-1 series over CLG, losing game 1, but then looking dominant in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the Immortal style in a little bit, where like they'll make some mistakes, they'll give up a game, but then they'll like wake up in a sense and they'll start smashing you. And I think that is kind of the team they are. Like you can expect to see some more mistakes in the first couple games as they kind of rein themselves back in from what they were probably doing in scrims that whole week, where they were just like, oh, we're through 3 turrets. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pobelter himself said in his interview yesterday with Jat that the best of 3 format has definitely allowed them to try more things.
Right.
They're more willing to drop a game, not that you want to drop a game, but they're more willing to try something new because you have that game to spare. So the best of 3 format maybe makes it look like they're not as strong a team as they were in Spring Split because they are dropping games, but it's also helping them discover this meta and really understand it, or so they say.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but to the same point, they're still playing like Aurelia like 6 games in a row for Huni and things like that. So it's not like, they're whipping something totally out of the blue out. But at the same time, it is true that like you will have a couple more experiments with, even if it's not like a comp change, you'll just try like a different mid in a comp or something like that.
All right, well, we're not done teasing this matchup quite yet, and we've talked a lot about top lane influence this split. So before we go any further, let's hear what Huni has to say about his opponent in the top lane in today's matchup.
I would say he knows how to play like meta champion, and like he used to be really good at Irelia. I paired it, but I have no clue because I didn't play any solo queue last year. So everyone was saying, "Oh, Lola Irelia is so good. He used to play Irelia so much. He used to be one-trick pony at Irelia." But I don't know. I can play whatever, so I'm not scary at all as well.
I love that voice he's using.
Yeah, it's just
that mysterious other person, third party that's feeding him all this inside information about Lorlos.
this guy's coming in like, hey, watch out, he's got an Aurelia. Like, so do most people now.
I know, right, exactly. Well, that's the thing. But I mean, you already talked about the fact that Huni's played Aurelia a lot. That could be a very contested champion in the top lane between these two guys. But how do you feel Lorlo can fare against the likes of Huni in this top lane?
I think he does fine in terms of like a one-on-one matchup. I don't think you'll see like solo kills or things like that, but what really separates Immortals and Huni is his synergy with Reignover.
Right.
And I know that, Dardoch and Lorlo have a little bit of a bromance too, but it's definitely not as strong as the Huni Reignover pain train.
Right.
So I think, Lorlo will get tested in terms of that, how he reacts to that synergy versus how he reacts one-on-one to Huni.
The Huni Reignover bromance is a thing of legend,
Yeah.
to be honest. But over the past couple of weeks, we've been asking you to send us your favorite moments by tweeting with the hashtag LCSBigPlays, and last night was no exception. You highlighted some great moments, including this play from Immortals versus CLG, called out by Janana Party, fantastic name, who tweeted, Pobelter letting all that blood flow with that triple kill, filthy move after the Kindred ult. Here's your LCS Big Play.
Smithy is forced to pop the ultimate, which actually helps Huni stay alive. Pobelter charges it, gets 3 right off the bat there. Absolutely insane play there on the Vladimir.
Nice. Help me here. Vladimir.
Careful. Undertow is going to hit him just at the edge, and they're going to be able to chase him down. First blood, Team Liquid.
And a little bonus clip
Yeah,
there.
just a little Dardoch action for fun.
Hype bonus clip.
Hype up the match.
In case this wasn't enough. No, I mean, Pobelter put on some really impressive performances yesterday, picking up a couple player of the games for himself. I mean, we've really seen the mid laners actually in both series because Phoenix as well picked up 2 player of the game. So I think that matchup specifically is going to be very exciting to watch outside of the top lane matchup.
Right. I think what's interesting too is both those guys are like big carries for their team, but they're not like the focal points. It's a lot for Immortals, Adrian's champ pool, Huni Rainover, that kind of stuff. Turtle's going crazy, and Pobel's kind of just like in the mid lane, just being a solid rock who actually like makes a bunch of big plays for his team as well. So I think he's a little slept on. I think this is a good test for Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. And he, again, I'm calling back to this interview a lot, but in the interview with Jat, he was speaking too about how Rainover has begun to dedicate a few more resources toward that mid lane. We saw a couple early ganks going towards him, trying to put Pobelter in a position to carry because of the champion pools that have developed in the meta for the mid laners. Well, we want you to keep those tweets coming, so let us know when you see an epic moment by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. And in case you missed the news yesterday, we announced the 2016 All-Star Tournament will be held in Barcelona, Spain, December 8th through the 11th. Palau Sant-Jordi will play host to all of the favorite players from around the world, so stay tuned for more information. That's going to do it for us at the desk, though, so it's time to send it over to the casters to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bisson III, and joined today on the cast by Joshua Jat Leesman. It's been a while, but there is league to be commentated, and we still have that kind of synergy.
It has been too long, obviously, and it's going to be a great game we have today. Best of 3 between TSM and Echo Fox.
I'm so ready for it. We're bringing you, like Jat said, that best of 3 series. TSM looking to stay in the lead against Echo Fox, who's really looking to find their momentum this split. TSM is in full force coming into week 4, on fire, if you will. Undefeated in 6 consecutive series now.
Absolutely. Everything seems to be working great for TSM. These guys are firing on all cylinders, and every man is doing work in his position. But with all that being said, everything going great for TSM, this is a trap game.
Yeah.
They have Echo Fox, who is 1-5 on the season. They have the match of the week tomorrow against Envy, and a lot of times team will just kind of look through a team, but you can't do that in professional play. So they got to make sure they focus on Echo Fox before moving on to Envy tomorrow.
Still a few carry players and positions on that Echo Fox teams, as those are the opponents today, starting more slowly than they would have liked coming into the summer split. Fox is making a staff change now, as earlier this week it was announced that the team would part ways with Coach Kopp.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see how a team moves on after a coaching change.
Right.
I will say that I thought Kopp's drafts were solid, but the team did look sluggish, and the macro play was not very strong. And they don't have a full coach in place yet. This is actually their manager stepping in to be the head coach, so I think they're still looking for a more permanent solution later. So it'll be interesting to see if even just the fact that they have a change can spur some improvement.
And I hope that the play of each single player comes together soon for these guys, because we saw what KFO could do to Huni at first their game in Immortals. We know that Froggen can carry games. If the bot lane can come together, and now we see kind of the switch up in the jungle, if that starts to play out for Echo Fox, they could really start to make a move as we come to the second half.
Yeah, it's just been so rough for Echo Fox as well, though. Like, aside from being 1-5, their last 10 games have all been losses. They started off the split with 3 wins and just been nothing but losing since then, so they have to turn around at some point.
It's not easy to clear your mentality from that either. It has been a rough road for Echo Fox so far, and for some insight, we asked Keith to rate his team's performance.
Yeah, it's been really disappointing, our performance, and honestly, there's no excuse. I think we're trying to practice as hard as we can, but it could be the way we practice, or like we're not learning fast enough. It's just, I don't know, there's no excuse for our performance.
Yeah, harsh right there, right? There's no excuse. These guys know they need to be able to step up, especially with the record they had with their full roster towards the end of last split. They need to do better.
Right, they need to find results. They need to get driven to find those results, and we're ready to play some leagues. So let's review the starting lineups. First up, it's going to be Team Solo mid on the blue side. That means it's Haunter in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Bjergsen going off in mid lane, your bottom lane of Doublelift at AD carry, and their support, Biofrost, with Coach Parth always behind them.
Everything working so well. Parth also kind of seeming to step into this pick ban analyst role as well. They have Weldon as their head coach, who's not on stage. But up against them on the other side, we have Echo Fox, obviously looking to step it up. We got KFO in the top lane. Jungling is going to be hard this game, so I'm going to swap back and forth between Hard and Grigne. We also have Froggen in the mid lane right here. Keith is the AD carry. And obviously, it is big support. And the man who is maybe calling the picks and bans today is going to be Ginkgo, their manager. So
I wonder how that usually works coming in. Is it kind of the whole team now together in the picks and bans? We decide on kind of what goes well with what the composition may be coming to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for the most part, this is just going to be the players doing most of the pick and ban phase. Maybe some consulting, because like, obviously, he's going to be around the team a fair bit beforehand. So he can still have like the written plans that the team has come up with together,
Right.
but it's still going to be more so the team than it is going to be the coach making these picks.
Another thing I want to look at, we said this might be a trap game for TSM, but as well, how fast do they take to this game? Do they try to dominate right away? Do they see if they can actually keep that sort of lead and finish the game out and put themselves to the test a little bit?
Yeah, well, if we were doing best of ones, TSM would actually have been even more dominant because their game ones
Yeah,
have
it's true.
been so
Very true.
strong this split. And obviously, they're still undefeated in matches, but especially game one, they seem to just fly out of the gates. So I'd expect TSM to just kind of go pedal to the metal, try and finish this series as quickly as possible.
Incredibly fast. Haunter's been able to control the top lane. We've seen Bjergsen in the mid lane as well. Svenskeren is kind of under the radar, but then always in the other team's jungle, kind of being a nuisance. And you may not see him doing all the work, but it impacts the opponents so hard. We'll see if Echo Fox can actually get an early game going here if they can pull out that type of composition from picks and bans.
Yeah, it's been the TSM dream. It's the roster everyone wants to see come together. They have aggression in every lane. The jungler is able to play aggressive right there. Svenskeren got a haircut. He looks sharp. Whew, everything's clicking.
Not gonna lie, rosters like that always scare me a little bit because there's that potential of, well, we were winning a lot, but we actually didn't really know why that was happening. Almost went for Immortals, right? They didn't change their ways. They kind of stuck with why they were winning, and it didn't pan out in the end.
Yeah, I will
Gets
say,
scary.
I will say the TSM roster does take a lot of risks in game, and they often rely on their ability to just outplay their opponents in a risky situation.
That is true.
And it's worked the majority of the time with the 6-0 record, but obviously that could have some flaws, and I wonder if they're going to continue to play exactly that style, or if they're going to try and play a little more calculated. That being said, nothing broken. Don't fix it. Still undefeated.
Exactly. I have a question, Tat. Where is this Hecarim coming from? We haven't really seen
Yeah.
him yet. He seems to be the terror of scrims, maybe?
Yeah, solo queue and scrims. I think it's a combination of both of those things. And it's one of those junglers who really just can destroy one person in a game. Like, Ghost Hecarim, if you don't have Flash, will kill you. And because the Ghost can come up so much faster than the Flash now, as well as the Trinity Force buffs for Hecarim, like, he has a lot of potential to kind of take over a game. And I think especially against a team like Echo Fox, for TSM, they're just trying to get rid of the champions that could take over a game. So Vladimir and Hecarim off the board.
Quite a few top picks left up as well throughout this picks and bans. The Kindred and Hecarim get hit, but that Azir is still up. But a lot of top laners are still up in the Aurelia as well as the Jax, so we could get a good fight out of both of these teams. What will they decide to go for first with all that?
Exactly. We know Doublelift has played Lucian in every game except for one.
This is true.
Aside from one Sivir game, let's see if he keeps that streak alive. I am a little curious, though, what they would decide to go with. Just a solid jungler. Svenskeren decides against the Nidalee with Rek'Sai still up. Who's going to go for a little bit more control?
Doesn't seem like a jungler is necessary on the other side. They actually want to get a bit of control and utility. Does Shen come in here? I was kind of hoping the KFO would still go for something aggressive, something you can win a lane and just fight that fight with 1v1 if it were to come to it against Haunter.
Yeah, we're seeing an increasing amount of Shen kind of around the world. It is a good matchup into Aurelia, but I mean, with the blind pick right here, it's mainly just saying he's going to be able to plan to split lane with whoever he's up against. And it could also synergize really well with something like a jungle Olaf. We saw that synergy yesterday from Team Liquid when they had a Karma support, a jungle Olaf, top lane Shen. Makes that Olaf really unstoppable when he runs in there. So TSM's going to have to keep that in mind, make sure they keep mobility in place for their other roles. And if they do Lucian and Azir, that would be what they need.
It's such a top squad, too, that they're already putting together. That is Azir, Lucian, and Rek'Sai so far for Team Solo Mid. And we do see Fox putting together different compositions. I mean, we saw the brand last week, so we could see anything filling this one out. Probably not the brand, though, with the Karma coming in.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just going to have to try and find something reliable or consistent. Something that can make plays, I think, is the biggest thing for Echo Fox, because so much of their strategy seems to be just win your individual matchup, then we'll win the game. And they've said themselves that they just don't really know what to do in the game. So potentially they pick playmakers, right? Already they have the Olaf.
There it is.
That factors right in with the Shen and the Karma. A little bit of a telegraph jungle pick, and they're going to wait for the mid lane counter pick until they see the entire team.
A lot of ways to facilitate that single lockdown on somebody from long range or whether up close, quick, and personal. So Fox have one more to round out their composition. Team Solo Mid blind picking the Azir. They can pretty much go all the way through this game if it goes long now with this composition so far. So really, anything to keep it safe. Something that just synergizes, not too much dive, not too much kite.
Yeah.
What's right in the middle?
Haunter's been playing a lot of damage dealers top, so they would have the chance of going with something like Fiora if they wanted to outscale and split push. Or they could just go with a totally utility-focused champ, right? Like, Maokai is still a champion. I haven't seen much of it. Swain has been something he's played a lot of, although that was a really good combo with Zilean. And even though Aurelia isn't a great matchup into Shen, it still offers, you know, a little bit of everything.
What's the final pickup? Is this the support Karma in mid lane for Froggen? He would love to counter it. A lot of times here at the Echo Fox team, when they get in a rut, Froggen will kind of reassure them with, I'm actually really strong. I've been winning my lane. We can win this. Let's group. But keep it safe. And if I farm up enough, we can do this. So that's kind of the champion we're looking for him to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect a Victor because that's kind of the thing that you do. Azir versus Victor, it's a whole bunch of damage. They don't have a huge amount of damage with the Shen in the top lane. Unless they wanted to go really heavy into the dive, then they would do something like the Kassadin. Oh, we get to see our second player doing Cassiopeia right here. Cassiopeia can be a good matchup into Azir. It's a really skill-intensive matchup, and you have to be very careful with your ranges to not get caught in the Shurima shuffle thing where Azir swoops in and knocks you backwards, but it can compete with the likes of Victor and Azir in overall damage and late game scaling, so let's see how Froggen pulls it off here. Not to mention Shen will help him because that was one of Cassiopeia's weaknesses. If you close on her, she's weak, but if you get the Shen shield, you can keep machine gunning.
I'm interested to see if there's some type of... He goes in on Froggen. Froggen's still able to get his ult off as he flies to the back line or flies the wrong way.
That happens, yeah.
Seems like it can get messy, but it also seems like it's going to be awesome. Froggen always pulling out not what you expect. You'd say, yeah, he's going to go with something easier. He has that choice to go back to what we always see in the mid lane, go up against the Nazir, but not this time. The Cassiopeia coming out for him. Froggen, again, looking to go for a very deadly carry position, this time on the Snake. The coaches will head to the back now. They've given the final words to their players. However, they'll get to talk to them between games.
Yeah, I was actually just paying attention to Big there because we saw him on camera just like really vocal at the end of champs. Like that continued, and he's still having a fairly big conversation. Looks like back and forth with Keith. So I'm curious if there's like some problems with the pick ban face or if he's just trying to hype him up.
We're going to get this lane. They're going to have to sustain. It's going to be tough. We will see what they do. Make your voice heard on Twitter using the hashtag TSMWin or the hashtag FOXWin to declare your predictions for this matchup. It's going to be a good one. Team Solo Mids up at the top of the table. They are the sole position of first place right now. And Echo Fox, they are looking to hit the ground running here. It's been a tough beginning to the split, but they're on the rift, and they're going to try once again to put a win in that column. Now against Team Solo Mid, it is going to be a tough match. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, and I mean, TSM, looking at their team composition, they got what they wanted.
They did.
They still got the Lucian every game, except for the one where they decided not to pick it. Doublelift's going for the record. Most Lucian games ever in a split. Bjergsen as well. S-tier mid laners, Svenskeren. Really across the board, they got powerful champions. Echo Fox trying to mix it up a little bit. Got the move sped Olaf going on there, but that's kind of be the story. When we see Dardoch play it, it looks really strong because he can have really efficient jungle pathing. His first ganks usually work, and when Olaf gets ahead, you have all these enablers to make him stronger. But Hard hasn't been the type of jungler you think of when you're thinking of this guy. He can take over the game. He's going to be an aggressive counter jungler. So he will have to step up if they want this composition to work, because typically the old Echo Fox style that we're used to of win your lane slowly and then take over the game, that doesn't fit. Olaf's an early mid-game snowballer.
Let's see if Hard gets in there. You have to know to be confident in the low health with your vicious strikes on, understanding that I can take this fight. That's what you actually saw a lot of Dardoch's Olaf, is that he kept pressing that small advantage even though it looked like he would go down. And we see Hard on the Elise. He's more of the in and out jungler, the quick hit and leave. So we'll see how this plays to him. He's got that ghost on so he can stick to somebody if they do get that attempt.
Obviously, Reignover started the whole trend. He's been playing it for 6 months to a year now, really in pretty dominant fashion, but definitely coming into a lot more prominence now. And we get a lane swap.
We'll see what Reignover brings out next. It was the Rengar for a while, but nobody really likes that name. Dardoch had his chance. Into the bot lane, very hard, obviously, onto Hanzo. We'll see the same thing on the top side, but it's not going to be KFO actually joining.
Yeah, I mean, Hanzo's got to bail out right there. That was basically just one of those blind swap things top laners try and do now. Since a lot of duo lanes in a blind swap want to make sure that they take a camp first, like the Gromp, it allows a top laner to sneak in the lane and get 2 or 3 minions before being completely starved out. It's also a little bit less incentivized to do a double jungle now since you can't share experience on jungle camps. But Haunter was down there, got 1 minion, now he's teleporting the top lane to normalize the lane swap.
See who comes out on top. We had a lane swap yesterday, and it became very active in the mid lane.
Yeah, as you can see,
CLG and Immortals.
new lane swap cam, obviously. TSM on the top side, Xbox on the bottom side, and we have the mini map. So all the information is on the screen right now. You can watch the entire game at once. But really, basically, you can just see that the turrets are falling down at pretty much the same rate.
This is Leagueception. What if the other stream is doing the same thing right now and you're watching both? Your head's going to explode.
Far too many screens.
It seems like they're actually going to have the timing quite
Oh,
sick
they're going to
here.
run it. Hard is trying to leech some experience right here. He's going to be in some trouble.
I think they're going to be able to leech hard on this one. He gets exhausted right away, throws down the ghost, and that's what it feels like to not have flash.
It's times like these where you really wonder, like, what was he thinking? But I'm gonna take a stab at it.
Stab it.
A lot of times, teams will leave one person at the turret. Sometimes he gets very low before recalling because they're trying to swap back very quickly. So I think what his ideal was is he was going to wait in that brush, time the recalls until there's just one person remaining and they're low, because a lot of the times to maximize turret taking, you tank a lot of damage from minion waves and you get very low.
Right.
So I think that was an attempt at a very clever play to try and steal a kill, but it ended up just looking foolish because TSM was ready for it. Svenskeren had already pathed up there to continue the push, and he got to spot him out, and it was an easy kill on Hard.
I always like to think in those plays is the give him a little credit. What if, right? What if he did get it? Would have been a very nice play. Unfortunately, SOL, as he put himself right in between Svenskeren and the rest of the team, did not expect him to be doing Krugs at the time.
And that's
now
exactly
Fox swap it back.
It's exactly what you don't want to happen as well, right? You give
Everybody
up the double buff, you burn your first ghost, give up first blood to a team that's been very good at snowballing, and it feeds into this negative cycle because Echo Fox hasn't been able to pull off plays, so they end up just kind of sitting in lanes. But then they try and make a clever, risky play, and it totally backfires. So that's immediately going to kind of take them back to that role of passivity. Either way, great start for TSM being able to pick up that kill.
You actually get the blue buff out of it because of the transfer over, so he's feeling very good about this, and Froggen's going to have an even harder time on this Cassio pick in the mid lane. As we see him getting forced to the turret, he's still CSing pretty well, only 2 behind there in that aggression. The turrets, again, are going to fall pretty synced here. It's all about where the vision goes down and who's able to get these rotation picks. It's like TSM's just going to head for the dragon as they swap to the bot side. Perfect.
Exactly. TSM very clean on this play. There's just the second swap. They know they have a tempo advantage. They're expecting Olaf to be back. They're getting a little bit low. We'll see if Hard will be able to stop it, but with no ghost and being a little bit scared, it looks like TSM's going to be able to secure that without too many issues.
Is it too little, too late? Relentless pursuit over the wall.
He might have to flash. He doesn't want to flash.
Give him the heals, give him the bubbles. Finds his tunnel with just enough time and not enough follow-up from Echo Fox. So they scoot out of that, as well as pulling Echo Fox out of lanes, out of pushing that mid lane. And then Bjergsen's going to push it right back in.
Yeah, even bigger advantage. I really like having Ocean Drake in the laning phase as well. It's just so much regeneration. It'll also help Svenskeren power through the jungle because the regen only stops on champion damage. So for junglers, you just get to power clear through the jungle. Rek'Sai already doesn't really have to worry about health, even more so now. It's great with sustained champions like Nami since you just get to supercharge with healing. Really, great early game for TSM.
Out come the long swords for both Keith and Doublelift. Trying to stack a little bit of early damage. Level 6s for the mid lanes. Those are just 6.5 minutes in here. Hanser returns to the top lane, so we're getting things evened out here. Interesting that the mid lane turrets stand, but these waves are still being cleared like there's a laning phase going on. Maybe just a few more waves. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, you wonder if they're going to freeze the lane a little bit since both of these lanes are defenseless from a turret's perspective.
Right.
This will become more dangerous for TSM as Echo Fox approach level 6 because the Shen ultimate could come in. But it's also worth noting that neither mid laner has teleport, so the bottom lane fear is a little bit less than in most of the double TP games when you have double lane swaps like this. So because of that, I'd expect Bifrost and Doublelift to play a little bit more aggressive than we would have seen if there were 2 TPs on Echo Fox's side.
I haven't seen that for a while. It definitely is slowing the game down a little bit, showing us something different.
Wow, 2 defensive pink wards in Echo Fox's jungle. They go for Hanser.
Svenskeren gonna get the pop-up. That'll give Hanser time to work a slow or a stun in here. Back onto Hard. Almost goes down. Svenskeren can't get the final attack on his Hard. Ghosts and pops a potion just at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2 defensive pink wards, Echo Fox's play still goes wrong here, and KFO does have flash, but they're going to look to dive this.
I mean, why wouldn't they? They have the upper hand. They have
he's got the
huge
block.
minion wave as well. There's another one. It's ramped up
He might
too
get
much, and he may be able to get another one. Svenskeren has to get out. It doesn't matter if it's on you or not. The turret ramps up now, and you have to be very careful.
Yeah, and Echo Fox get out with incredibly slim margins right there, because the size of that minion wave would have meant that dive would have been disastrous, because the timing of that gank was exactly what you want for TSM. Whenever you're in these lane swap situations, you have big waves crashing into turrets, and you always want to time a gank on the weak top laner as he's about to get his experience, because that's when he needs to stay under the turret. But in this dive in particular, KFO already very low. Haunter goes in, but Svenskeren can't immediately combo it, and then Fox, KFO, teleport or flashes back in to his block zone, and TSM can't finish him off. And because KFO wasn't hitting back in that block zone, he didn't catch minion aggro, which is the biggest thing that kept him alive, because normally, if the top laner wants to fight back in front of that big minion wave, the minions kill him. But KFO managed to juke out of minion aggro, and it kept him alive.
Minion aggro, and it was as soon you heard it, the equilibrium strike go off, and as soon as he dashed through her, she actually wasn't able to get it on, so Hanser actually had that fizzle out. Oh, my little half seconds here. TSM not happy with that last engage. They're going to go ahead and start stealing resources from the bot side of the jungle as KFO keeps that top turret alive. We're back to kind of breathing room here in the mid lane. Froggen continues to farm up, but he's actually got people on both sides of him. He's got to be careful.
Even with KFO's outplay there in the top side, it's not like TSM has let up on the pressure, and you can just see it on the map. Like, all of Echo Fox's pink wards are defensive. They have 2 in the red side of the jungle and 1 in the blue side of the jungle, so they're clearly just trying to keep up right now, and TSM has 4 people in the mid lane looking to make a push.
They're playing the sides of Echo Fox's side of the map like this mid turret is already actually down.
Yeah, a little bit. And everyone on Echo Fox having to recall right now.
Well, looks like
TSM's gonna match it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like that mid turret may go down now, but you're right. They head back. Time to pick up more Ocean Drake again next. So if TSM's able to get that, they'll be able to stay out and play all day. Never have to base.
Yeah, it's interesting kind of, I know everyone loves to talk about the Drakes and they just say, you know, Infernal is the greatest of all time. I will say that Infernal is an advantage in itself. Drakes like Ocean and Cloud allow you to get your own advantage. Because obviously the out-of-combat regen can help in siege situations, but the main thing that I think it enables you to do is stay on the map longer. You're less likely to have to recall, because health and mana are a very important resource that you often have to refill and you run low when you're out on the map. But if you're getting 4% of your missing health and mana back every 5 seconds, you get to just persist, and you get to keep your pressure up for longer. So 50 minutes into the game, in a big team fight, no, that's not going to matter. But hopefully by 50 minutes, because you've been able to stay out on the map the whole game, you will have already won or have gotten your advantage before.
It's going to dominate against the team when you're already invading their jungle, being able to find ways and avenues into their defenses so easily. You see how hard it is for Keith to farm on that bot side, already losing about 20 CS because of the back and forth. Mid lane really hasn't gotten any love in this lane swap. Usually the way it is, but less than usual.
And Froggen farming pretty well. Bjergsen has had, I think, the 2nd highest CS differential at 10 of all mid laners in North America, whereas Froggen's been completely even with him thus far on Cassiopeia. And Cassio is a champion that would like to farm up a little bit for late game. Now that she gets can't buy boots, so your 6-item build is naturally better because you're faster.
True to the lore.
Pretty nice here.
Whoa. Hard definitely is a magnet for TSM. He's able to find at least 3 members all the time when he's in an area of the map.
I think some of that credit goes to Svenskeren as well. He seems like very good at tracking the opponent jungler and shutting him down in almost all of these games. You can also see the top lane matchup, how difficult that is for Aurelius and AFOs in full farm. And Fox trying to make a play. And all coming in.
Doublelift looking to solo ult onto Froggen. He gets pushed off. Froggen still has that gaze, so he can throw down an ultimate. That's used
very
as
aggressive.
a counter engage. That does not get taken. Dragon goes to Key, so it goes to Echo Fox, and they're going to disengage out of this one. So kind of taunting Team Solo Mid into a fight there. They didn't want it fully, and
Yeah.
Fox come away with the Dragon.
I give credit to Echo Fox for
Yeah.
taking the initiative and making that play. They had defensive boards for a long time. They finally get a small window after Bjergsen has gone to base to try and make a big push out. And then Svenskeren does an incredibly risky thing to flash blind into the pit to try and get the steal. But when Fox was retreating, they did take a decent amount of damage. So now it's on TSM to try and make a counter push and make up for that Dragon going over to Echo Fox.
Oh, smites away Raptor, knows there's a ward right near him, but they need to clear out this encroaching vision because Haunter's starting to push up on the top side. Looks like he doesn't have too much of items finished, but he's sitting on 1,700 gold, so that's close to his Triforce when he needs it. KFO has that Sunfire Cape, which is why Haunter's having a bit of trouble here, but this won't be good after he purchases.
Yeah, the idea of crashing a big wave into the top laner's turret and diving him with your jungler is good at 5 minutes. When it's a Shen with a Sunfire Cape and a kill, not nearly as good.
Yeah.
Especially since Haunter and Svenskeren are still just sitting on item components. No way they would have the damage to killing KFO. Even if they weren't diving under a turret, it would be difficult.
Doublelift 20 CS ahead as well. CS leads in just about every lane here as they actually go for it.
Yeah.
Rift Herald, another avenue to get themselves back in this game.
The DPS on Cassiopeia is very high to help secure this buff, and they know that Aurelia is just recalled. So again, I like this play by Echo Fox to secure the Rift Herald, and that's going to make KFO a beast in the split push war as long as he can stand on it and pick it up. Now they're a little trapped in the pit. Here we go.
Big's a little too far forward. He's a two-shot from Haunter. As Svenskeren and him going for the fight hard, very close to going down, and he will in the end, but he gets his exhaust off just in time. Unfortunately, it does not solidify that kill onto Haunter, but they do find Svenskeren.
A little bit of a mixed call is what it looked like down the stretch there. Everyone was afraid of running towards Bjergsen. For good reason, Azir can do some ridiculous damage even with distant Nashers, but I kind of thought Echo Fox could have tried to run out the back of the pit.
Right.
I guess with Hard, he can't because he's a Ghost Olaf, but either way, they get one kill back, get the Rift Herald for a kill trade essentially, since it was a 2-for-1, and I'd say overall that is worth it for Echo Fox.
I thought they were going to get on Big's Mantra Shield and just head right out.
Yeah, I mean, they either need to commit to a fight or to run. It looked like they were between the two calls.
Unfortunate. Coming out, the resulting fight. Did you see who got Rift Herald?
Yes, KFO was able to pick it up.
KFO did pick it up. So if
Yes.
Echo Fox gets it, obviously they're going to grab it.
Sometimes you have
Wasn't
these
sure if it
really,
went on hard or not.
these really unfortunate times sometimes where the wrong person walks over. So here we see the Rift Herald goes down and Bjergsen is out. So it's like right now, Echo Fox could just take Big, run to the left, and probably escape. But they kind of dilly-dally inside the pit right there, and then Biofrost Tidal Wave stops Froggen from getting in. Froggen then actually flashes over the pit somewhat aggressively as they've lost already their support and their jungler. Not the cleanest play, but I do like that Echo Fox is trying some more things. It's still not looking like it's going to lead to an immediate victory. TSM still keeping the pressure up, but Echo Fox at least fighting back.
Yeah, right after that fight, you can see Raptor and just in front of Red, 2 wards placed. The TSM using all this time to get that vision forward. That means they know what Fox is planning. They know where they're going to go next. And keeping their map game really in the lead. Right now, 2,000 gold at 15 minutes. It's actually quite a bit from what we usually see.
Yeah, at least the Drakes are equal, and we can't discount the Rift Herald, which has gone to KFO. But TSM have a big numbers advantage up here. They're either going for a kill or a turret push. They need to wait for their minions, however. It's very hard to dive a Shen. They have to remember this.
This will be a great time. Like you said, no teleports for the mid laners. Froggen's going to be all the way in the bot lane, farming up, going for Gromp, going for Rift Scuttle. It looks like top lane still can't be pushed. Enough resources from Fox still available to keep them off the turret. So TSM trying to use their vision for a pick now. It doesn't necessarily have to be under a turret. The calling! Just 1 or 2 hits off there, and KFO coming in with the save of the day. Big is going to try to go in hard. Remember how fast he went down? He could be turned on, but right now TSM is choosing to leave since they don't have any more vision behind that last point.
Yeah, a lot of poke damage being able to get layered back by Keith right there, but still a very positive play for TSM overall. The culling damage already without the Black Cleaver cutting through the entire Shen shield as Hard tried to ult away. It allows enough time for Bjergsen to finish off the mid turret.
Well, they're starting to have levels on Echo Fox now. The top lane, the mid lane, jungle, AD carry. This is where it gets quite tough. Doesn't matter about the items, it matters about what they're hitting you with in levels, and seeing a little bit of that for the AD carries.
Yeah, the map pressure for TSM is just relentless.
Yep.
They're always in the jungle. A lot of that starts with Svenskeren, but it has to be supported by the team. People are always ready to back Svenskeren up when he's going to make those plays. He has an early Sightstone. He's on Rek'Sai for even more vision control. And it's just allowing everyone to continue to play aggressive. The only way that works is if everyone is able to apply the same amount of pressure, because as soon as you have one leaky gasket, everything falls apart.
And what would be the leaky gasket this game? Where do we see the Echo Fox actually... Well, I guess it would be in the beginning. Hard trying to make a sneaky play. You try to get yourself that jungle pressure, you lose double buffs, and then you actually can't create the gank pressure you want for what would be a Shen lane.
Yeah.
What could be a heavy damage DPS Froggen lane in the middle.
I mean, that's kind of what happens with Echo Fox, right? They wanted to pull off early pressure with Olaf, but it's been TSM that's had the early pressure in pretty much every lane. Azir vs Cassio can split, but as soon as your jungle loses the matchup, that becomes a favorable matchup for the other team. Let's see this. Cloud Drake is the next one up, and pressure-wise, Froggen is far away from that thing. Looks like it's going to easily go over to TSM.
A little bit of speed. Never hurt anybody. It looks like TSM will have a little bit more catch potential here, especially with soldiers slowing people down. Biofrost speeding a few up. And a tidal wave on the heels of Echo Fox. 3-2 as they've kept the kill count low, but they're losing more of the map than they're losing bodies on it. And if they're up, their turret should be staying up. They should be able to defend these. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
Yeah, definitely not. I do like... We've been seeing a lot more of the Ghostblade Jhin builds that go heavy into the armor penetration. Like, that's actually very strong at this stage in the game. When Keith hits level 11, his ultimate is going to do a bunch of damage. But they're just not seeming to be in position to get it. Oh, double lift!
Kill brush.
Love it from Froggen. He pink... Either, I think that's someone else's pink ward in that brush. I'm checking. Yeah, no, it's Froggen's pink ward. He has 2 pink wards in his inventory, one to set up that play and another to move afterwards. Love how he turned around double lift trying to get aggressive here, and that is potentially the hole in which you can get some pressure back, because now TSM doesn't have every lane pushing, so that allows the rest of Echo Fox to go in and actually get some deep wards.
Been such a patient Snake. Clearing out Scuttle, clearing out Gromp, going to help mid, back down to bottom, and he finally finds his prey in double lift. And he's still gonna go. Froggen's definitely telling the team, sit back, yo-yo these fights. Now I'm gonna start pushing the side lane, even though he doesn't have that teleport. And we'll see this here again.
Oh man, double lift dashed over the wall to add insult to injury.
Everything you could ask for.
Yeah. Also have to note, the new Miasma blocks you from dashing, so even if double lift had just walked up to there, as long as Froggen had the Miasma down on him, he wouldn't have been able to dash. Jeez. Sneaky, sneaky Froggen.
Well, usually works once. I'll be very surprised if you can get it happen again. Maybe in a different spot here, but TSM has had quite the ward coverage. Now with that kind of falling off, Echo Fox is, their side of the map is quite dark to TSM. Has not been for quite some time in this game. This could be another potential catch. Froggen's going to be the first one entering. Hopefully KFO doesn't scare him off.
Yeah. Froggen has repositioned his pink ward, trying to make another play. This is his second ward. Ah, Svenskeren found him.
No sneaky snake this time.
It's only 75 gold to do that, right? So you can either bring a sweeper or just always have a pink ward in your inventory and be like, you know what? I want to sweep right now.
Sweep. He's got the truce or the Farsight as well, so he can make sure they're coming in the pathing that he wants. It's like Raptor buff on hard, and he's going to go ahead and be able to clear out the wards around red buff. So Echo Fox is... They're not afraid to take these kind of attempts from TSM as they make their way into the jungle. They're pushing them off. Top wave is getting cleared, and TSM is actually getting stalled out a little bit here.
Yep.
What's their next in?
I think their next in is either the Mountain Drake or a fairly early Baron. So the Baron damage from TSM is good because they have Azir, and Lucian has always been a decent Baron clearer. But I think because TSM still maintains a lot of map pressure, they're still slowly getting CS advantages. So they don't need to necessarily rush, even though Cassiopeia can scale great. They know they have objectives coming up. Mountain Drake will be next. If they get that, it'll mean a faster Baron. And I think they're just going to continue to try and use this map pressure and bait Echo Fox into dangerous places.
It's like, we know we're stronger. We're just waiting to pull the
Yeah. And the thing that's happening with TSM right now is while they're making a lot of small risks, none of the risks are game-losing decisions. It's not like they're trying to send 5 people up and dive an inhibitor turret.
Right.
They have one dude in side lane. If he dies, it just means their pressure lasts for a short amount of time. So as risky as TSM plays, like right now they're playing smart. Nice steal.
He's like, oh, that's yours? That's mine. Thank you very much. So Froggen's hard work as he tries to continuously farm, catch up. He's trying to take everything on the map, really. Now you see him going for top lane. He says, I'll get that. Don't worry about it. Make sure mid's pushed. KFO clear bot from Haunter. And we'll try to make sure we can do something with this next Drake. The fight really from a Cassiopeia team is to counter. And if TSM's not giving them the fights, then you almost have to find your own kills all the time like we just saw Froggen do.
Yeah, and you speak about Cassiopeia being like a great counter engage champion, which is true. There's also argument that Shen could also be optimal in a counter engage situation because he does such percentage health when he can get his blade to pass through the opponent that sometimes he just works better as a peeler because that's much easier to land that and you continue to just refresh over and over again. When you pair it with the Carmen and Olaf, you're expecting a little bit more aggression from the Shen. But if they really wanted to kind of stall this out and just protect Froggen's Cassiopeia, they do have that option.
Very true. More speed from Big as well. He's got to make sure Keith stays out of harm's way. Not too many escapes for Jin by himself. A lot on the table kind of creates a mini game for Big here as saving the teammates, keeping them healed, as well as KFO being in the right spot. And right now it seems like he may be teleporting back. His team may be getting ready for a defense here on this top turret. I think Bjergsen's going to be there, so KFO may be able to take something with the team if they move in with that ultimate. Looks like they're keeping it safe, though. They're actually set with, let's have TSM make the first move, it seems.
It's true, and TSM is very committed to just keeping pressure in all 3 waves. It's something that COG perfected last split, and TSM is kind of doing that against Echo Fox here. 3-1-1, 1-3-1, all these different variations. They clear out vision. They see where they are, and they're actually trying to sneak this Baron before Mountain Drake. This is the first big risk TSM is taking. Here comes the teleport, here comes the fight.
I like this a lot. Oh, Svenskeren very low. He's going to have to flash out of that one, but he still goes down. Keith takes him with the corruption. And they're going to keep going on this one. Biofrost gets a Fang to the backside. He goes down. And TSM bite off a little more than they can chew with that Baron. More of a bait.
They should have been more patient right there. Jin excels at ulting around the Baron pit, but now it's Echo Fox 5 versus 3. The damage viewers of TSM still alive.
Doublelift gets hit. There's the gaze onto Doublelift. He's frozen solid. Haunter's going to be the next one if they can find it. Over the wall goes Froggen. There's the speed. There's the kill with the undertow from Hard.
Trying to go in.
And can Bjergsen clean up the fight? We've seen it here before, but history will not repeat itself for the Azir. Bjergsen falls and Svenskeren the rest of the
hit
team.
might keep happening. Svenskeren, he knows how low they are. Is he gonna? He's got a GA as well, so I feel like it is suicide if he goes in there. But stranger things have happened.
Big just used the shield with Mantra. That means the team's going to have to lock down his Svenskeren. He gets to the back. They don't have enough time to wait on Baron damage. They have to quickly focus him. Then going back, who's going to be the tank? They have enough. And Echo Fox grabs Baron.
Completely swing the game around right there. And all of that, quite honestly, was from TSM greed. They didn't want to give up. They wanted to steal the Baron at 24 minutes in, and Echo Fox countered it quite well. Svenskeren takes one too many shots from the Jin as well as the Baron. And then, aside from that, I would say the MVP of the fight was KFO Shen. So this is when it became the 5v3 because they again tried to re-engage on the Baron. There could be a fight at the Mountain Drake as well. We'll cut out if that happens. But watch KFO. He taunt flashes onto Bjergsen, and then they chain it with Froggen as well. So Doublelift is looking to kind of poke in here. And KFO just immediately on a Doublelift. And Froggen actually missed his Cassiopeia ultimate, so that was all KFO as far as getting that lockdown. Still have the exhaust ready from Big on Haunter. And then Bjergsen goes in and tries to make a good play, but again, KFO lands the taunt onto Bjergsen before he can finish them off with any more auto attacks from his ear. So great job on his end. Now Froggen might be pushing too far. Here we go.
It doesn't look like he's in too good of a spot. Gaze goes. Oh, here comes KFO. If he
Again.
spins onto Haunter,
A lot
that
of
means
minions.
there's not enough damage from Svenskeren, and they put themselves in a real sticky situation. They come up, they go back down, and Doublelift's going down as well. Keith stays alive in what seemed to be a back and forth between the AD carries. Biofrost is just wandering around with his head cut off, and he goes down. A triple kill for Froggen. What just happened?
0-3. The entire game has swung in Echo Fox's favor. TSM made that one mistake, and they were not willing to take the loss, so they keep trying to get it back right away, over and over again, and maybe they just lost the game. They're losing their inhibitor, maybe more.
20 seconds. We've seen what happens in these very tight countdowns to when the team's about to spawn in Echo Fox. They've seen those matches too. They'll wait for now. They know they have a huge lead at this point with 5,000 gold, and they're gonna go ahead and base.
And this all started with TSM trying to turn a kill onto Froggen, but that's one of the things we mentioned about having Shen protecting the Cassiopeia, so Cassiopeia can just deal unreal damage. Froggen takes 2 down, and then I don't know what Doublelift and Biofrost were doing up there. Maybe they were trying to collapse down on a fight that was already lost, but that was never a good idea. Froggen collapses in for the triple kill, and because they killed 4 people on TSM, they quickly went in for that. And every time those plays happen, Big always has a lot to say.
Big on the horn, always calling the shots, calling the direction, the precision of what champion to go for next. And we are going to get ourselves onto the second tier turret in mid lane. Remember, the inhibitor's already down in the bot, so there's minions going to be pouring in soon.
TSM is actually out of sorts right now. Haunter and Svenskeren were thinking about flanking there when they're already way down. They need to be worried about clearing the waves and preventing this Baron power play from ending the game. They weren't even in position to defend that turret properly. Echo Fox totally in control now.
All sorts. They had somebody going to the bot side, and there weren't even minions there yet. TSM recouping here. I think they just got thrown back and forth mentally. And they have to figure out what to do to get back into this one. We were just saying, it looks like Echo Fox waiting for TSM to do something. And I actually thought that Baron play was a super good call, because you had 20 seconds on the Mountain Drake. You're saying, oh, it'll be Mountain before anybody does the next big objective.
Exactly.
But they tried to squeak it in ahead of time.
TSM was trying to maybe outsmart Echo Fox. Maybe it was just a disrespectful play, being like, yo, we don't need to prep this properly. We don't need to go Mountain Drake to Baron. We're just going to take the Baron right away. They're not going to stop us. But Echo Fox, they did, and
oh boy,
in the retreat, TSM couldn't do it. At this point, TSM's just hoping to get a pickoff because Froggen and the rest of Echo Fox are so strong right now that they can potentially just push right through.
The early soldier giving up the Death Brush award going in it as well, so it cannot happen with any more members. Nexus turrets are taking a little bit of a beating right now.
Yep, already went down.
One just went down as Echo Fox here is doing the do-si-do with TSM in the top lane, and it doesn't seem like they're dancing in the right direction. 13-3, coming up on 30 minutes, and TSM is down to Nexus turret.
Yep, Baron is obviously down already, but when you have 2 waves of super minions, you can't have a full-time 5-man squad away from the 2 waves. So that's 1 Nexus turret down. That's what a lot of teams are willing to trade for, an opportunity to try and get a kill. TSM thought their opportunity was the Death Brush. They have turned games around like that before, but not today.
This has really come down to fast kills and preventing TSM from picking up any of their own. Look at those kill scorecards. 703, 204, nothing for Bjergsen. Usually carrying on that is here. Not a pivotal point for the team this time. Still has to ramp up, and it hurts. TSM actually isn't finding a way to take these fights from behind once they've been so overthrown. It's rare to see them in this position in the summer split so far.
Yeah, trying to clear off the turret with the Jhin ultimate. Let's see how much damage they get.
Inner Flame to the back, so they've had to dodge that. Dispersed a little bit. The bubble misses as it seems like they're reaching here to get themselves an engage, but more using the resources that makes it okay for Fox to feel secure in taking these inhibitor turrets. Big gets hit, but that's not the main target. Then the tidal wave goes out. It doesn't seem like everybody's even on board with this. Svenskaren's gonna go down. Froggen taking damage with the back line hard, almost dead as well. Ragnarok as he beats himself out of the fight. KFO in the front line, and the 3v1 is Bjergsen's on the side. Can't really do anything. Now he finds his in. Froggen's gonna go down, and it looks like they'll be able to clean this one up. A bit of a stutter step by TSM on this engage, but they find the victory on that.
Yeah, and they used all of their possible time because they've lost their second Nexus turret down, so thank goodness Bjergsen's still alive to clear away those waves. But to talk about how that fight actually happened. Echo Fox took so much damage from the turrets before prepping that play, and then that allowed TSM a small window to kind of go in and force the play. Like, TSM doesn't have spectacular initiation. They need to flank. It's an Irelia and a Rek'Sai running in.
Yeah.
So because Echo Fox burned so much just to get some damage on that turret, it gave the window for TSM to come in and eventually for Bjergsen to slide in at the very end to kind of get the kill. This means TSM's still alive in the game. Their inhibitors should be respawning shortly, but they burned all of their resources in order to do this.
Let's see it one more time here.
Yeah, Tidal Wave catches Froggen and Hard gets incredibly low. And look at the poke that Bjergsen gets down on Froggen very early. So Froggen's kind of out of the fight and not able to keep TSM's damage dealers at bay. Bjergsen almost always had his soldiers auto-attacking in this fight for insane DPS. Then he gets the knockback to kill 2 people as well as proc Froggen pretty much with a single spell. Then Big has to flash away at the very end. So Summoner's burned as well from Echo Fox, and that'll give TSM a little bit of breathing room.
Baron back up. And with the inhibitors up, that'll be very good for TSM. You can see how far they want to get that mid wave pushed out so it's not instantly crashing in to their base.
Yeah, this is a really pivotal point in the game because at this point, repelling the push, getting inhibitors to respawn, TSM can still actually win this if they get a proper team fight. They had such a big advantage that despite the collapse, it's still close. Unless Svenskeren gets caught, Hanser's not even here.
The bubble goes in to give him speed and stop the other team, but he gets taken down by Keith, and that was may have been the Dust Blade if it took him out. The cooldown actually didn't come up, so it wasn't the kill.
Yeah, it was probably the Deathfire touch right there because that's the mastery that Jhin brings. Here, though, Mountain Drake and Cassiopeia. So Echo Fox can take the Baron very quickly. No Svenskeren for TSM. They would have to fight this 4 versus 5.
And
That's a great poke.
Look at this route here coming in from KFO as well. He's going to want to stop these minion waves as well as say, hey guys, I'm going to start the super minions back up once again. You're going to have to send someone to respect this.
What's interesting is he could actually run at the Nexus right now. No, second inhibitor respawn.
Yep, just in time.
Yeah, this actually isn't going to give him anything. I don't like that move from KFO.
It looked good.
He's not a Jax or anything. It takes him about 45 seconds to kill an inhibitor by himself without minions. So if anything, KFO should have gotten the minion wave going because the minions can threaten the inhibitor.
Yeah.
But that actually didn't force a response at all, and now they can both match with teleport. So Echo Fox doesn't make any use out of the pick they got on a Svenskeren outside of the immediate gold value.
And now he's picked himself a fight.
The red buff means Hanser can win this.
If he wants it. Sunfire Cave's burning, but it's healed through by Hanser at this point. Equilibrium
They're going in!
Not going to be there. He goes for the team. Big goes down.
They're trying to win! They're trying to win!
KFO's in. They're onto the Nexus. They took down the inhibitor. Onto the Nexus now. They're going to be doing what they can to get it. Hard's on the other side, swinging away. KFO alive. This isn't going to work. They throw it. Can it go all the way down now? It's going to be 45 to 50 seconds on Echo Fox as they had a go for broke rush for TSM's Nexus.
What is it about Nexus rushes this week? G2 had a couple of them that were unsuccessful. Echo Fox tried to get it. It's not a good plan to try and rush the Nexus when the entire enemy team is alive. First off, Shen is very low when they're coming in here, and they had a bit of an angle, but Azir and Lucian have a bunch of damage. Tidal Wave slows down pretty much no one there, and Froggen and Keith come around the backside, but he just pushes them back into the base because of the angle they had taken. They don't have enough damage, and like technically they could go for another rush.
Oh no.
I like it.
Something about it being real bad is what he said right there. That's Baron down to TSM, and they have to continue to just kind of turtle their base for maybe the duration of this Baron, because until their inhibitors back up, the Nexus only regenerates so quickly. It's still only halfway up, 2,500.
Do it
up
again!
on the Nexus. Run it again! Run it back! Let's try this again. That seems to be the prevailing strategy when there's an explosion Nexus in the LCS.
Well, it looks like they'll get the minion wave in mid, push down first. They do still have something to fight over and keep TSM at, and that is that middle inhibitor or the bottom one. Baron's going to be tough, though, as that was quickly picked up by TSM as they wasted no time after their previous fight win. And now a second fight win pushes Echo Fox out. This will be a third attempt to possibly end the game, but it looks like TSM's even ready to meet him outside the base.
Yeah, and this could just be so tilting for Echo Fox, trying to make the right decisions now, knowing they had the game in hand after getting that first Baron and then making a couple of poor team fight choices and team decisions that could potentially allow TSM back in. Add that to the fact that they have lost their last 10 games, as well as only being 1-5 on the split against the first place team. They could have beaten, at least taken a game off the undefeated TSM, but Now it's really anyone's game, even if they've killed the majority of TSM's buildings. Anyone's game now, Riv.
Could be theirs. It could be the switch for like when CLG beat Immortals. Will Echo Fox beat TSM and then win the NALCS? Is that what we're looking at?
This is the road to
This is
redemption.
the road to redemption. Right
Starts
now,
with one game.
It's been closed to 1,000. It's a damn close road that they're driving on here. It's going to be a game of chicken very soon. If a fight like that happens, TSM's going to run straight down to Echo Fox's base. That cannot be repeated by Echo Fox. So they may be timid here, but they can't let their engages be tempered from here on out. They still have to go with how powerful they feel they are, because they're still quite strong this game.
Yeah, and while it can be really tempting to try and go for that exposed Nexus, I feel like Echo Fox has to
baby steps,
play controlled. They know they have some good counter-engage opportunities with the Cassiopeia. They know that Keith can initiate pretty well, but they do have to worry because Bjergsen has become so huge in this game. And also, Haunter's been able to itemize enough damage that he can actually win the split-pushing duels against KFO now. So I think that's why Echo Fox is trying to rush, because in their head, they're just like, we have to win now.
That's
TSM is
true.
outscaling. What are we going to do? But with Elder Drake coming up, it's just, you know, what Echo Fox needs to do is continue to do what got them here. They wait for, at this point, they need to wait for TSM to commit and then counter with their counter initiation. Have to
Quick
figure out what this pause is.
Figure out what that is. Definitely a tense moment to have this. It seems like Big is actually not feeling very well at the moment. Keith, I'm going to go back and see if he is all right.
Yeah, that's never good to see, whether it's nerves or whether he had an illness coming into the day. We will find out about that.
I get word it is a personal pause. It's going to happen under extreme circumstances. You don't have to just sit in your chair and kind of be in pain or anything. Go take care of yourself. So we're going to get that for now, and the players will remain silent for this portion of the pause. But what a game we have so far, and I don't think anybody expected this from Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, we said, and it's a very real thing, the phenomenon of a trap game, right? Where you're not really expected to win the game. TSM maybe wasn't expecting a huge challenge from Echo Fox. I know that their head coach Weldon preaches that they need to take every game very seriously, have a bunch of respect for every team, but I honestly feel like that Baron call that TSM tried to make at 23 minutes wasn't respecting their opponent. And that allowed Echo Fox to take a big lead in this game, and then to TSM's credit, they've gathered themselves after that mistake and begun to play smart yet again. So this is kind of one of those games where you need to be able to test yourself mid-game, right? No timeouts in League of Legends for strategic reasons.
Right.
Obviously, there are for some emergency issues, and you need to be able to have the mentality in-game to kind of fix it yourself.
Well, that's one of the things we talked about coming into this game specifically was Envy coming up tomorrow. Is this a trap game for TSM? Is this the team they'll try to look by, try to end the game quick, and just get that victory back in the column? But they say, let's end it quick, and it bites them.
I think the answer was yes. Like, obviously, this is kind of what happens. It's a 1-5 Echo Fox versus 6-0 TSM, and we have an incredibly close game right now. But at the same time, we also did want to see like how Echo Fox responds after parting ways with Coach Kopp, who's been their coach for the entirety of the Echo Fox being an organization, really.
Very true.
And you know, so far it actually looked like Echo Fox has been able to take some risks and make some plays. Obviously, it's not all there yet, but this is a relatively promising first game in a life without Coach Kopp. But obviously, we got this pause 38 minutes into the game, and it's a super tense moment.
And it's still that Echo Fox pick ban. There's some things you don't expect in there that came out like the Cassiopeia. I would expect it again, KFO, to go something like the Jax of the Aurelia we've been seeing him on. So strong, controlling lanes, and he brings out the Shen this time. So they're actually, along with that comfort, still discussing compositions that are going to work better for the game at hand. They're not just going in saying, well, you know, everything's new this week, so we'll do what we can and then recoup next week with the ideas, and we can see how we did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually have been really impressed with KFO Shen this game. I don't think map-wise he's been given the opportunity to get a lot of farm. TSM actually kept manipulating situations where KFO was on his own, and he had to outplay significantly there, which has allowed Haunter to get that 100 CS advantage, and now is putting Haunter in a place where he can outduel KFO. A lot of that is just from the CS. But if we look at the team fights they're able to win and the dives that KFO was able to stop, I think he's had a great game thus far and would have been one of the major reasons they ended up winning. I've heard players are on their way back to the stage. Keith is back. Hopefully Big is on his way as well. And we'll be able to get back in this one to see the shocking conclusion of the 38-minute game 1.
It was actually pretty impressive as well how Echo Fox weathered the storm early. Hard got hit, double buffs gone as soon as you can lose them, really, in that game. And then they were able to give the blue over to Bjergsen, which Bjergsen was able to use for just against Frog and pushing him in. So that for Echo Fox, not falling farther behind, as well as the lane's understanding, there's going to be much more pressure. Maybe the lane swap actually helped them in that sense, since they didn't have to match up with jungle ganks and more pressure.
Yeah, that's very true. Froggen did a great job in the early laning phase. 11.5 minutes in, he had a 5 to 10 CS advantage over Bjergsen. But as the game has progressed, Bjergsen's made a bunch of big plays. Froggen also had that one really good play up in the top side where he could kill Doublelift, who he's made have not the greatest game. I think this has been one of Doublelift's lower impact games on Lucian. And it kind of all comes back to this moment where we're incredibly close in the game. Looking at the items, it definitely feels like TSM is starting to pull back ahead. And Echo Fox, even though they've had that big lead, really both teams in this game have had the opportunity of having big leads and close out the game. But now that we're kind of back at net neutral, they both need to be able to reset and just kind of figure out, okay, not keeping in mind what happened previously, like how do we win from here? Let's not dwell on our mistakes. Let's look towards the future.
Well, that future is going to be very, very soon. Both Keith and Big have returned. And it looks like we're going to get the readies on the screen from both teams. We're going to be into game very shortly here. The intense 38-minute matchup. Team Solo Mid. TSM versus Echo Fox still live in game 1 of the series. And we're back onto the Rifts. We're going to get Keith backing here, which means breathing time for Fox. TSM kind of holding their own as well, just staying on their side as everybody regroups and we reset.
Now, Froggen with the Guardian Angel, that might help. I typically like Guardian Angel on tank champions. I would have preferred Froggen just go with a Death Cap or something to blow people up, but he wants the survivability against the Aurelia a little bit. And lane pressure is actually slightly in Echo Fox's favor right now.
That's true. Just cross the river, both top and bottom, with some power in the mid lane.
Yeah. It's really tricky for TSM at the moment because they have that exposed inhibitor with no Nexus turret. So if a wave of super minions did run down that lane and no one was there to match it, they'd just kill the Nexus. So TSM is confined to their base, which is what's allowing Echo Fox to get some of the lane and map pressure down.
It's very interesting to see teams fight in this position. The fight loss means the game lost for Team Solo Mid. If that controls their mind in this fight at all, it could easily be lost. They almost have to fight like that can't be an option. Very, very difficult at this point, but the top team in the league, we'll see how they perform right now as Echo Fox is pushing down the mid lane. Top wave is going to be meeting quite soon as well with that super minion coming in. That inhibitor has just respawned, so it'll be the last wave of that. We'll see how Echo Fox uses it. Seems like they're timid themselves, but rightfully so.
Yeah, they have to respect Bjergsen's Azir. It's just so beastly right now. Mirroring 6 items. And not the greatest ways of catching him out. I mean, essentially KFO would have to taunt flash in. Svenskeren also with a bunch of armor pretty much just eats those 2 Jhin ults. He cancels to get some of the cooldown back. And yeah, it definitely feels like Echo Fox is sufficiently stalled out right now.
Okay. They're a little scared there. We heard the Youmuu's Ghostblade go off for Keith, but not a big deal. They were just getting themselves to safety, and now the Yo-Yo back as well.
Yeah, they see Bjergsen's a little low. They're hoping for an engage.
The resolve almost working on Svenskeren. Locked him down, but I don't know if that's the first one they want to engage on. Really just looking to separate the team and find an opening for a bigger, greater fight.
Yeah, and Keith has actually hit Bjergsen with a couple W's in a row now. He's got him below half health, which pushes him back to base. The unfortunate thing, though, is unless Echo Fox is willing to commit all the way to Inhibitor, there's nothing for them to do right now. Elder Drake's in 150, Baron is in 140. So it's pretty much just farming out waves and waiting for people to hit max items at the moment.
I'm sure Bjergsen is happy to do that. 426 now to the 339 of Froggen, so you can see the result of Echo Fox being in the lead for the past few minutes and just filing these waves into the base of TSM. It's mostly been Bjergsen's farm, and he is almost finalizing his items now.
It's kind of just adding up.
Yep.
TSM already had CS advantages before the late game, but then when you're down to 2 to 3 inhibitors, like you say, the minions just continue to come to you. It's kind of a natural catch-up mechanic if you're able to stall.
That's true. If you have the right wave clear, and they do. Looks like they'll try to get the right vision for now the time of the game, things are getting quite tense. We're approaching that 40-minute mark. I actually have passed that 40-minute mark now. Both Elder and Baron spawning almost the same time. And they're going to have to figure back and forth which one do they want first, which one will be fought over. Titanic finished up for KFO as well. Let's see, he finally gets a little more damage there.
TSM in a dangerous situation. Like, at any moment, we could see a team attempt an initiation. There's Tidal Wave from Biofrost. There's basically Ghost and Karma from Echo Fox, although Hard may not have enough gold to be able to threaten that anymore because Bjergsen and Doublelift have enough damage to burst him down. They're actually just making a run for the exposed inhibitor right now.
Doing something like this does cause the team to file in one by one. Obviously, there's a caboose, but they still have enough power on the front line of Bjergsen and Svenskeren to make something happen. So Fox recognize that, they step out, and it looks like they're just trying to play the ring around the rosy game and see where they can get TSM to follow them.
They're trying to keep TSM far enough at bay and dancing back and forth to maybe give them a window to rush the Baron or the Elder Drake. But Nami and Azir can still run pretty quickly, so it's a big game of cat and mouse right now about getting the waves in the right place, threatening in the right spots to really go for a big objective. And Cassiopeia with the Mountain Drake can kill that Baron so fast. So really TSM has to always respect that move, and that puts them in danger of getting picked off.
A lot of communication being heard here in the battle theater, so close and intimately to the players.
Good damage.
You can hear everything they're saying, and it's getting loud. It seems like they are calling left and right. Where's the engage? How can we find it?
Bjergsen's away from the main team right now. He's got a lot of damage now.
Very, very low as well. On the other side, looks like Bjergsen's gonna be able to finalize this if he gets into range. He slides it, but has he left his team off on the side? They've been disengaging this fight. KFO is going to come up in 60 seconds with the TP or Stand United. But what can Echo Fox do in this time? I think they're going to try to go with little love taps on this inhibitor, but they're going to be pushed around.
Almost all of their damage, but I don't think TSM wants to fight this without him. They get the inhibitor, but now TSM might be trying a pincer. Very interesting. Vix caught.
Big has to flash out. That's going to be the Locket of the Iron Solari as well. Svenskeren flashing over to get himself in a spot. He actually seems like he wanted to pop that for his team to get in range. Unfortunately, that did not work for him. Bjergsen's going to be again on the heels of his team, ready to fight as Hauntzer is going to start doing some wave duty.
And these are the situations that are so hard to practice for because it's so unique in what is down right now. Knowing you're kind of dancing with these inhibitors down in 4v5s with random catches going off. And it's such a game of cat and mouse. Again, they could go for the Nexus. They're going to go for the Nexus right now. TSM, they haven't even started their recalls.
8 seconds back, but it looks like they're actually... Wait, don't show that you're backing yet, because then you get Baron if they recall.
Exactly.
Some are going to keep it.
Back and forth
and
back and forth, just trying to get that small edge. Echo Fox remembered what happened last time with the rush not working, but TSM was actually slow enough in the recalls. I think Echo Fox could have ended. They just weren't expecting TSM to be slow in their recalls.
I love it. This is getting so good, Fox. Yeah. Again,
now it's all
the waiting
about,
game.
It's also about vision control at this point, because if they can see them running back and forth, they can better predict.
Look at, they're like sentry guards now.
Yeah, they can't move because they're worried about Rek'Sai. Oh, they saw him. Oh, Froggett's in the best spot.
Whoa! Froggett,
the tidal wave.
Dude, just slithers out. He's good to go.
All right. Reset it once again, but they know Froggett is low. TSM finally has them corralled. And here, Echo Fox, they're going to try and loop. They want to get back in the mid lane and threaten the Nexus again. They're cut off.
One soldier is the game changer there. You see, Keith cannot be hit by any more. Curtain call. Just going to take a bit of HP off his Svenskeren, and they're going to be okay. Such a touch-and-go game. Echo Fox trying to end without a fight here. They want to end with 5 members of TSM up.
It's so
from
weird.
what we've seen.
Because normally you would expect a team to just set up a split pusher and pressure that way.
Yes.
But because no one on Echo Fox can duel Hauntzer, Hauntzer's got way too much damage, he'll kill KFO. Even Bjergsen can kill KFO. Echo Fox is just trying to run loops because they're weaker in team fights, they're weaker in split pushing, but their main advantage in this game right now is their structure damage. They've been able to kill enough structures that they do this, and maybe they bought themselves time to rush down the Elder Drake. This would give them 2 minutes to try and end the game.
That's going to be Baron as well. If somebody gets in there, they get the TP in if KFO can do something.
This is super dangerous for TSM. They need to kill the Baron to get into power recall because Echo Fox should be rushing the base as fast as humanly possible because they want to get this fight in the last 2 minutes.
There's paused back.
They have Elder Drake right now. Terrible call by TSM going for the Baron. Baron is interrupting their recalls. Fox might win right here.
Echo Fox entering the base now on the 3rd try. The tidal wave comes out. Is there enough disengage? Fox is on the Nexus. Fox is going to take the first game of the series over TSM.
Wow. I mean, you run in circles enough.
You get him dizzy.
Yeah, that's apparently what happened because the dizziness from TSM, the highly questionable Baron call down the stretch does not feel good for TSM. You can see they're not very pleased about that one because technically TSM was still pretty strong in the 5v5 team fights.
Yep.
But obviously, they ran enough loops that Echo Fox could pick the Elder Drake, and then you're thinking in your head, like, okay, they were stronger. It's an open Nexus. Woo. A lot of the times, it's like hard to push through the turrets with Elder Drake because it doesn't buff your minions.
Right.
They didn't have to worry about that. Like, obviously, Echo Fox is going to run right for it. But still, TSM's like, nah, man, we got time for this Baron. No, you don't. You definitely do not have time for the Baron. Echo Fox understands the calls.
Oh, my gosh.
They waited for TSM to make a mistake, right? They just kept testing them over and over again. TSM made a big mistake. Echo Fox take game 1.
And I guess the few things were answered here. Would TSM try to test themselves and go very hard this game? It seems like they did, and then were somewhat stalled out in that capacity when they didn't take down mid as fast as they wanted to. They're almost just, as we saw, playing around mid. Froggen at one time had 3 or 4 people behind him while he was still farming mid with Bjergsen. And then it just, the kill early fizzled out, and they were able to stay in the game. What an amazing game that was as well. The composition brought together. Hard in, Grigny still sub. We'll see if he comes in. Ginkgo on stage as the new coach, kind of helping the team get their comfort picks. We'll see if they can take it into game 2 because it was a pretty great back of Fox in game 1. For more on that Fox win, let's hand it back to Dash.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. An unexpected victory here for Fox in game 1 against our league leaders in TSM. But a long game, right? Didn't come easy. They definitely got off to a rocky start. Kind of found their advantages in the mid game and then took a little while to close it out. A lot of back and forth, a lot of dancing there.
But pretty exciting for that dancing portion.
Right, yeah, very, very much so, actually. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the game ender as Fox walk into the base, pick up that Nexus off of a bad Baron call from TSM. Definitely questionable shot calling on the side of TSM, but great recognition of that by Fox, having the ward in the Baron pit, knowing that their best opportunity to win is to go straight for that Nexus.
I mean, the thing is, the carries are so far away. Like, Sven's been on this for a while. Bjerg's not even there. Bjerg finally gets in range of this Baron to start hitting it, and Fox is basically at the front of the gate already. It's
recalls canceled by Baron too. Yeah. Makes this very difficult for them.
I mean, they needed to be here. They needed to be defending right now,
right?
And they're just getting their recalls off. The Baron was super slow.
Yep.
Even if you finish Baron, get the Baron recalls, it doesn't work, and from there, it's not too hard for Fox to end that game.
And as you can see here, Fox so happy to have picked up this victory against our league. Going for a hug with the ref from Big. He's like, everyone gets a hug. This is a big moment for us.
I mean, it is. It's a huge moment.
I love to see that for them. Love to see it happen in game 1. Let's see if they can carry that momentum through, and how will TSM react to having, in all honesty, this was a poor game by TSM. There were some good plays by Fox, but TSM definitely not operating to the level that we expect out of them given their first 3 weeks of play here in the NALCS.
I think it kind of came off the rails right at the beginning with that turret dive. So it starts off as a 2v1, and then they build a big wave top with Hanser and Sven going for a dive on KFO. And KFO plays it really well. TSM misplays it, and if they got that dive off, I think the game's over there. Shen is going to lose like 10 CS. He's already down CS. He gives a kill away to Aurelia, going to snowball on him, but they mess up. Shen doesn't get pushed out of the game. He stays relevant, and then Froggen, even though they're behind, picks up a couple kills with some crafty positioning, gets one on double lift, and they're playing the game pretty well. And it's just not the TSM we're used to seeing. It was just this close to being the regular TSM, but just a couple missteps where people are dying and dives, or side waves.
But this is the one, I guess, fearful thing when it comes to Fox, is that this game was won, in all honesty, off the back end of misplays by TSM. Yes, Fox had to capitalize on them, but they still seem to suffer from inaction, right? That they're not creating their own advantages. They're waiting, for example, that top lane dive that TSM misplays, KFO plays it well, gets an advantage. Next, we move to 24 minutes into the game. TSM trying a Baron here, ill-advised. Sven dies to the Baron itself. Now Fox gets to capitalize on the poor call from TSM.
Yeah, it was not a terrible call initially to go for the Baron, but once they start getting chunked out and the rest of Fox starts collapsing, they really need to back off. They get a couple kills, they turn onto the Baron. This is a really nice turn-off by KFO getting the flash taunt onto Doublelift, follow-up CC from Keith. They get that kill, they get Haunter as well. And like I said, I don't think TSM was wrong to start the Baron, but they need to realize when they're getting too low to do it. Beer goes for the hero play here, almost gets it.
Yeah, trying to pick up a couple kills, maybe disincentivize them from going for that
Yeah,
Baron.
if he got 1 or 2 of the carries, maybe stops the Baron.
Right, but ultimately a 5 for 0. Well, actually, it'll be a 6 for 0 because Sven is going to come in and try for the steal.
What
Goes in
more
early
death at this point?
Right, goes in early, gets his GA popped. Fox finishes the Baron while he's down in the GA,
That was
and then
scary.
they pick up the 6 kill. There was a piece of me that was like, if he comes up out of that GA and smites it away, that would just be too much.
Right.
But ultimately, yeah, I mean, Fox found their advantage there, but it was, again, off the back end of TSM not playing to the standard that we want to hold them to at this point.
I'll almost always favor the team that is playing aggressively than the one who's just reacting. And I mean, it's not always the case. If it's a close game and one team's messing up more, of course they'll lose. But in a series, especially when the team that's the aggressive team is the better one, I'd say, at some point things are going to start hitting.
Right.
And generally, that team's going to be the one to win. So it's a little scary for Fox. It's nice they got this win. They need the series win though, and they have some serious work to do in Game 2 to be ready for it.
Well, and that's why I want to move forward to our 34-minute replay where TSM defending their Nexus, because again, it shows Fox, with the advantages they have, still struggling to close out this game.
One thing I'll say is this is a really hard call to make, because if you have any other AD carry here, watch this, he's just reloading.
Yeah,
right.
he can't hit the Nexus.
Any other AD carry there probably gets another 500, 600 damage on this Nexus, can probably end the game there. So look how low it gets, but just because it's a Jhin, and it's so hard to keep every little detail in mind when you're in these really tense situations at a high level in League of Legends. You're just thinking, okay, well, we can get past him. Our AD carry can end the game. He does a ton of damage at this point in the game with these buffs on him, and it's Jhin.
Right.
You're not thinking about the reload.
Very unfortunate that he's in the
Right.
middle of his reload as they make it to the Nexus, so really only getting 1 or 2 shots off total. Unfortunately, they don't end the game there, but they do through persistence and a lot of dancing around the map, end up snagging it. One of the players who is key and instrumental in this victory was Froggen on that Cassiopeia 8, 2, and 4. So stellar play out of him, especially in the late game in terms of positioning. And we have to believe, I know that Big is also the shot caller there, but the two of them crafting some interesting macro movements in order to snag the victory.
Right, and then I think, it was a couple of his plays in the early game that really let them hang on until that TSM Baron mistake. That pick off on Doublelift on the bot lane was really critical.
Right.
He got that kill. He played team fights well in the Baron situation. He got a bunch of those kills. And then you have to think it's him at the end, late game. We've heard before and listened how vocal he can get in these kind of crazy situations. So you know that he was a pretty important part of that decision.
And now's where I think we have to turn to Game 2 and look at, okay, TSM, you're in the hole, right? Like, you can't afford to drop another game. You got to win the next 2 out to keep that undefeated record that you have currently. And for Echo Fox, it's about pushing that momentum forward, right? You did take Game 1, so you have at least 1 game cushion. How do you continue to evolve your strategies to make sure that you punish TSM for that first game drop?
That's the question, though, because they recently released COP, where they mutually parted ways, and now you have Ginkgo, Jake. He's not really a coach, he's more the manager. I don't know if he's stepped up in his coaching responsibilities over the years, but I know initially he was solely managerial role.
Right.
So I think there's some concerns where it's like, hey, we had a good game, we managed to steal a win a little bit, but how are we going to continue to exploit TSM, because they might not make those mistakes game 2, and I don't know if they have this kind of
that third party.
Yeah, the guy who was watching the game from a third-party perspective can come in and say, like, this is what we should do.
Yeah, I mean, best of threes, we've talked so much about how best of threes increase the value of your support staff, what that coach can do for you, what subs can do for you. And in this situation, we're looking at a team that picks up a victory, yes, but they still have to close it out. And how do they make those adjustments if they don't have that insightful, third eye to give them the information they need during these breaks?
And I mean, that's one of the strengths of TSM, I think, is their support staff. They have Weldon, they have Parth for in-game and out-of-game, mentality stuff, as well as, adapting to what the picks were. Cassio, I think, is a really strong pick right now.
Very much so.
I think we're starting to see it. It was in both games in Game 1, and it has really good matchups into a lot of the top-tier picks, so you'll see her rising in popularity, and it's the kind of thing where, TSM will probably adapt to that. Can Echo Fox predict that?
All right, well, Fox sticking it to TSM with that first victory of the day here in this series. We're heading into a program break. Stick around when we come back. Game 2 of Echo Fox versus TSM hits your browsers. The NALCS returns in just 3 minutes. or 3.5.
If you want to be a good coach, just be C9 Reaper XD. Just win and take win.
Is that what you're supposed to say?
Yeah, just win.
All right, guys, win. We take win.
That's when you leave the stage.
Goodbye.
I mean, why wouldn't they? They have the upper hand. They have a huge minion wave as well. There's another one. It's ramped up.
Watch out, Zero. Watch out, Zero. Zero's hitting us. Zero. Nice.
Good job.
Baron, go Baron.
On to the Nexus now. They're going to be doing what they can to get it. Hard's on the other side, swinging away. KFO alive. This is going to work. They throw it. Can it go all the way down now? The tidal wave comes out. Is there enough disengage? Fox is on the Nexus. Fox is going to take the first game of the series over TSM. Welcome back to the Battle Theater, everyone. In game number one, Echo Fox and TSM went the distance in a 47-minute slugfest, and we got to recognize KFO and Froggen playing very strong in those matches. Froggen himself getting player of the game.
Yeah, even though they were down CS in certain instances, they were making plays, which I think is the most important thing for Echo Fox when they had that long game losing streak, which they snapped last game. it was just the playmaking. Froggen supplying his own pink wards to set up death brushes, and KFO outplaying a number of dives as well as having some very strong team fights on Shen.
And also, you got to look at Echo Fox not giving up in this instance. One of the best times to right wrongs is during a loss. Extend that loss. Try to figure out why you're losing, and it seems like they were able to.
Exactly. They were down in the early game. They capitalized on one of TSM's poor decisions,
Yeah.
and they made poor decisions themselves, didn't get down on themselves, and then continued to come back up. So I think there was a lot of improvement from both sides. I would by no means call that like the best played game of the century. Like there was a lot of mistakes in that game from both teams. TSM with decision making, Echo Fox with some poor decision making of their own. But at the end of the day, Echo Fox are the ones that persevered.
And TSM's going to have to be careful about that decision making. Statistically, the game 2 they've always had is lower in gold per minute, lower in KDA. They don't seem to fare as well. Maybe more reluctant in their plays. We'll see how it happens in this second game of our series.
Yeah, this is their 7th series they've played so far this split. Their previous 6 series, they won game 1.
Yep.
In 2 of those 6 series, they had lost game 2. So that's to speak to a little bit of their fall off. But that's usually, I like to call it, because it's really hard to adjust after a win. It's really hard work to stay at a high level because you're trying to look for these minuscule mistakes and predict the other team's adaptation.
Right.
When you lose, it is easier to bounce back, in a sense. Like, that's why some of these series can go back and forth. We'll see if they make any big mix-ups in the bans.
I want to see the hacker room come out.
Yeah.
Spice of life in our game here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, game 1 on the other stream between Cloud9, there was also a Cassiopeia play. So I know like Keen was the Cassiopeia guy who brought it in, but it seems like there's been a bunch of success from that champion in scrims this week. A lot of people are picking up Cassiopeia, and a much higher priority on Shen as well with the ban.
You saw how Froggen kind of took by surprise once Svenskeren, another time Haunter as well. KFO came in those fights, but the damage that was dealt there really changed their mind about taking that fight. So we see some players maybe not actually have as much solo queue time against that champion right now, and they're taking fights they usually wouldn't if they knew. Bans are filing out here, the final ones of Rise, and we're looking for Team Solo Mid here. Maybe the hacker room doesn't get banned out once more. It's going to be the Anivia. So again, Azir, Aurelia, all these, and the jungle champions besides Kindred left up.
Yeah, Rek'Sai still available. That was TSM's first pick when they had very similar bans to this one. But there is still a lot that Echo Fox could potentially go for. I wonder what they would put the most priority on, right? It could be a Karma. The Karma was really pivotal in their map rotations later in the game. Pretty strong laner. It'd be all about whether or not Big is okay playing against it.
He scared me a few times. Putting himself in the front, you saw him get dropped by like 2 attacks of Haunter and 1 pop-up of Svenskeren. But in the end, that role of speed and utility came into play huge for Big, if you will, and the rest of the team. 20 seconds on their first pick here. Will it be the jungler? Do we deny that? Svenskeren's still going to be able to play something strong is basically the talk. So it's actually going to be the Karma.
Not too big of a surprise. Big's going to be happy he's got what most people consider the best support on the market right now.
Yep. Makes it that much easier calling shots when you're on a very, very comfortable champion. And he is always very vocal from that support position. The hovers here from Team Solo Mid, a bit of a throwback, but what will they pick now as we are in the present? Did you know it? In the present. Svenskeren takes the Rek'Sai, as we were thinking. Haunter back on that Aurelia.
We're on track to have pretty similar team compositions to what we had last game.
How do they keep that win going? They pick the same champion.
Yeah. The interesting thing here is that the Shen band, it's harder to put Aurelia into a bad matchup. So I'm very curious what KFO decides to go against the Aurelia with, and it's why TSM would have locked it in so hastily as well.
Yeah, it's true. They actually they banned the Trundle, which we have seen go up quite well in the early levels there in that matchup.
2 of the best matchups against Aurelia have already been banned away. So it puts a really high priority on the champion as well, because they kind of pinched that top lane champion pool. Puzzled look from Keith. Do they want to take the Lucian away from Doublelift? He's going to pick it eventually, you know it.
Oh, Sivercom. So even more speed.
Yeah.
Coming into this one, and wave clear as well to go with those picks.
Got to go really fast.
Super, super fast.
This is Need for Speed, move speed comp. Just throw Orianna in the mid lane or support Lulu and just zoom. No, they have enough speed. They're very, very fast. For TSM, now would be critical to try and make sure they have some counter initiation and some stuff that can fight back against that speed. They've already played these champions. Azir is great into it. Nivea's band would be good into it. A support Zyra is actually exceptional, but it's bad against Olaf. Like, it's exceptional against Mooseby, but bad against Olaf, so
Yeah.
I'd be less likely to think they do that. Instead, they're just going to throw a Tidal Wave at it, which also works. I think, if they decide to lock that in. It makes sense. It's a pretty good matchup against Karma.
Keeps Biofrost in one of his mains as well. Is it Lucia Nami? Who would have guessed? Oh.
They're going to hold on that support pick.
They
Just,
do. You have to
one
counter
second.
support. Quite strong. Quite strong.
Yeah, I guess they want to make sure Froggen can't get the Azir.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Although I actually don't think Azir works that great at run at them compositions. His bird legs can only go so fast. He can only dash so far.
Little hops.
Yeah.
Saw Jinx from Wild Turtle just the other day. Will it be what they pick? We've also seen Tristana come out in recent games as well, as they played a little bit of that turret destruction game on Friday.
Here they're most likely to have to lock in both their solo lanes, though. So they have to make a lot of decisions here.
No, get another 80 carry. Go
It's
hard.
Sivir mid. We'll see. They could if they really wanted to. Lucian top can't do that. It's already taken by TSM. What would they do? They need to match up against Aurelia and Azir.
That Victor. There's the Cassiopeia come back out, and he actually goes for the Jax. I like it. Get KFO on something aggressive. We'll see this fight between him and Haunter as they match up in the lanes as they start solo pushing later in the game.
Yeah, and they've tried the Jax a few times unsuccessfully. KFO's been able to get good starts in games, but he hasn't been able to transition it because the team hasn't had the greatest teamwork. I like the Cassiopeia again. That was a matchup that worked out pretty well for Froggen against the rest of TSM. And TSM hasn't really added any answers to the Cassio. They have no great ways of initiating. They're still going to struggle to move through the miasma. So clearly TSM is saying that Froggen and his Cassio were not a problem. Otherwise, they would have tweaked their ban phase a little bit or picked it away. Now they'll do the Nami. So sneaky, TSM.
Tricky.
So exactly the same team composition for TSM that lost game one. The only thing that they changed was the Shen ban.
Yep. And sides.
And sides.
And sides.
That red side Lucian, though, he'll get to. Yeah.
Oh, it's so strong. That's Imba. Let's bring it back. So, we see the compositions now for Team Solo Mid as they go back with a tried and true of game number one, something they have not lost yet. This is the first time they'll have to win 2 games in the back half of a series, so they know with this victory, they're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, just play the same team composition 3 times in a row if they want to go for the win. Yeah, it's
I'll
always
never see it coming.
It's always bold to go with exactly the same team composition, especially when the other team gets to make adjustments.
Yeah.
Echo Fox obviously got to opt into the matchups they were happy with, opt out of the matchups they weren't as happy with. Interestingly enough, at least TSM changed their bans, so it's not exactly the same look they're giving, and I think there's a less optimal matchup for Echo Fox in the top lane. I think it takes a lot of confidence for a team. Sometimes you can call it foolishness from a team. In this case, obviously it's the results that are going to tell us whether it was confident and good or overconfident and bad.
All right, we will see the same comp for TSM, and Echo Fox going to switch it up a bit. Before we get into game number 2, remember to vote on Twitter for the team you support in this series. Use hashtag TSMWin or hashtag FOXWin to contribute to the conversation. As we get into game, we'll see how this one pans out. TSM had a very early lead in a swap that they initiated on the game, and then they weren't able to really work it. We're going to actually get a quick pause as we come into this one, so we have more time to talk, and you get to listen.
Yeah, maybe it's a peripheral issue. We'll see at the very start of the game whether they can get that sorted. Speaking of the team compositions, just a little bit more, though, like TSM with exactly the same thing, but quite honestly, probably more favorable lane matchups to add on to the pressure they already had in game 1, which I think is why they're so confident in doing this. Because if we think about what happened in game 1, they did have basically 3 pushing lanes. Lucian Nami against the Jhin Karma was pushing. Sivir is a weaker laner against Lucian than even Jhin would be, so they could potentially push that in, even though the Sivir is going to have some pretty good wave clear. And then in the top lane matchup, when you consider the Aurelia versus the Shen, which was in game 1, versus this game, which is going to be the Aurelia versus the Jax, it will be a very snowbally matchup, but conditional on the jungle pressure as Svenskeren, they could potentially steamroll this game. They were close to steamrolling game 1, fell short, and that's why I think they're so confident keeping this high-pressure team comp going for game 2.
Well, if they do the lane swap, we'll keep an eye on Svenskeren once again. He was the one to really spark things off, finding hard with the rest of the team in that upper brush in game 1. Echo Fox was a little more timid on kind of getting themselves into deep wards. They were just taking the lane swap as as it was. And were forced to just take the turret down as they saw it was happening blindly. Here it looks like a line of scrimmage this game, actually. So no super deep wards just yet. Maybe 3 will roam in together once they group up.
30 seconds. Yeah, so any swapping would have to be done blind as of now. We haven't seen many deep wards from anyone, as you said. Be interesting to see if we get support harassed to try and stop a camp start, or if we just allow them to camp start. A lot of mind games going on here. It looks like both teams are blind swapping top, which would favor TSM. TSM's the ones that want the straight up 2v2 matchups. And at this point, because there's no deep wards, it is all guesswork. So far this would play out well for TSM.
See the first 2 levels here. Doublelift will be instantly going in onto Keith, knowing he has sustained from Biofrost and the way they've synergized in that lane. I believe you are right. Keith and Big going to have quite a hard time for themselves here. The swap is just going to leave everybody in the Australian lanes, as basically would say.
Yeah, and you can even see the top laners, like, they're half expecting to run in to a swap. Now Hans is running down to maybe even get those first few minions. We will find out very soon that he is 1v1ing against the Jax. You can see he's even cautious because no one is actually shown yet, but there will be KFO.
They're going to get them all.
Now they know.
They don't miss one.
Standard lanes. Australian standard lanes. Everything's upside down. Thank you, Pastry.
So level 2 actually for both sides as they started on their top side jungle camps as well. Even though they don't get as much, you can still get yourself that advantage. Level 1 for Biofrost, as you can see, Keith and Doublelift are the ones to take the XP per usual.
Right.
Kind of the supports fight it out auto attack wise. Also here in mid lane, Frog is taking some damage.
Yeah, I say that TSM want this 2v2, but that's only once they can get the sustain going. Karma's level 1 is really, really strong. So they actually take a little bit of a beating early on. They need to be able to dodge some of those Qs. That's why Big was going so hard with his mana pool, just trying to get as much of an advantage early as possible. But as they hit level 3 and 4 is when TSM will start coming back into it. Or if they just get a super really gank from Svenskeren. He's tracking.
Well, they know they've been fighting, right? They have the idea that they have not left this lane. There's no wards around. Also, mid lane, that's going to be the call. A little baby shift by Bjergsen. He gets himself out. Save. Nice spell shield. No choice on Keith, though. He just goes away. They get Big. Big actually could go down. The exhaust hits. They don't have anything to follow. Doublelift very low. Keith may actually chase too far himself, getting tempted into that kill. Forces a flash. No summoners for Echo Fox, and a flash for Biofrost.
Yeah, 4 burned on Echo Fox's side, 3 burned on TSM's side, and really close to a couple of kills on both Keith and Big. Some nice clutch knockups by Svenskeren and good CC chaining from Biofrost Bubbles. No immediate kill. The advantage will really be if TSM can crash that wave into the turret in time so that the Karma and Sivir can't make it back. That's one good thing about Karma, though. Even at low levels, she can speed you back to the lane very quickly. Mantra'd that first shield to give him a little bit of move speed, and I think they're actually going to get a decent number of those minions. TSM was unable to push it incredibly fast. There's another move speed for Keith. They can catch decent dunk. He lost about half a wave. That's not bad.
Make sure he times this right. The method to the madness is easily calculated now with small auto attacks from Big. So really a solo queue gank. 3 minutes, 20 seconds in when you expect it. No vision top. It looks like the aggro of the dual lanes kind of brought their mentality to the wayside and they tunneled in almost to the benefit of TSM. And now with the summoners down, they may just be able to rinse and repeat something up there quite soon.
Yeah, Hanser being pretty greedy with his potions there. Just drank another one. KFO already out of corruption charges. Hanser has 1 left. So if we're thinking about total available health, Hanser would actually be winning that lane, but he was in kill range for a gank. That's why he's drinking those potions. So pretty close lanes across the board, aside from Froggen, who's got that 10 CS lead on Bjergsen, in part because of Heart's gank.
Oh, level 5 to 4. Equilibrium Strike is theirs. His health is smartly a little bit lower. It was his choice, and Hart says thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much
for the pull on the Scuttle Crab. I will take that. So actually better start for Echo Fox than they had in game 1. And a lot of that has to do with Hard not losing his mind early on in the game, giving up double buffs. He's been pretty solid so far. Really narrow margins in the top lane. It did not allow TSM to pick up first blood. Do have a level advantage, though. Keith is being smart, though. He knows this wave's going to come back, and he'll be able to clear it with
There's actually a lot of caster minions just piled up there. Gonna crush down these outer casters for Fox, and they'll easily have a wave to farm up. Looks like we're gonna have Hard going towards the top side. We haven't seen too much pressure from him just yet, as Svenskeren tries to get his hands dirty very, very early in this game.
He's actually missed a lot of that CS with Ricochet. The cannon minion wave arriving at a good time for TSM to kind of stall that big wave of casters. Because you can see there's only 2 extra minions on Double's side, and he's got a 14 CS advantage, so...
It's a really dangerous place to have it as well. No ward on the side. It's exactly where Svenskeren was able to pop over the elbow of the wall, so it's almost like we have to wait one more wave. And like you said, Ricochet not making it easy. And as soon as he wants to siege that cannon minion, they actually go in very, very hard on him as well, and he ends up missing it.
Yeah, so the very aggressive bubble there from Biofrost, just to try and starve Echo Fox as much CS as possible. This is actually the least talked about thing about CSing in pro play, is CS denial by the opponent team, because obviously Keith is capable of getting near perfect CS if he's not being harassed. But the harassment from Biofrost and Doublelift is what costs people CS in pro play. It's not the actual last hitting. It's being able to weave last hits around the opponent harassment. So it's both a skill to CS as well as a skill to deny CS, which is why we use CS differential as our main CSing stat rather than just raw CS at 10.
Especially with that synergy. Not just Doublelift going hard on Keith. He's got to dodge bubbles, and he's got to dodge attacks as well. Keith can't do too much even with the shield of Vig there. You have to respect it. Froggen returning to mid lane. Looks like he gets a miasma right on the entire thing. Go ahead and clear that out. Not too much damage on that from being a low level, but it will set him up to take these. Little invade here coming from Bjergsen. What is their route? Could be for KFO.
Yeah, the turret's still up, but depending on how well Haunter can harass him, KFO still has his ultimate, so he can boost up his resistances, but... Oh, can't flash out.
Oh, he tried so much at once to get himself away from the majority of the members of TSM, but gets popped up by Svenskeren. Top lane as well, gonna go back and forth as they duke it out. And it looks like another summoner blown, but most of those are coming back up for an even scarier fight that Froggen's gonna be approaching.
Trying to match, but there was a pink ward there. He didn't even end up walking into vision range.
Like, where'd he go?
He was like, yeah, this is probably not going to work. It's a little bit too late to match. To speak about that gank attempt a little bit more, just good timing by TSM and a little bit of failed execution by KFO. Svenskeren unburrowed at just the right time as KFO was leap striking towards him, and then it looked like KFO actually flashed short a little bit. It allowed the rest of TSM to easily collapse in. Haunter the only one that had to burn flash.
Hard, a lot more active this game, not for his lanes, but for the jungle. We see him stealing the red there.
Yeah.
See this gank one.
So KFO's attempted escape was to hop onto Svenskeren and then flash away. But yeah, Svenskeren actually unburrows post-flash. I feel like KFO flashed early. He flashed before his leap strike completed, so he didn't get all the distance out of his leap strike.
Right.
And
kind of shorted himself.
Yeah, he can also jump to allies, so I don't know why he jumped to KFO. He could have just jumped to a minion.
Oh, they don't know Hard's there. They are going to throw out the tidal wave, though. It separates the fight enough for Doublelift to throw out the culling.
Oh,
and around the back is Svenskeren. The flash tunnel play from under the wall in the tri-brush.
Oh.
And they're able to pick up Hard and Big.
Holy counter gank. That was just a
I thought he was too far away, honestly. He was partially in the river when that started.
Yeah.
And he flew right in.
I mean, first off, that gank was easily stuffed by TSM 2 versus 3.
That's true itself.
The Sivir Karma Olaf gank is pretty underwhelming, to be completely honest. Unless the team is way overextended. There's no hard CC there, and they didn't have enough move speed at the time to boost it up. And then as the gank failed, Svenskeren just tunneled right under the turret, got the immediate knock-up, and that just chained with everything for TSM. So really just a beautiful display there from Doublelift, Biofrost, and Svenskeren.
Another strong early game from TSM, but things are definitely going to go slower this time. It's not a lane swap. Turret gold isn't being distributed right away. Everybody's pretty much fighting for their own gold in these solo lanes. And right now, KFO is having a bit of trouble with that. The CS is even, but he's getting pushed out. We'll see this again.
Yeah, so Keith doesn't even pop ultimate to help that, and the tidal wave cuts through pretty much everyone, so it's easily a failed gank, and guess who's here?
Boom.
They chained the CC with bubbles onto Big. Keith able to flash away in between the CC chain, but just a pretty slick and easy double kill for Doublelift and Biofrost. And now a quick swap down bottom, actually, to get turret pressure and probably move this into a Drake.
Just talked about not having that turret gold. Well, there it is. Grabbing it up as soon as they can in the outer limits of the side of Echo Fox. Froggen as well being pushed out of his lane. So that means Bjergsen's going to be able to clean up a wave or two here and have a slight lead for himself. Fox left in the top side, or should say Keith by himself, but you got to respect the fact that TSM has not given up on this bottom tier turret, already prepping some damage on it. Could mean big things later if they're able to get a 4-person fight and keep rolling through.
Really interesting strategy right here as Big has come down because Hauntzer can match with teleport. So that's why TSM is being so aggressive right now. They know they can force a 5v4 if they get the right move. So they're just taking this time to move in, get all the wards, and then instead of going straight for Mountain Drake, they're just going immediately for turret pressure. Sivers arrived though, so now they will transition down to the Drake. And it looks like Echo Fox has to give this one up entirely. Mainly because Froggen is actually...
Yeah, they're already starting Froggen to the sideways.
It's like, ooh, CS, top lane, let's go. But this is a forced play by TSM. They make it so Echo Fox have to give up something. Instead of giving up the top lane wave with a chance to contest the Dragon, they take the guaranteed top lane CS and give up the Drake.
Hopefully they are setting up what they want as a possible dive here to the top lane. The invade and wards have been placed. They stole Raptors, trying to get little things here. They know there's not much to grab as TSM has the lead, but they're not giving up the small advantages that are in front of them. Doublelift and Biofrost still on this bot lane, and they are just already pulling Echo Fox very thin across the map early in the game. 12 minutes in, second tier like it's being pushed 25 minutes in.
Exactly, so much pressure from these two. And they're not fearful of Echo Fox's initiation ability right now.
They have the wards to stay safe.
At all, they have a ton of wards. They're pretty confident there's no deep wards for a teleport flank from KFO. And that's why they're just pushing up so far. They've already secured the Drake. They're just getting as much chip damage as possible and trying to extend that lead.
Why not if Bjergsen feels like he's controlling his lane as well? He's going to be Doublelift? He's going to be a good guy?
Well, I think they're hoping someone goes for Svenskeren and then Doublelift will try and dash over the wall for a bit of damage. Since they're basically just waiting for Keith and Big to push this turret out and hoping they push up for the next wave. Since they've pretty much been missing for the last 20 or 30 seconds.
So bloodthirsty.
Yeah. This is what you call pressure on the map right now. Look at how Echo Fox is just fearful of even going into their own jungle.
One hit on that ward and they were both like, all right, we'll go in at the same time.
Is it a trap?
I think it's a trap. Rightfully so. I think they feel like they angered the beast a little bit in that Game 1 series here, and they may be even giving a bit too much respect to TSM at this point. TSM knows that, and they're slowly inching their way closer until they can get Echo Fox's foot caught in the trap. Back to KFO and Hauntzer in the top lane. 99 to 104, still close. Death to assist, so we can still see KFO go off. This is what I was talking about in his game versus Immortals. He was on Jax, he was on Aurelia, both games down, and put up a fight against Huni in both games.
Oh, he gets the stun.
Yep. Has a bit of help from his team. Svenskeren always here for the counter gank this time. And again, he thwarts another one. Hard has to run out.
He's tracking that quite well. Hard burns Flash, Hauntzer. Hard burns Ghost, Hauntzer burns Flash. Now Biofrost is up here to assist in the push.
Oh, they're calling the cavalry as well.
Gotta be careful.
Big seems like he's a little skittish to actually go through that portion of the jungle. They don't have too much vision. He's gonna set up some wards for himself.
Well, they know Hard burned all his stuff there, and they don't get the steal.
Are they going to pursue this one? Doublelift for the flash over the wall. His Cullings bringing people down so low this series, but he can't seem to finalize the kill on each one, no matter how hard he tries. And that some credit due to Hard and the rest of the team getting themselves out of a sticky situation. Now
Froggen wants it.
TSM's been trying some crazy things around the map. Does it open Echo Fox up for kills? No, it does not. But they almost find a way back in. Just a little bit of something was there.
Yeah, really close by Froggen. Good job waiting on Bjergsen as he was coming back from Realm. Can Hard get another steal? No. Finally, Svenskeren able to counter jungle. He's had a lot of stuff taken away from him at the last second by Hard this game, which kind of goes to show how far ahead Svenskeren could be if not for that. Nice push that Echo Fox is trying to get mid lane while TSM is pushing bot, but Svenskeren's catching the minions.
I love this.
Oh, making them tank the turret. They want to try and finish it. They can't quite get
it.
Because the minions, blow on it. Just one more. Get it.
Oh, man. Well, that'll happen in a few minutes. Unfortunately, it's not gold they have now. It's not being able to put forward wards in, and now they are pushed back, forced to defend here. This is rinse and repeat. They were just on the bottom side of the map. They said, hey, look, there's a top lane we can do this in too. Now Biofrost and Doublelift are doing this split push thing with each other.
Keeping the pressure up as much as possible. Doublelift out of mana, though. Gonna have to be pretty careful. Go back to base, maybe. But with all this map pressure, why not turn for Rift Herald? They're transitioning the lane pressure into objective pressure. This is clean game so far by TSM. Oh, Froggen's gonna get it. Bjergsen left his post. Maybe just wanted to bring up a Sun Disc. Needs a target for it.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, man.
Technically, it denies the local gold, so it's not the end of the world, but that will extend TSM's turret lead.
Didn't even have to be there for that one. Prepped up, taken down. That's 3 turrets to 1 now. Everything in that bot lane. I guess it was the top lane as we started. Those 2 turrets taken down as Doublelift and Biofrost swap back. So TSM's actually been avoiding everything with their bot lane and fighting everything with Svenskeren and Hauntzer. Feeling like Hard is going to keep going to KFO, and they've been right.
Yeah, they definitely have been. Hard, you know, picks that Olaf who wants to be the early mid-game snowballer, but just Svenskeren's been all over the map, tracking him. Hard hasn't been able to get off any successful ganks. Really, the place for the ganks would be Jax and Olaf into Hauntzer, but it just, like you said, hasn't been able to work.
Talk a little bit about that lack of crowd control. Hopefully, I mean, KFO is going to have to jump into about 3 people to make one of those work if they do get into a good fight. Or you're going to have a tether from Big, but it's scary for him to be up. The conditions of Echo Fox's fights quite scary here, unless it's the counter engage from Froggen. Right now, they're going to start back out with Svenskeren.
Yeah, all the minions were gone. Bail.
I'm here. I'm under your turret. Let's be friends. Oh, wait, I need to leave.
Yeah, Drake is up, though, in 5 seconds. Second mountain of the game. Teleports up for the top laners. Looks like Echo Fox is trying to get mid lane pressure instead. Doublelift wants to catch the wave before they do this. Not an immediate take. Smart to catch the wave and get some more ward coverage. Echo Fox doesn't have much they can actually trade for this at the moment. So they either have to fight or threaten the second tier turret of the mid lane.
Or rush for the Nexus.
Yeah. That worked last game. Go for it.
Do it.
It's like, wait, we can't target it. What's going on?
Soon TM. They got a lot of work to do. 4,000 gold down here, just over 15 minutes. It looks like TSM has much more control over this game and much more control over their confidence as well. Pressuring those advantages solidly around the map, and now they're going to go for the bottom side.
It's really interesting.
Objectives are gone.
They're trading map control in their red buff side for Echo Fox's side, and they're actually going to be going for the inhibitor turret. Like, Echo Fox very slow on this rotation. I think they expect them to get Mountain Drake, but TSM already won Mountain Drake, so they do enhanced damage to this turret. And they get it close.
There's a bit of the wave clear we were talking about, but like you said, there's enough damage already on the front end of TSM to drop these turrets. Bjergsen's going to go ahead and auto-attack his life away to drop this one, as he can't drop his soldiers on it.
It's a little risky because they're giving KFO free time in the top lane to get a lot of farm, but boy, do they seem to make a lot of progress there. Second Mountain Drake will continue that as well.
This is what TSM was actually hoping to have when they went for the Sneaky Baron last game. This time, that's definitely an option. Double Mountain over to Team Solo Mid. It'll be very nice for them as they continue on having the lead in this game. Extending that just a little bit more. Maybe the next turret is that top one. They'll find themselves grabbing. Baron will be up in about 30 seconds.
The next one will be Mountain 2. So the objectives will fall very, very quickly. Especially with Azir. Like, I can imagine at 20 minutes, Azir plus anyone can 2-man Baron when you have double Mountain Drake, which is 20% pre-mitigation true damage. But remember, TSM traded map control for that. And Echo Fox is now in the red buff side where they had the map control and hoping to set up a play. No one is walking through the spot of the jungle where they have no control.
How long do you wait?
We say that yet. Oh, that's one. But they go all in for spend and they don't even get him.
Bit of a slow.
Now they have to worry about the wave.
Oh, they're not in place for this at all. KFO is also pushing that top lane. I'd say bottom now. But
These
they have
turrets go down.
teleports to get back. KFO is going to drop one. They lose another second tier. They're losing much greater turrets for getting outer turrets here. Echo Fox is not making good decisions.
Yes, and watch how fast this turret goes down now. Doublelift shooting it just a couple of times, taking it near half health.
Quick clears by Keith. That's kind of a saving grace that Echo Fox will have, as they have the wave clear team that they can wait things out with. But how long will they be able to do that at their front doorstep? Svenskeren almost denies it. Hard's going to take that one away. Actually, Ragnarok forward as well.
Burning Ragnarok might entice TSM to try and rush the Baron. They know they have double Mountain Drake. They know that they lost last game off of an early Baron call, but they didn't have double Mountain Drake then. Like, this actually changes the equation a fair bit. They can burst it down very quickly, and they have some pretty good prep wards for it. Don't be surprised to see TSM go for a Baron really early in this game.
I mean, I think Echo Fox needs to be afraid of what we saw last time is the exact case, is Svenskeren and Bjergsen disappear for a little bit. Those two, even more so now, would be able to take down that Baron without trouble. Oh. That's an ultimate up. He's going to have to play this one incredibly
They have
mechanically
Aurelia.
well. Oh, no.
Oh,
he won't.
what a play by Doublelift with that dash back. Red Froggen like a book. That's a kill onto Froggen with the teleport coming in from Hauntzer. Oh, beautiful. And now they either go for an inhibitor or they go for Baron. What are they going to choose? Where are we going? It's somewhere.
Mid lane fight's going down. They want to show us everything. We're going to get an eye on the prize here, which is now the top lane inhibitor turret. Echo Fox is trying to come in from the top side outside their base, but they're really just being funneled in.
Here they go.
Svenskeren, Oz, KFO goes in. They're actually pushing out. They don't want to go too far in here. They are giving the AoE of Echo Fox a little bit of respect here, and they want to make sure they have a minion wait for it.
Wow. 22-minute inhibitor without Baron even. Also burn another ultimate out of Hard, so you can see Echo Fox is just getting pulled in so many different directions. That was symbolic of the camera movement downstairs. Like, where should Echo Fox go? No one really knows. Because TSM is applying pressure in so many different places.
Like, look at the strategy Echo Fox used last game. Let's run them around this time.
Yep.
Oh.
Get a kill on a Hard.
Maybe if he had Ragnarok, but it's not up because he got that blue.
Didn't have it right there, and now TSM can turn for Baron. Will this work is the real question. Double Mountain Drake with an Azir. Let's watch this thing melt. Slower than I was building it up to be. But this is 23 minutes in. Thanks, Gat. Baron should be really hard to take 23 minutes in. That was pretty easy.
All right, there you go. You got me on
That
that.
felt like a 40-minute Baron.
I'm sold again.
Really? Okay. When they get a third one, it'll be even faster, I promise.
That's true. They do have another Mountain Drake to possibly take. Echo Fox trying their damnedest to set up these small bushwhack traps. They tried so hard in the red side of TSM, but they actually never even really entered their own jungle.
Yeah.
Svenskeren said, guys, they're all here, and look what happened there. An inhibitor turret falls. So it's the choices Echo Fox are making they have very dangerous outcomes.
Exactly, and like you could say that was, oh, TSM got lucky that they didn't go in and check the jungle there, but like TSM knew where their gaps of vision were. The lane is generally a safer place than the jungle that had just been warded up by the enemy, and TSM traded that area of the map control earlier on. So Svenskeren was the sacrificial person to go and check, but he was very careful about it.
And at that point, you'd think it'd be Doublelift, because who's going to get red buff at this point in the game? That guy.
That's what Echo Fox is banking on, right?
Exactly.
But TSM played with much more discipline.
Bjergsen off on the side, looking for a possible shuffle in as the rest of his team is kind of cordoned off by the miasma of Cassiopeia. Now to the mid turret once again. A very big culling, dropping a few members low on the side of Echo Fox as they're forced to watch that second tier fall down. They're going to send Hauntzer to the side lane here and start to spread Echo Fox more thin, even thinner, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, this has been such a good bounce back game from TSM so far. Like, this is the type of result you would more expect when an undefeated TSM comes into an Echo Fox 1-5 team who lost 10 games in a row, 5 matches in a row.
Running the same comp.
Yeah, and then TSM runs exactly the same comp. Just like, nope, we're just going to clean up our play.
Yep. Something teams could fall into. We didn't run the comp right. We didn't do this right. It seems they didn't. It wasn't just the comp. They're making it work this time. Baron minions helping them crush down the outer turrets here. They're going all the way around the horn. They want the inhibitor turrets first. It seems like they're very methodical about this. And now they start to kind of go around that mandatory turret takedown in mid. They want the inhibitor that's already open here in the bot. I don't know what Echo Fox can do.
Oh, 4-man stun.
Flash forward. The gaze takes out maybe 2. Svenskeren and the team are trying to fight this. Haunter and Svenskeren, however, have already turned tail to leave this one as Biofrost is swimming away immediately. And Froggen really takes TSM by surprise, and the team follows up.
Yeah, that's what you dream about when you play Cassiopeia. You're just like, I'm just going to flash into them and petrify all of them perfectly. And no one on TSM was actually able to turn sideways to avoid that flash ult by Froggen. I don't even think he ult flashed. I'll have to see it again to see how much time he gave TSM to react. But that's huge as well. It denies the triple Mountain Drake combo for TSM, as well as pushes them out of the base and saves the inhibitor. Wow, Froggen.
All right.
See. Watch Froggen. So you can buffer. Yeah, he actually just flash ulted.
Yep.
Straight up. And he catches 4 people. You can buffer, start casting ult, and then flash in. Sometimes it gives, less time for the opponent team to react, but he still gets the 4-man stun, and that just makes it easy for the rest of Echo Fox to combo in.
Oh, such a powerful ultimate when used correctly. And even more so on the engage, like you said, very rarely ever seen, since it's almost that easy to dodge. TSM get taken by surprise, something that happened last game as well. Echo Fox is in a much worse off position than what we saw in the first game of the series, so they can't exactly act on those kill advantages they just got. They still have to play very safe with their base kind of opened up on either side.
Right, they've still lost 8 turrets. Sad life for them. The rotations have been much stronger for TSM this game. Bjergsen's still very strong, but this time TSM doesn't have to worry about their base being completely exposed. They can still just wait around if they want to for the next Baron, or they can just chalk that up to Froggen making an amazing play, TSM not being ready for it, and just going to siege the next inhibitor, which might actually be the smarter course of action.
So yeah, we won't do that again. Make sure we just fight with our backs turned when we enter the base. Do that moonwalk in.
Walk backwards. Easy. This will be interesting, actually. KFO with Blade
There's the ultimate.
So they both have Blade of the Ruin King. It's all about dodging Jax's moments of power. For Haunter.
Lamp posts or blades.
Who wants it?
There's the dash away. The blade turns back in. Throws a dodge, gets the attack out, and he had the counter-strike on as well if you need to go any further in that one. But wow, love seeing these duels back and forth. Like I said, KFO can still come out big. That's Froggen going down. The ult went off, but it wasn't really able to be acted on by the rest of the team. This is the inhibitor dropping. KFO again is going to stick to his gun and try to take out the turret, but they've actually lost Keith faster than they thought, and KFO may just have to back here to save the base.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, would he really be able to save it? They've lost their other 2 damage dealers, so I think his best option is to just continue the push, even though TSM cleans 2 inhibitors here.
Hey, he will do so. Jat throws a ward over to get some extra vision, hopefully, and a ward that he can TP back to if he needs to help the team. It looks like he's going to back here, knowing his team is being pushed off and not getting any damage on that inhibitor turret. Interesting choice.
He doesn't go for it because he sees Haunter's going to be able to respawn, and he'll be coming out with home guards, but now Haunter can just teleport in, and they get the 3rd inhibitor, potentially.
Could be that big fight. I'm really hoping that ward comes into play on the side of TSM's base, but I think there's going to be too much janitorial duty necessary in Echo Fox's for him to even get that teleport out there.
Yeah. Watching this one more time after Haunter had been soloed, they get the culling for a bunch of damage. Svenskeren just flashes over the top, and no one is actually close enough to catch Froggen. He took way too much damage before he was even in range for the ultimate. He'd also burned his flash to initiate the last fight, so that allowed Svenskeren to get some big damage. And then, I mean, that's just a 0 for you against a Sivir. It's a really difficult matchup for the Sivir space. He shouldn't have been up that far. When he got tagged by the Rylai's, he was dead.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Just out. 30 minutes coming up on the clock, 7-5. TSM much more control here as they come into game 2, as we said, with that same comp.
And getting 3 inhibitors usually signals the end of the game, especially with how far ahead TSM is. And it does speak to Echo Fox and Jax and how it doesn't actually match up that well currently, because Echo Fox doesn't have the team play totally set right there. Like you saw, yeah, KFO, he's a good Jax. That's why they want to pick it for him. He can get the solo kills. But when you get a solo kill and then your other 4v4 team loses 3 inhibitors, it's just not worth it. Like they'll need KFO on a team fighter like Shen or like Malphite, where we saw some big games last year. Obviously not Malphite in this current meta, but the whole split pushing thing just doesn't really seem to be Echo Fox's cup of tea. And at least for the short term, I'd like to see them do more team fighting for that reason.
Well, looks like it's Baron time. KFO still on that side lane trying to get a push. The team's actually no potential to go for this Baron, so they stay backed off.
Yep.
Hopefully now with all 3 lanes crashing in, they'll be able to produce some results here. Summoners are up on both sides for both teams, so this is going to be a hell of a fight.
Yep, we got Flash back up on Froggen, but depending if TSM can slow play this properly and get all 3 waves approaching without being engaged upon, it's going to be overwhelming for Echo Fox. Luckily, they do have a Sivir, who's great when there's about 500 minions in front of your base, because those ricochets just keep bouncing around everywhere and can kind of clear it. Even so, though, I don't think he has enough items to actually get those ricochet crits going. The only way Echo Fox comes back here is if Froggen lands another beautiful ultimate. Otherwise, TSM's going to push in and end the game.
I don't think they're even going to group enough for that to happen. You see how spread they are in groups of 2s. 3 here on the side. KFO almost gets taken down. He's just going to try to get a home guard heal. TSM looking to take us to a game 3 here. Shake off the first game of the series. That victory for Echo Fox is not something they want to remember. Echo Fox doing their damnedest to stop this Nexus turret from going down. And TSM saying, how does it feel? This is what you did to us last game. And a hell of a game it was. This is going to be a great series here if TSM closes it out. Now, Echo Fox keeping themselves alive a little bit longer. There's the dive on the tidal wave. We're going for a swim on this one. Doublelift goes down as Ragnarok gets him to the back line, and they're going to keep going for the fight. KFO gets hit out here as it looks like Bjergsen's able to finalize the kill, and they may not need Doublelift to finalize the Nexus. They're going to have the last 4 members on it. They're going to have the damage necessary, and we're going to a game 3. TSM take game 2 over Echo Fox.
Yeah, and this was just discipline from TSM in this game, because they definitely didn't win this game through team fighting. They didn't even necessarily win this through some great outplays. In fact, it was Froggen who made that one outplay beforehand. But TSM was just always in the right place at the right time. They played the map exceptionally well that game, totally outplayed Echo Fox, exploited their weaknesses of not being able to really have cohesive plans of making things happen, and TSM just continued to build that advantage. So big that even after Froggen picked up 4 kills in the base there, it didn't matter, and TSM was able to close it.
There was just so much to repair. That was the first rung of the ladder they were grabbing, and they had so much farther to climb. Svenskeren as well, tracking hard this game, so much more. Being there for every counter engage, being there for the 2 early top engages. We saw game number 1 of the top laners and the mid laners not getting too much love. Or the top laners getting love, sorry. And then this game, it was the bot lane getting love, which got none in the first game.
Yeah, spectacular counter ganks from Svenskeren the whole game. Like, securing Rek'Sai, obviously huge. TSM, this time, you know, I said it's going to be based on the results, all those hindsight 2020s. Is it smart to pick the same composition 2 games in a row?
Is it 3?
In most cases, no. It is not smart. But in this case, because they were able to get more favorable matchups with the same composition, that almost never happens, right?
Yeah.
Usually, if you're doing the same composition twice in a row, it gives the other team a chance to adapt. This time, they kind of adapted their bands, and Echo Fox didn't pick very well around this exact same composition, which could be a flaw of a team losing their coach last week, obviously, or is parting ways. Like, they don't necessarily have the coaching infrastructure back in there yet, so they can't adjust to exactly the same team composition very well. And TSM just played much cleaner, like people expected them to do in game 1.
Well, we got a game 3 coming up now, so for a closer look at TSM's win, let's check with Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv, and that's exactly right, Jat. Much more what we expected from this TSM squad, what we would have wanted to have seen in game 1, a cleaner game here, not without a couple mistakes. We did see a very sweet one fight by Echo Fox around that 25-minute mark, which we'll get to. But this time around, TSM executing on their macro play, their mastery of the map.
I think that's the big thing for this game is we saw in the early game last time that they were in the lead, but they kind of stumbled a little bit when they were going for their big plays that are going to, not big, but like the medium-sized plays that are going to increase your lead. Here they pull them off. Sven goes bottom with a Bjergsen to get a 3-man dive on the bot lane. Later, Sven gets a sick counter gank in the top side, which Echo Fox probably shouldn't have gone for because they knew he was in the area, but regardless, TSM plays that extremely well, and from there they have a lead for most of that game.
Yeah, I mean, if we dive into the champion side a little bit here, you know, Fox having won game 1, they didn't make any. Oh, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this top lane gank, which is initiated by Hard after having seen Sven in the river. So they were aware that he was around the top side, but still comfortable going in for this this gank, but
I think
Sven with the counter.
Yeah, they're hoping to get a quick burst onto somebody so that it's in their favor already. It should be a 2 for 3, but they don't get that burst. And then Sven, who they knew was kind of there because he came up and warded.
Yeah.
They really shouldn't be looking for that play. I don't think it's too risky because if anything goes wrong, Sven's there, and he's pretty ahead from just how he'd been jungling that game.
Especially against Rek'Sai, right? Because Rek'Sai does have so many inventive ways of getting into the lane with that tunnel.
Yep.
You know,
Comes
if
from
it
the back wall there.
were anyone else, at least, because they did have fantastic ward coverage around that area, they would have seen her coming up river or something and been able to get out, but Rek'Sai's behind
And
you. Now
the multi-man knockup. I mean, maybe Gragas is the only thing that's going to bring that much CC, but...
Exactly. So TSM, good awareness there, turning that very early. I mean, that's 9 minutes into the game. So picking up a 2 for 0 in the top lane, plus giving a red buff over to your ADC,
Pretty
that's
nice.
definitely going to give you some allowances in the early game to kind of roll your advantage forward. But I do want to jump back real quick to the Champions Select before we move on in the gameplay, and just to point out the fact that, you know, Fox, they did win game 1. But we had some questions around how would they make adjustments not having, you know, Cop in the lineup, essentially. And they returned to game 2 with the same bans. Moving to blue side, same bans, saying, well, we're comfortable with our win, so we're not going to try and switch anything up in that regard against TSM.
And I'm not sure I agree. I think as Bjergsen's just so good on Azir. And I know they beat him game 1, and I know it's the exact same comp game 2.
Right.
And you're getting in the Cassio, which is a pretty good matchup into Azir, but it's hard to convince me that you should be giving Bjergsen one of the premier mid laners on this patch. And they had some bans they could maybe move around for, like the Kindred, the Trundle. I like the Trundle one, maybe not the Kindred.
Right.
Just because there's so many junglers that, you know, Sven will play well, Rek'Sai being one of them.
Yep.
Especially getting that on the red side where it's almost an OP at this point where people are first picking it blue side. So it's the fact that you're banning a Kindred and still giving away a Rek'Sai red side is a little surprising.
Right, because you're first picking the Karma away, but Biofrost very comfortable playing that Nami in the bot lane, so not necessarily throwing him off kilter either. Of course, I do expect to see changes in that pick ban phase from Echo Fox in Game 3, given the fact that they did get beat by the same team composition that they played against in Game 1. Moving ahead now in terms of gameplay, 25 minutes into the game, this is where we saw Echo Fox really make a stab at coming back into it while their bottom inhibitor is getting siege. This is going to be a nice little play from Froggen here on that Cassiopeia. Fantastic.
Oh, man.
Dirty, in all honesty.
Sivir had some good follow-up damage there where they were all stunned, clumped up. The boomerang went through all of them as well. And, you know, that's something that tends to happen. You have to be careful against these kind of control mages. You know, and Orianna was another one that was famous for it, where you're tunneling on this objective, and then boom, massive ultimate.
And it's tough to say, you know, whether or not that play is made out of desperation or out of opportunity. But I will say that even in this loss, it did appear as though Fox was making more proactive movements than they were in their win against TSM, which was mostly off the back end of some flubs on the TSM side of things. So at least that is good to see in terms of, like, we saw, even though the top gank got turned around on them, like, this is at least them saying we got to find advantages early. We can't roll over and expect them to make mistakes later down the line.
Yeah, I mean, TSM was moving all over the map at that point, and if you're just going to sit there and bleed out, I'd much rather see a play like that where, like, maybe that gank wasn't the best idea, but you're going for something. You're trying to push an advantage somewhere, so.
All right, player of the game is going to go to Svenskeren on that Rek'Sai 1, 1, and 4, but more so about that presence of mind, being in the right place, right time, being able to turn that top lane gank into a 2 for 0 for them. And yeah, I mean, will he get it game 3? Will he get Rek'Sai once again, or will Fox take it away? I mean, they're blue side,
that's what I'm thinking.
so that's the tough thing. You got to ban it if they're not. If they showed, they'll first pick it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like we're saying, like maybe this Azir needs to be taken out, and then you're going Kindred Azir, and then you keep the Trundle, and then there's the Rek'Sai again, and I think Sven will probably perform on it if you give it to him.
Right.
And I think Fox is kind of jammed up against a wall here.
I was going to say, you're in a sticky situation when you're approaching this because throw out the Ryze ban, throw in an Azir ban, but Ryze is probably just as scary in the hands of Bjergsen as that Azir is. With the Kindred, if you substitute that for the Rek'Sai, then, you know, what exactly are you going to do against the Kindred? Sven's very comfortable on that champion as well. So definitely, I don't necessarily have a solution for them.
I wouldn't want to be in that spot.
Exactly. It's one of those things where I'm like, oh, come on, draft better. But I don't necessarily know what to tell you to do in the situation. And a lot of that is due to the fact that TSM has, in most of their lanes, played a fair number of champions. Of course, Doublelift is really sticking with that Lucian. But the rest of the players have shown that they can perform on a variety of
That's the strat. Just target Doublelift, because Hansers plays too much. Sven plays too much, Bjerg plays too much. All right, let's go after Doublelift.
Right, let's look at, I mean, if we look at this, right, like what happens if you do take away that Lucian? Because essentially, See, he's played Lucian, and Sivir. He's played one Sivir game and a ton of Lucian.
Oh, there you go. He takes Sivir.
We'll ban them both.
Uh-oh.
Let's do this. Let's just target ban the heck out of Double Lift. Let's put him on to something.
And people
that
are
he's not
seeing
used
why
to.
James is not a coach. Here we go, live on broadcast.
I'm spitballing. I don't
Yeah.
see you adding anything.
Hey,
to the
man, I'm
conversation.
telling you, I would ban the Azir. I would rather. There's enough jungle picks. Like Rek'Sai's strong. I would rather see a first pick Rek'Sai. Than like a Karma or something, and then you take the Rek'Sai, and then they still get Azir or something. Like to me, that's something I
got you. Get Azir out of Bjergsen's hands. Play around with those jungle picks a little bit. Maybe Echo Fox comes away with the victory. But either way, we're going to a game 3. We got to shut down for a few minutes before we get to the other side of the break for that conclusion of the TSM versus Echo Fox series. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Dude, I wish I could just be more like Peter. I just sit in my room and I'm like, I wish I could be as smart as Peter.
I wish my Azir could be as clean as.
Someone, who's go first? Dennis?
There's no flash, no flash, no flash.
Yeah. Nice. Good shit, dude.
Okay, watch out top, guys.
The double lift, the throw, the calling, and around the back is Sven Scared. The flash tunnel play from under the wall.
Aurelia.
Well, oh no, it won't.
What a play by Double Lift with that dash back.
Go.
Okay. Let's go, let's go. Okay. I'll do this. Keep playing. I just wanted to
Nice,
let's go. Push out lanes, push out lanes.
This is the inhibitor dropping. KFO again is going to stick to his gun and try to take out the turret, but they've actually lost Keith faster than they thought. TSM take game 2 over Echo Fox. Welcome back to the Battle Theater, everybody. We are going into Game 3 versus Team Solo Mid and Echo Fox right now, and it has been now a 1-1. Not expected by anybody. TSM at the top of the table. Everybody thought they were coming in today, not going to get trapped. Going to go on to Envy tomorrow. Smooth sailing.
Yeah, and game 1 was really, really messy from both sides, but game 2 was a lot cleaner from TSM's perspective. They were patient, they were very disciplined, and it was with exactly the same team comp, which then speaks to confidence as far as TSM is concerned, especially if it works. If it doesn't work, sometimes you say it is arrogance, but here I think it speaks to confidence. And now the pressure is on Echo Fox to adjust, because do they change their bans? Do they change their picks? Do you give them the same composition 3 times in a row? It's clearly their comfort champions right
And that's been a big word for Echo Fox. Cop now out, switching the junglers back and forth, trying to find the right composition. How will Echo Fox adjust? Some of that has to be right here in Game 3. Match point for both teams as we head into picks and bans.
Yeah, Anivia has been banned this whole time, but notice how when TSM is on blue side, I'm curious to see if they continue to ban Vladimir, because they could easily just play it themselves and force Echo Fox into banning it, or at least threaten to play it themselves, if Echo Fox wants to try and deny TSM the champions they've played this whole set.
Dash and Mark on the dash talking about getting that Azir away from Bjergsen. I think it is one of the right moves.
I mean, Bjergsen's Azir is pretty great, and there's a lot of mid-lane bans already, especially with Froggen being successful on Cassiopeia. Although I feel like Bjergsen would just go back to Victor after that. There's definitely more initiation potential from the Azir, though, and it gives TSM much more flexibility.
All right.
Again, TSM bans Vlad.
The Rise again, or is it the Azir? Big choice to be made here. Top laners are having a heyday throughout this one, as the Shen was actually banned away from KFO in that victory. TSM respecting that. Is the Azir respected here on the pickup? Because honestly, Bjergsen's going to pick something still strong, but not as controlling as his Azir as it is at 30 minutes as these games are going a little later. It's the Rise again from Echo Fox. Maybe it's a situation where Froggen feels comfortable in that lane, and that's enough for them to leave it up.
Exactly, and there's a lot of stuff they could pick away here. They could pick away Karma, they could pick away Aurelia. Instead, it's not like TSM needs to play the same team composition. They're going to take the power pick here. The power pick for them is Karma. We will see a new team composition for TSM, guaranteed.
And the rest 4 are the same. Small switch. Small switch. What does KFO get? Do they take the Rek'Sai, get that away from Svenskeren? Rek'Sai Aurelia could be two great pickups.
I think they should take Aurelia for sure. 2 of the top lane matchups taken away from it. Obviously, KFO's Jax was pretty good last time, but I do still feel like in team fighting, the Aurelia has a little bit more versatility than the Jax. And they're also going to be able to deny the Rek'Sai, so some meaningful adjustments coming out on the Echo Fox side here.
Hard has gone with Olaf 2 games in a row. We'll see that switch right now. And what will be on the other side? It is alive. It is open.
We saw that random Hecarim ban in the first game. We've also seen Hecarim a little bit in the jungle, even in top lane very sparingly. Although it has yet to find a large amount of success in the LCS. If you have the Karma, though, legend has it, you will pick the Olaf jungle just to speed him up and make him better. It's very good synergy.
20 seconds left. Quiet comms here. Svenskeren's like, what do I pick myself?
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't have to worry about too much.
If they're gonna lock it in, they shouldn't be hovering it. Just a pet peeve of mine. You don't want to give the other team time to react to your stuff.
Ooh. I mean, they already have a jungler, right? So it's not like it would matter if they picked it or not, but the Lucian and the Azir are picked up once again.
That'll do it. Same damage dealing backline 3 games in a row. Bjergsen Doublelift very comfortable on that set. So many Lucian games. You got to be getting sick of the champion at some point, Doublelift.
Wasn't he the one that actually just wasn't that good, Doublelift used to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when Lucian was first gaining popularity, he didn't think it was that good. Then he got beasted by someone's...
Isn't that what you say to the girl on the playground when you don't like her?
Yeah. Oh, she's... I really don't like her.
I don't like her.
Yeah, she's not all she's cracked up to be.
Well, he's still got to keep going back to it. Looks like he got the phone number. Froggen and Keith, what will they decide? I don't think it's going to be that Varus, and we may just go back to the Cassiopeia once again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fault Froggen for picking Cassiopeia if they're going to be letting the Azir through. And, like, it's strange because it's hard to say that the Azir is the reason that Echo Fox are losing these games. Froggen is winning to splitting lane and potentially making just as many, if not more, plays than Bjergsen in these games. So, like, I totally understand why they're letting the Azir through. And I understand why they're letting the Lucian through as well, because it's not like Doublelift is hard carrying on these things. But
yeah,
I would say it's actually the Lucian that is making more plays than even the Azir. Like, the early game pressure that it is providing has been massive.
This combination of Biofrost and Doublelift working so well. Just kind of like one unit as they push second tiers together very, very early last game. Like you said, just the control they have there, almost more of a playmaking-esque way to bring it to the table. What will be the final two pickups? And it's going to be a Swain and a Gragas.
Yeah.
So really switching things up here as we come into game 3.
And TSM's done this a few times this season where they go really heavy into AP, and it relies on Doublelift getting farmed in this game. So look for a lot of jungle attention towards Doublelift's lane here. Otherwise, they're going to be very easy for Echo Fox to stack a bunch of magic resistance and make TSM's damage footprint a little bit irrelevant.
Well, we've seen his positioning very, very good. He's got a lot of front line as well to sit behind on this one. And the shields of Biofrost Karma this time instead of the Nami. What will they round out the composition now? Again, big kind of getting that last support pick.
Yeah, trying to figure out if they want the sustain from Nami, if they want some tankiness maybe. It would be nice to get something that can build a locket very early. Sometimes the tanky supports are good there, but that also gets beasted by the Karma and lane, and that's what's really important here is that they have a strong laning presence. The Zyra would fit that build. Zyra's very difficult to lane against and has a lot of poke damage, so I kind of like that pick as long as he doesn't die 10 times, which sometimes Zyra does.
I also really favor your own displacement, your own kind of zone control if the other team has it. Having that cast for Svenskeren, if you just Zyra Alt and Stranglethorn in that area as well, it kind of disengages what might give TSM the upper hand.
Yeah, and you could tell there was still a lot of discussion for Echo Fox around that last support pick. And at least in the current meta, like, your support pick can dictate a lot of how your team composition plays. For Echo Fox right here, KFO will be slightly out of place here since it's really a counter-engaged team composition once again. Cassiopeia already a good counter-engage champion. Zyra, the best in the business.
Yeah.
So
you're not going to want to dive a turret at that.
It doesn't necessarily put Echo Fox in the position to make a lot of plays, which has been something they want to work towards. But at the same time, if you're just trying to win this series, the game they did win was when they did stop TSM's aggression and they did counter-engage a few nice times. So can't fault them for the pick, and maybe they can come away with this with the win.
See if they put the pressure on themselves that hard again this time. It's time to break the tie. Send your vote on social media using hashtag TSMWin or the hashtag FOXWin to declare your allegiance and predict the winners of this series. We'll know if you change your vote. Don't cheat. We're going to be heading into this one real quick. Everybody's on stage, hoping we get no pause, and this one has been quite intense throughout this series. Like we said, unexpected results already. Echo Fox putting pressure on the top team in the league, TSM, as we enter into the final game of the series. Game point, as I said, going into Champion Select, and that stands true right now. We are on the Rift, and somebody's going to walk away a winner.
Absolutely, and the question will also be whether or not we want to see standard lanes here, because there has not been deep lane swap wards placed in either of the first two games with relatively conservative level 1 plans for both of these teams. Whereas last game, that actually really punished Echo Fox. They were unable to guess properly in a lane swap. TSM was able to meet them in lanes, and that just allowed Doublelift and Svenskeren and Biofrost to kind of take over the pressure in this game. Now it actually seems like TSM are the ones going in a little bit early to try and get the lane swap wards.
Hard just peeking. So I think they're there. And it looks like Keith will get himself into the same situation on that bot side, so they have the vision as well. So, gentlemen's agreement. We'll go this way. You go that way. Let's not fight just yet.
Yeah, so deep wards placed.
Lane swaps have definitely favored TSM in these.
Yeah, they have much better wave manipulation. They've been able to get Monster a decent-sized lead over KFO. If Swain gets ahead of Aurelia, it makes Aurelia kind of miserable in split pushes. But also notice just the delayed exits by the duo lanes. They'll both end up walking through these wards. Oh, look at this. Echo Fox wants the 2v2. They see TSM walking through the bottom side, and they path right for it. This means they'll be a little late for the lane, but they definitely want this 2v2.
It's a volatile bot lane. Seeds, blossoms everywhere from Keith's Jin. There's going to be a lot to avoid in this. It's not just cupcakes everywhere every so often. There's a lot to look at in this lane. It'll be very interesting to see what happens there. And KFO is going to take to the top side, so we're going to get matched up for this one. I am liking it. Last time it was a swap matchup, but it happened real fast and TSM took control.
Yeah, because even if you consider this a favorable matchup, they're starting down experience in both side lanes now because they decided to react to those late wards to get this swap. Doublelift already level 2 before Echo Fox has killed the minion.
Oh, plants.
The plants and the Death Blossoms from Jin will be rather annoying, but it's also going to be tough to deal here. They're going to start down in experience, and same with the top side. Haunter's going to be able to push in KFO.
Mantrid Q connecting as well for Biofrost, so he's doing a great job at keeping Fox at bay in this bot lane. And slow advantages have worked very well, or small advantages, I should say, are worked very well and slow by TSM. They know how to keep them in control and when to spike them as well. Coming up onto 3 minutes, just 20 seconds from now. Last game, we saw Svenskeren trying to get into the lanes. As you can see, this one's much slower with the change in jungle.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious where Svenskeren will use his early ganks on. Ditto for Hard. They're going for some pressure. I mean, Haunter would have to be pretty low to make this gank work. This is a better gank when you have multiple people to collapse in. Oh, they get a stun. They chain it.
That was a Blade Surge to a dead minion, so KFO actually closed the gap once again. The never move was perfectly placed from Haunter a few steps before his attackers.
Yeah, and I mean, that gank would have been perfect if Haunter had taken any poke damage from KFO beforehand, because you can see the CC chain potential right there. But KFO also wanted to make sure he could get the stun instead of the slow, and they thought they'd be able to burst him down in the chain, but they were unable to do so. Never moved from Haunter. Nearly turned it around. I mean, Hard got extremely low after that dive. That also allows for a blue buff steal by Svenskeren. He's a little bit low, but if they get enough pressure in this bottom side, nah, they're taking too much damage to force a Gragas dive.
You think you step up and then a few plants pop up in front of your face. The new Zyra definitely causes you to tunnel and then have to relook at what your environment looks like. There's a lot of things popping up all over the place. So we see that Svenskeren does choose to go back, recognizes there isn't too much on the bottom side. That has been Hard's recent excursion. So they'll at least have connection on where Hard is. Also, within that top lane hit, KFO was able to walk back to lane with Haunter's teleport down now.
Very true, although Haunter was able to come back and catch a wave, so despite KFO walking back, Haunter will have the level advantage.
Pick that up, very nice.
Both of these guys will be flashless as well, which means while KFO will want to be aggressive, he'll have to be a little bit more measured. It's a temporary 2-level disadvantage. You can see he'll level up on about the next minion.
Skill shots galore in that bot lane, left and right, whether it's Grasping Roots or the Karma Inner Flame coming out. Harass onto the turret, trying to dodge it out, but Karma easy farm here. So very, very slow early game. 600 gold lead just from back and forth, getting some farm in these lanes. Svenskeren is actually hard farming this one instead of making himself apparent to the lanes.
Well, they poked KFO down pretty well. He's just got to... Svenskeren is at least threatening the dive. Oh, Krugs respawn though. May as well take those. Hard's going to have the same play on the bottom side available. It's just a matter of how much poke TSM would take, whether or not this is a viable dive. The main difference here, though, is KFO is getting denied. Doublelift and Biofrost still farming. I will say, if one more bit of poke lands on TSM, I'd expect a dive.
There's so much damage to follow up here, but it's really conditional. Is the Grasping Root there? Who takes damage first? Is Hard going to initiate?
Yeah, KFO can also teleport in behind if they really want to secure this, and here it comes.
He is hitting. That was already channeled. They're going to look for Biofrost. It's going to be a very slow Svenskeren trying to walk up. The Grasping Roots don't hit, but they're still able to finalize the kill. They need to get out very quick here. We see Bjergsen slowly walking down, and with that range, he will be able to connect with them about the midway of that lane. Svenskeren looking for the slow as well, and they're actually going to call it off as the chase is too long.
Yeah, even if they were able to succeed in the chase, it would still be a 3v4, and that is using the teleport that Hanser had burned to get back to lane against TSM. So I like the gank call there by Echo Fox.
Right.
TSM tried to outplay it. They still lose Biofrost. They lose all of their summoner spells, but they don't lose the turret. So the gold trade is actually going to be fairly equatable since Hanser was able to get all that farm. Still a good punish attempt and a nice kill to be picked up on direct side.
KFO as well, allowing that all to happen with his quick back thinking in the top lane that Svenskeren's just behind me. I might die here. So that back leading to the TP. Fox is definitely looking at the bigger picture here and not just trying to win the laning phase, setting things up for themselves, which is usually what TSM is ahead of in each game.
Yeah, and speaking of setup, like the mobility boots are not something you normally see on Gragas. You usually see the cooldown reduction boots so you can flash into more body slams.
Whoa. Oh, all
nice
right.
done.
Good turnaround. Can't follow it up, but he does stop himself from going down. Flash alt used for Froggen on that Petrifying Gates.
Yeah, nice job by Froggen to stuff that one. Also gets some good harass down onto Bjergsen. But yeah, those mobility boots are really interesting. It allows him to move from point A to point B much faster, but it does limit the frequency in which he can make unstoppable initiations with the body slam flash combo. Not a very common pickup on Gragas, I would have to say.
It's almost like an oxymoron.
Look how fast he is.
But not.
Zooming around. As soon as he's in combat, of course, he slows down to a snail's pace.
He's got to drag all those presents around.
TSM went 85%.
Yep.
Honestly, if you're even just thinking about the odds, not even factoring in the fact that TSM is usually a fan favorite, the 6-0 team versus the 1-5 team is going to be close to an 85% chance to win. That's why we call it a trap game. They lose game one.
Yep.
Envy is also a formidable foe. Match of the week will be coming up tomorrow between TSM and Envy. But TSM have to finish this one off first if they want to stay undefeated. And the year of the game is still pretty close.
Definitely going to have a few more thoughts than they would have considered coming out of this game. And Hanser's going to have a few more thoughts about pushing up that far. He has the vision, but the vision doesn't go straight down the lane. And look at this! Hanser is healing himself right up. KFO's forced to flash. He's slaloming the minions, and he's going to ski himself almost to safety. The grasping roots coming in from big on the flash and exhaust. They had to use a lot to take him down.
Yeah, Echo Fox had to work for that one. That's 2 flashes and exhaust and also 2 ultimates burned, but they still get the kill. And because it's 9 minutes in with the cannon wave, they're going to get the turret as well. So overall, that is worth it right there. Nice timing on the gank. Big landed a lot of critical skill shots despite Hanser being able to juke both of the Keats. TSM will get the turret on the other side, but stands the kill.
72 to 46. They were saying Hanser's had a little too much free time CSing. We need to shut him down. They put quite a bit of resources towards that top side. They're going to actually keep going, as it doesn't look like TSM is going to give up their push either. Hanser not the greatest wave clear, and there's nothing to stop TSM on the other side, so they're going second-tier turrets for both.
And this is where you have to track who is ahead on the race and who can retreat faster.
Oh boy.
TSM is
That's
ahead.
TSM.
So there's no need for them to stop necessarily. And it's all about how much you're willing to commit to the play. 5 people on Echo Fox are thinking about this one, and they call it off, as TSM shows. They know TSM's too far ahead, and I think TSM will probably end up backing away as well. It's just a straight-up turret trade.
So not too damaged. A little bit better of a cleanup here for Hanser. He's going to get that way before the turret, and you can already see it crashing in for Fox. So Hanser, very nice cleanup for him. And he's going to pick up whatever comes into this bot lane. He'll have a few ways to push in safety. TSM now back to controlling the map. We'd actually seen Echo Fox on TSM side for quite a while there, but then trading back and forth. TSM get the vision, start the objectives, and this is where they start to catapult themselves.
Yep, this is the reward from being ahead in tempo on the side lane turret push. When Echo Fox was forced to recall, TSM wasn't. Echo Fox trying to get one back with the Rift Herald, though. That will be very good for KFO if he makes it over to pick that one up, which he should. Zyra very helpful with this, being able to turn. Oh, they reset it actually, so it gains about 1,000 health before being knocked back down. They changed the aggro too many times towards plant that they actually hit the cap and it started healing up.
Bjergsen 106 to 113. It's been the Cassiopeia Azir every time. These guys know what to expect in lane. It's what can they provide for their team after they get out of this, because really they haven't provided much trouble other than lowering each other's health bars, coming back to lane and doing it again and farming.
I mean, it's very true. It's all about the playmaking, really. Who can assist better with the ganks? Whoa, really interesting. I think he's trying to clear Zyra and Jinult.
I like it.
Clear, but they might.
Oh, I said they're gonna get him! Oh, Svenskeren steps in range as Haunter just breaks the tether. The unlikely death almost became the one that took Haunter.
Yeah, so a failed siege there by TSM, and great job by Keith and Big to defend that with their ultimates.
I was actually thinking Big might have got too sure of himself there. It was a very scary spot, but Stranglethorn's going out. Definitely made TSM turn away quick. And here, it doesn't even feel like they're safe enough to feel secure enough to run through the jungle.
And it is going to be tricky for Svenskeren to make these initiations work against the Cassiopeia and the Zyra. And he hasn't really made these mobility boats work so much. Unable to rotate to the right ganks. He's slower in fights, but they move right over to mid lane. Jhin and Zyra ult are down. Cancels the teleport, actually, because there's a big wave bottom.
He's going to try to save that turret. A little extra time on the minion in mid. Help them with some damage. And I guess he stops KFO from taking that overall, but opening up mid. Maybe they just weren't sure that would have happened for them.
Yeah, not sure if that was a mixed call or if they saw new information with how many people Echo Fox had retreated far, because the teleport will scare them off the turret, but at the same time, he didn't want to lose the farm bottom lane. So he scares them partially off the turret, gets the farm bottom lane, and will get a reduced cooldown on his teleport. That's still a pretty critical cooldown now the KFO has teleport advantage, and they didn't even get a turret for it. They just got some damage.
Are we really favoring that 30-ish CS lead that he has over Haunter, or has over, I should say, KFO? That would have been cleaned up quite well if he did TP mid. So it keeps him good. Rod of Aegis charging up. He's not massive yet, but he's actually trying to get to that point. So plays it safe. If that's the way they thought about it. 122 to 92 as well for the 80 carries. In another game where Keith picks Jhin, and a third game where Doublelift is on that Lucian. You're just back to clearing out the waves as some outer turrets still stand. Gold to be picked up here. Who's going to be able to spike better with it?
Yeah, obviously with
Very
the Ghost
slow
blade,
going.
with the Ghost Blade on Doublelift right now, he is much stronger than Keith's Jhin. Really just trying to get the wave pressure down, but it's so hard to push into his Zyra. Keith able to just wave clear out pretty easily as well.
Definitely a nice switch up. As you're mentioning, the Zyra, it's stopping TSM from wanting these engages, really stopping them from actually going harder on the turrets than they could be able to. We haven't really seen Big take that out too much. Once last week, and just a few before that. This Karma and the Braum has really been his mainstay so far. So still switching it up.
Yeah, I mean, I still really like the way TSM's moving between turrets, and this at least explains why Svenskeren to build the mobility boots. They're trying to stack their movement speed advantage over Echo Fox this game. Karma and Doublelift are zipping side to side. They go threaten a turret. If Echo Fox has defenders, they go threaten another turret. And they've gone back and forth enough times that they're actually just kind of crushing down turrets now.
Froggen left to fight the Sundisk in mid, and he said, I got a turret. But wait, we're losing the inhibitor now on the bot side. Froggen's actually going to walk this one back. They may be able to get somewhat of a pincer, but it seems like he's giving that reroute away. And he's going to go ahead and try to get a mid lane push in mid. Gather with the team. They could try to force down mid if they get TSM walking on the flank here.
Yeah, and TSM has made a pretty clear decision that they're really just trying to beat Echo Fox through map rotations and team. They're not going for crazy solo kills. They're not playing the lane super aggressively. It's actually Echo Fox who's been able to go for a few kills and get him, but TSM is holding a clear advantage in this game because they are just moving between lanes in a superior fashion.
And it doesn't look like they'll have the damage to even get that mid turret down. Hard goes down to Dragon. There's still a minute on this, so they're just kind of prepping the vision. But TSM isn't, even with their map movement, allowing Fox to feel comfortable doing damage to a turret. They back off with what position they had in mid. We see the Scuttle Cab also going over to Svenskeren.
Yeah, Svenskeren also doesn't go the Runic Echoes Gragas, which many people do. He's gone Syndrome.
Big guy.
So full tank Gragas. Knows that the small damage, magic damage increase he would have got from the Runic Echoes isn't going to matter since there's going to be a lot of magic resist, most likely on Echo Fox anyway.
Haunter and Bjergsen on two magic dealers.
May as well just be a tank, which means his presence needs to be known.
Haven't really seen TSM's committed ults here. No Cask has come in. Bjergsen usually waits quite long before he gets his Emperor's Divide in.
But if you look at this, they're consistently just using the Mantra Shield by Karma to zip around the map. And as they move into the Echo Fox jungle, it gives Hauntzer time to finish off the top lane turret, and will now be a 3-turret edge without shedding any Echo Fox blood. 0 kills, but they get 5 turrets because they're just moving around in a smarter fashion.
Usually we see these teams a few kills for TSM, but when you're able to just go around a team, there aren't very many kills once you get to the Nexus. These are awesome games to watch. Here, TSM actually isn't getting kills, but they're still in the lead because they're, like you said, working that rotation so well. Fox just doesn't even have the chance to engage. As TSM says, peekaboo, we're in, we're out, and we took what we needed. Here, not even really deterred by the curtain call.
Yeah. I mean, KFO is off defending.
Okay.
So, there's the Froggen ult.
There's a follow-up. That's the long-range utility and crowd control they're looking for. Fox almost doesn't even have to enter the fight themselves. And they found a Svenskeren.
Oh, man. That's Froggen. He's trying to be the playmaker, really. But Echo Fox is consistently on the back foot here. They're always getting pushed in. Yes, they're able to get a few kills back, but they'll need to make more plays like that to actually gain a control in the game, and it's a continuation of the problem that Echo Fox has spoken about of just not doing anything. They're not finding ways to proactively come back in the game, and they need to continue to make more of those. Otherwise, TSM will suffer a short casualty. Svenskeren will use those mobility boosts to run back to base. Double's going to be getting more damage on that mid lane turret.
One of the things that we question is, as Echo Fox continues to move on, there's great solo lanes, and we see how that can synergize, but they also like to build around Froggen, or will audible to building around Froggen in the game, letting him. And the question is, when can that stop?
Yeah, in this game, I mean, TSM can just match him with Bjergsen, and then the rest of the map falls behind, so TSM will end up winning. Still a relatively tight game, though. Only 2,000 gold. But honestly, TSM is just toying with Echo Fox as far as their ability to move between these turrets.
Understanding the errors of their game 1, and not really letting those come to fruition here in either game 2 or game 3 from what we're seeing. A 3K gold lead as we see this dive once again go wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, Froggen just kind of walks up to them is what it looks like. Svenskeren was trying to hit the turret. It's rooted by Big, and then he turned to throw a barrel. And that's when he gets stunned by Froggen's ult.
Actually caught Hauntzer on the outside too. That would have been probably those guys dead after the cast. So everything working in their favor as the turret stands, and they're able to continue clearing the waves.
But pretty insane.
Well, the turret's down, I should say.
Pretty insane that 6 turrets are already down for TSM with 0 kills. Can they win the whole game with 0 kills? That is the question. Still close. Another Mountain Drake would come up that will increase their objective-style gameplay.
It will. It also
Drake
leads
is
into
telling them
their
how to
second
play.
game not being as good KDA-wise because they don't have any kills. So the stats don't lie.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Drake going over once again to Mountain. Wow, TSM is just rolling Mountain Drakes left and right this game.
Absolutely. It's the 5th Mountain Drake spawn in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Is it going to be another triple mountain? No, Infernal is next.
Oh, Infernal.
Yeah, so we got double mountain Infernal. That's good combination for TSM.
Oh.
This will be interesting. Echo Fox trying to make a play. Hauntzer would have to teleport in to save it, but Echo Fox doesn't have very good initiation. They have to flank if they want to trap them.
You see a bit of what they have in mind there. The seedlings go out, you hit with the plant, and then you can actually get that Jin stun and maybe follow up on it, but there's not much follow-up that they have.
Yeah, and TSM isn't actually looking to fight here. Looking to push Echo Fox into the jungle, cut them off, and then get the mid lane turret. Every move that TSM is making is predicated around getting turrets. They have to worry about the Baron sneak, though. 20-minute Cassiopeia can kill it pretty fast. TSM is going to recognize this, but that Baron's going down really quick. Zyra Cassiopeia take it. 5,000, TSM collapsing.
Oh. I mean, they pull TSM off, but you lose so much ground when you try something like that that you've been building. Now we can see TSM may have the inner side on mid lane, but they don't have the waves. They're actually just looking to pick up KFO on the rotation and now clearing the vision around there.
TSM, though, has double Mountain Drake. So if they wanted to, they have a higher threat of stealing it. They know a Pink Ward's on here. That'd be very bold if they decided to go for it. Oh, they're very bold. That's for sure. Azir can move over to DPS more.
put these guys in quotes. Control B, bold
Here we go.
TSM. They're gonna back out though. Italicize only.
Got to be more elegant in their ways of winning the game. They tried the bold strategy in game 1. It backfired.
Yeah.
Elegance is the way. Discipline.
Only when you're 100% sure of yourself. Echo Fox looks pretty sure that they can get this mid lane turret down. Sunscarin will add to the defense. Cask out. It just drops one for the homies. That's not gonna hit anybody. It looks like they do get the minion wave cleared though, if nobody did get dispersed out. Coming up on 22 minutes. TSM still, I don't even know if they're looking to get a kill, but looking to get themselves inside the base without any more trouble. We saw the Baron attempts back and forth. Both teams feel comfortable at trying to sneak that now. And if Echo Fox can get it, they might be able to find the turnaround they had in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, if Echo Fox is going to be looking for team fights, I'm waiting for that Aegis. They're not building it up currently on big or on hard. But maybe when Froggen uses all his cooldowns, they'll go for a kill. This looks like an opportunity for a kill.
Slowly, those birds are still doing their work. Here comes the curtain call, and it may just be curtains for the Raven. Haunter's able to get himself out. Just flying away.
So hard to kill Swain, man. Zhonya's Roa. He's done that in a couple of his games on Swain, just boldly split pushing, daring a jungler to come with him, and he puts the damage down on the main damage threat, knowing that the jungler is a tank. He pushes him out of the fight, and then he's able to escape. It's happened a couple of times now for him. It's been very hard for Echo Fox to deal with.
Exactly, because you also don't have a burst. You're whittling him down, and he's just gaining health while you're whittling, so it's not like you can crush that HP gain all the way down. And he's up, so that hurts even more. Usually if your Swain's down, controllable. Not so much for Haunter this time. 207, still got about a 30 CS lead over KFO here as they start to work what is kind of a 1-3-1. You can see TSM milling about in the jungle, but they're getting the lane set up now.
Yeah, and the later it gets, the more TSM has a chance of rushing down Baron. Also, they've taken so many of Echo Fox's outer turrets, makes it easier for TSM to get map control because they have not broken the game open in any sense they could word yet, but they are laying the foundation to win the game. Whereas Echo Fox is so far on the back foot that they haven't really begun planning at all. They just have the funds to do so.
Ooh.
Oh, those Zyre plants.
Eye of the Watchers, Sword Boots building into more damage.
What the heck? Doublelift just solo Keith.
Well,
now we need backup. Haunter's here.
Curtain call for Keith. That was Doublelift's ultimate. Both summoners as well. He's trying to get that auto spacing on KFO and hard, but it's not going to work. Big on the side. Could go down. Haunter once again stays alive with the Ravenous Flock going out against his enemies. And they're back into the fight. Haunter dives through to try and get the fight in, but KFO takes him down. Svenskeren and the rest of the team are still going hard, but they're just doing it because they're in, and they have to stay that way. Bjergsen, the soldiers are out. He tries to shift away, but he goes down. Svenskeren so tanky along with Hard, and they're the two left standing because they have so much HP.
The Rek'Sai quadra kill, not your ideal goal distribution for Echo Fox. And I'm going to have to see that solo kill again. It did put Doublelift in a very risky situation because all summoners are up on Keith and Doublelift. But he sees Keith walking close, just pops Ghostblade, decides to go. Keith flashes in somewhat of a straight line. Culling takes him low. Doublelift gets a little minion block and dashes for the double shot, but he used all his summoners and his heal and everything to get in there, leaving him very vulnerable. And you look at the minimap, everyone on Echo Fox is coming up, so Haunter then tries to play a little defense smartly. KFO dashes, gets a nice reset to just go right on the Doublelift, and they burst him down. Here, though, when TSM decides to turn, it's obviously very dangerous because Froggen has taken Haunter incredibly low. Honestly, Bjergsen's cutoff there could have been a little bit more delayed if they wanted a bigger play because Haunter died right at the start. Nice sneaky kill by Bjergsen on Big right there while KFO and Hard were focusing him. But then Hard was able to stay in the fight and pick up a quadra. Tried to say, would you rather have an Azir triple kill or a Rek'Sai quadra kill? I would take the Azir triple kill every single time. Yep. So even though that is a 4-for-4, it's advantage TSM.
And this guy's building Cinderhulk and tank not damage. But I guess the catch doesn't matter if you're the first one with the aggro. Svenskeren has to rethink this situation, but still stays with the team, knowing they may have to get this Baron. away from Echo Fox. They're gonna have to taunt, they're gonna have to bait, and they're gonna have to do their hardest.
Yeah, this is still really dangerous, though. All summoners are burned in the last fight, so look for the pick and look for Froggen to keep the zone out. There's no ultimate on the Cassiopeia. Baron's still at 7,500 health, so very interesting fight here.
Doublelift still down for 12 seconds, 5v4. TSM's gonna have to turn away initially. The Soldier's doing so much damage to the backline. Keith and Froggen, the damage dealers, have to step out of the fight now. And Hard, being the tank, will not allow the rest of the team to get in there and do damage without being spotted. So TSM, a 4v5, gain control of the map once again.
That Baron wasn't even close. It's 26 minutes in. Echo Fox used a lot of ultimates to get the pick on a Doublelift. They probably should have gone for a more realistic objective like the Dragon. Now, Infernal Drake will go over to TSM and only increase their advantage despite being the ones who got picked off.
Like you said, that Aegis isn't really any closer. We saw the Randuin's coming out first. We see the Kindle Gem still hanging.
Yeah.
But that's almost the harder way to go about building it anyways.
I don't like that build at all from Hard. Doublelift isn't a crit build Lucian, so he's building the anti-crit armor item. Also, the rest of TSM is 4 magic damage dealers, and you just picked up the Quadra kill, knowing that Rek'Sai doesn't scale very well, and you're up against double AP. You
gotta,
finish your Locket. He had a Kindle Gem sitting right there. He could have straight up balled the Locket, but they catch Svenskeren again.
The big roots for a big man, but they're able to turn it right around. There's no finalizing kill power right now on the Echo Fox side. And what happens then is everything gets turned around right back on you, and TSM are happy to take that fight.
Yeah, Echo Fox trying to make plays here. They're actually getting a decent number of picks, but they are getting turned around by TSM a couple of times here. And the Drake advantage is mounting.
Since the fights are lasting too long, they're expecting the front end damage to do more, and then Svenskeren come out healthy. Haunter is still there, incredibly healthy. They got Bjergsen. That's the main target, right? Take him down. We might be able to fight the rest. But TSM is so on that play already, they're expecting Echo Fox to do it.
Yeah, now being down both soul laners, TSM just going in real aggressively.
Just a few presents off from Svenskeren to keep Fox and the rest of the team, or keep Hard and the rest of the team at bay. They'll wait for Bjergsen to come back up, obviously not going too hard out there. But they're not actually afraid to set up the bait either and have Bjergsen come in late for this fight if we're able to start one.
Yeah, they're hoping for a quick space check, although that was a pretty dangerous spot to be standing. All things considered, with all of Zyra's spells being up. Still, Doublelift's gonna clean out some wars. That's really where TSM will be playing around here.
Yeah. Still got about 6 minutes before we see that Elder Drake help anybody out.
Yeah, they actually fully catch out Bjergsen there. The Grasping Roots catch him on the tail end, and then Froggen is able to catch him with the Petrifying Gaze. So while it looked like Sven was caught, it was actually Bjergsen who was the one who got fully caught. But with that being said, Froggen put himself pretty close to an Initiator to get the catch, and he fell shortly after. So really it was a trade of mid laners, and then when KFO came around the side at the end of that fight, Doublelift was able to pick up the kill.
Ooh. You can see other things being pieced together as well. Well, KFO wants Magic Resist. He's got that with a recurve bow and Expectra Call now.
Yeah.
As he knows there's no aura to come in. These guys are fending for themselves.
He's halfway between Spirit Visage and halfway between Wit's End. So probably the last time I mention it, but I think it is a huge build mistake from a team to not build Aegis against a AAA team. There's so much free resistances. So many. It'll be huge when they do complete it, but very huge they don't have it right now. And what is a close game gold-wise, those extra stats would be so efficient.
Yeah, true. With everything else considered, it'll help even more at this strength for each team. Summoners up again, teleports up again, as both top laners actually kind of pushing each other around on the bot side of the map, fighting around the Bramble Pit for a little bit, but nothing really coming of it. TSM, like you said, is just working the Baron Pit. They're waiting for Echo Fox to make that move, and at least TSM to get the advantage on Baron.
With the Wit's End and the Spirit Visage, KFO can win that duel against Haunter, for now at least. This is real interesting because they were thinking about sending Azir down, and they may be able to lose control of the mid lane. So KFO really starting to get some of that side lane pressure. That puts the emphasis on TSM to redouble their efforts of Baron control and baiting, because that split push matchup will lose for Haunter in the long term.
Big alt points coming up for these teams. The tunnel from Hard actually doesn't make it over the red pit. He goes too early. Not going to hurt him too much. They just have to go the long way around here, and it looks like he'll trigger Baron. Get a little aggro on TSM. Doublelift willingly getting the call out. Actually playing it very nicely around the plan, so you can see how big you can just kind of cancel a culling with a few. Breathing room for both teams now, but really TSM just plotting their next attack, feeling okay if the game kind of stalls out for a second because they know the next thing to happen is Echo Fox has to fight them.
Unless Svenskeren thinks he can knock hard out of range, it wouldn't be worth going into a 50-50 smite battle here.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to stop it. They know.
Really dangerous. They're taking a lot of Baron damage. They still want it, though. Svenskeren's really greedy there.
All right, the plant almost keeps it from healing up, but they decide to back off. A little touch and go there for a second.
Yeah. Interesting. They're going to end up losing the mid lane turret for that move. And Echo Fox continuing this stall out actually very well.
That went from 4 to 5, 6,000 gold now to 54.1 to 53.4.
Yeah.
600 gold now is the difference between these two teams as we get later into the game. And Echo Fox, we asked if they could adjust, and TSM is not on their inhibitor turrets this time. They are not inside their base, so they have adjusted to the swap in this series.
Exactly. TSM was able to kill all those outer turrets very early.
Yeah.
But Echo Fox have definitely neutralized this a little bit. I think a lot of that has to do with KFO completing that Magic Resist. And Echo Fox is not going to build a Locket, which I think is a huge mistake.
Wow.
We'll see if it ends up costing.
Still?
They're all going for Spirit Visage. Disappointing, personally.
The Executioner's calling now for Haunter, which will help.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I wanted Svenskeren to build one as well. It's one of the most built items in the game, and there's very good reason to build it against both of these teams.
Biofrost got your back.
Zyra and Cassiopeia should be doing it.
Ardent Sensor as well for Biofrost,
Yeah,
and seeing that more.
He doesn't have the Aegis either. No one has rushed it. Very disappointed, really.
So is Leona. Very sad. Sad days.
The Iron Solari does not appear.
Sad days for the Sun. At least Azir gets a lot of play. 3 kills for both of those mid laners, as I was just looking at Bjergsen's kind of inventory as he gets bigger and bigger. Froggen as well on items that could absolutely delete the squishies on the side of TSM, so we saw it from Froggen last time. The flash engage is still something that Echo Fox is willing to do. I think TSM just has to get a little bit closer in this engage. That Zyra into a Cassio ult would be huge.
Yeah, and they do have the map pressure going on. TSM has the map pressure going on right now, but every time they've tried to move towards this base, they're getting caught by something. Biofrost. Whew.
Doublelift sacrificing his health. Save Biofrost as well. There's that fight between KFO and Haunter. That split is not working as well anymore. This is where TSM last game was able to say, hey, we're going back and forth. We're going to spread you thin here. But now that's not working in the side lanes. Those solos are starting to win, and KFO is stepping up.
And they're really not able to push through the Zyra, Jhin, Cassiopeia stuff that just gets thrown out in front of the turret. They're not even getting turret damage when they're doing these sieges. So really, what this tells me, Drake just went down 34 minutes, 30 seconds. That means Elder Drake is up at 40 minutes and 33 seconds. And it'll be 4 Drake stacks if TSM can get it. It feels like TSM actually has to take this one pretty late unless Echo Fox make a big mistake somewhere and start baiting more aggressively around Baron. Or they get Froggen chunked down low and they teleport in to try and go right now.
Oh, he's right on a slow though as he comes in. It doesn't look like they'll be able to finalize anything on that. Hard in a bad situation here. I don't think he's going to be able to tunnel under. He does. Finds safety. Oh, he clicked this other tunnel. Oh, when you don't want to make a mistake, but you make a mistake and then you give the other team Baron, that's the possibility that's happening right now.
It's happening. Double Mountain Drake Infernal. That'll be the Baron for TSM. Now they'll have a real chance of cracking the base. Jhin ult pop. You should cancel that to get the cooldown back as quickly as possible because they're going to need it for base defense. Oh, my goodness.
After all of that waiting.
Yeah, and they were stalling out so well, too, is the thing. And they had some decent vision control around the Baron area. So for Froggen to take chunked in the middle lane, hard to then be caught out, and then to click the tunnel to go back towards the team. Not ideal. And the first Aegis has been completed by Biofrost.
And hard
TSM.
Hard beta Spirit Vision.
Yeah, that's not good. I think that's flat wrong from a build perspective. Haunter's starting to body KFO a little bit. Oh, Biofrost!
Gets himself out. They're using the speed effectively. That's the explosion damage, that front-end nuke that we've been looking for. It's able to take down Echo Fox. KFO drops, and the rest of the team will follow quickly. Hard coming back up is the only one left.
Yeah, instead of waiting around their defensive line of Cassiopeia and Zyra, they do try and make the play, which is something they've been trying to improve upon.
Right.
That was just not the right time to try and make a play. They also had an opportunity to kill Biofrost, but they were greedy for yet another kill. It made them get caught out. Now these are substantial death timers and maybe a TSM win.
Hard says walk this way, but nobody's gonna follow that one. Team Solo mid biting down now, looking for the win. 20 seconds left on the clock, and we know that is more than enough time to get onto these turrets, especially with 2 Mountain Drakes to take those objectives down. They're gonna be on to the Nexus, and what a heck of a series to end like this. TSM are gonna find the win over Echo Fox.
Yeah, and it was a pretty hard-fought series, all things considered. Only their 3rd series to go the distance for TSM all 3 games, but at the end of it, they win, and they remain undefeated as they move towards playing Envy tomorrow.
As well, the mentality of usually winning that first game, losing the second, and then having to win another. TSM had to come out winning 2 in a row on this one. It didn't seem to faze them at all. They understood that our question in the beginning of the day actually happened. Would they get stuck by a trap game? And they did. They did not respect Echo Fox, and Echo Fox came to play today.
They did come to play, and it's still going to be a learning thing for them, though, because even with taking 1 game in the match, doesn't count. They did break their 10-game losing streak,
yes,
but their match losing streak persists now to 6 in a row. And some worrying things to happen down the stretch. I don't agree with some of the builds they decided to go with.
Right.
They made some questionable calls. They had stalled out fairly well, and they had made a few picks, but those 2 mistakes down the stretch with Hard dying by taking the wrong tunnel, and then grouping up in TSM's jungle while TSM had Baron, knowing 1 lost team fight would mean the game. And they lost the team fight and the game.
Right. Echo Fox would always be in slight deficits, and the way they would find to come from behind was pack those pink wards in, find a kill, let's get 1 pick, let Froggen work on the side lane. We can see double sweeper upgrade coming out from TSM. They were always on those side of the jungles before wanting to really activate anything, making sure that jungle was clear, because that's actually the way Echo Fox was getting back in. They're very good at those catches, long range, getting hit by Jin's W, getting hit by the plants. They really had an enabling team there, but they didn't have any finishing kills. Like we saw, Hanser was being whittled down, but he would never die.
Yeah, it was really hard for them to secure those kills. And like around the end, it actually did feel like that game was potentially turning in Echo Fox's favor, because they'd stalled out so well and kind of gotten past some of their weaknesses. Because really the series that Echo Fox lost the worst was their series against COD, when COD was lane swapping on them.
Some of the fastest games.
Yeah, which is why I think a little bit the TSM was finding so much success with their strategy in this series of just, especially in games 2 and 3, rotating around, taking as many turrets as possible.
Right.
But Echo Fox is actually neutralized. And in that case, it was like, yeah, maybe now they can win. Then they just make the mistake down the stretch and TSM take the series.
Still looking very, very strong, and that's why they sit at the top of the table. We've got some replays on the way, but first, Dom is standing by stage side with TSM's top laner for a post-game interview.
Thanks, guys. I am joined by Hanser, the terror in the top lane, the Swain main himself, after that amazing game. Last season, it was Maokai. Now it's Swain. What's up with the champions that just don't die?
I don't know. I'm not the drafter. You can ask Parth, but I think just being tanky is like a pretty good step.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously doing great things for your KDA as you're not dying. But TSM right now, undefeated in matches so far, 7-0. How does that feel?
Feels good, but it's not like we're really undefeated because we do lose some matches like today. But we're still like trying to prove and trying to be the best so we don't lose any matches in the future. And it's really hard to like not get complacent because we're on top. So we have to just work really hard.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to that. Now, next week, speaking of tomorrow, speaking of matches in the future, you're playing against Envy, and they're looking pretty strong. How do you feel about that?
I think it'll be a good match. We've never really played them that much, especially in like scrims or LCS, so it'll be hard to determine how strong we are. And like, I'm feeling pretty confident in our team, but you know, they've been doing pretty well, so it's really hard to decide who's gonna win.
Yeah, and any thoughts on Seraph? Got any final things to say before you play him tomorrow?
Oh no, good luck.
All right, the good old GLHF. Well, Hanser, thank you so much. Congratulations on the 2-1. We're going to send it over to Mark and Dash at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dom. TSM scraping through 2-1 victory over Echo Fox. Probably a tougher series than they expected to run into today. Absolutely. But also on the flip side, kind of a heartbreaking loss there for Echo Fox because as Jap mentioned in the postgame there, really in that later portion of the game looked like it might be turning around, right? They had gotten through those rough patches in the mid game where they were getting beat in the top and the bot lanes. They had gotten to that later stage where items are more equalized and they have some opportunities to get back into the game, but then a couple missed positions, a couple maybe misclicks even on that tunnel from Hard, hand the Baron over, and then one fight and it's over.
Yeah, it's pretty tragic. It's like they get that quadra kill onto the Rek'Sai getting really tanky. They pick Doublelift like soon after that, and then they were just a little indecisive around the Baron. They had no ults up. They really shouldn't be in that position. Maybe they could have gone for the Dragon or gold somewhere else on the map, and it just kind of slips away from them.
All right, so we dive right into the gameplay here because I want to see how this came to be and fell apart for Echo Fox. We're going to go to that big fight in the top lane as Doublelift almost solos out.
He gets him.
There it is. Boom. But now he's way overextended without the rest of his team. This will devolve into a pretty big team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's very chaotic. You see 2 people versus 3, and then more people from TSM coming up the back. And so it starts out with KFO and Rek'Sai popping Doublelift, and now Froggen is caught out. He turns on to Hauntzer. Big and KFO running around low. It's just this giant kind of like 2 teams bumping into each other. Beer goes for a big play there and gets a lot of damage down onto Froggen, sets him up to be killed. It just kills back and forth. Now KFO is low, but he gives him the stun on Froggen. Hard this whole time has just been autoing people and picking up all the kills.
Tank Rek'Sai, man.
Yeah, you would hope those kills would be going on someone else, but he just somehow is always the last one hitting him and gets 4 kills at the end of it.
I think that's one of the things here is it was essentially a 4 for 4 since Doublelift picked up that kill on at the very beginning of the fight. But when 4 of your kills go to Tank Rek'Sai versus a kill to an ADC and 3 kills to a mid laner, even though it's an even trade in kills, that's not necessarily where you want, how you want the gold distribution to fall if you're on the side of Echo Fox. If you're TSM, you're like, this has been glorious.
It can go much worse. If that was, 4 kills on a Cassio, you're suddenly like, ooh.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, we saw how effective the Cassio could be later in the game. Definitely like pushing TSM off the Baron a couple times just because of her poke and her range. But not picking up those kills there definitely did not help. Moving ahead to 35 minutes into the game, this is the one that closes out the game, and it's a little unfortunate because Fox making a very innovative attempt at getting back into it after giving up the Baron, just not being in position quite in time to surprise TSM there in their own jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they have KFO pushing down bottom, trying to create some pressure so that when TSM moves for the collapse, they can pick them off. The problem was Big wasn't in the brush. He gets seen, he throws out his abilities, and the gig's kind of up at that point. And Froggen is like, I can drop my ult on a support only because my opportunity for a bigger play is gone.
Right.
But you still lose no matter what in that position. So it was a good idea. Execution just wasn't quite there.
It just shows you how seconds matter in this game, right? If Big were in that bush, they may get a 3-man ult, like Cassio ult with a Zyra ult, and all of a sudden they're right back into the game. So unfortunately for them, it doesn't work out. But once again, I do have to say that that is at least the kind of play that I'm excited to see this team make, as opposed to saying, we just lost Baron, let's hole up, and slowly get pushed in. They're not saying die here. They're refusing to die. They're going to go ahead and make a play, make a stab at getting back into the game. This time it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the improvement we were hoping to see. I mean, obviously this team's in a little bit of a upheaval stage. We're not exactly sure what they'll be doing moving forward.
Right.
But at least for this game, it was much closer than anyone would have anticipated. So that's probably a good sign. Hopefully it continues to improve. But on the flip side, TSM gets another win.
They still get another win, remaining undefeated. Player of the game here is going to go to Doublelift, 5-2-1 on the Lucian. I mean, we saw a pretty significant CS advantage through the laning phase, both in the bot lane and the top lane for Hauntzer as well. And then taking that CS advantage into some 1v1s for himself, styling on that Lucian yet again.
Yeah, I don't even think he's supposed to win that lane. Like, they last picked the Zyra. I'm pretty sure Zyra Jhin is supposed to beat Karma Lucian, but they got destroyed. They were down a ton of CS. They got 1 turret dive off, but that's about it. And
they got shoved in really early. It wasn't until about level 4, level 5 that Zyra and Jhin were able to kind of strike back in that lane, but by then already down 15 CS. That's so detrimental early in the game. There's a CS discrepancy like that is hurtful.
Yep.
Alrighty, well, that's going to do it for TSM versus Echo Fox. TSM staying undefeated in this split. We're going to hit a quick break, but when we return, we've got Energy versus Phoenix 1 matchup in the Battle Theater. We'll be right back.
Echo Fox putting pressure on the top team in the league, TSM, as we enter into the final game of the series. Channels, they're going to look for Biofrost. It's going to be a very slow Svenskeren trying to walk up. The grasping roots don't hit, but they're still able to finalize the kill. Right up, KFO's forced to flash. He's slaloming the minions, and he's going to ski himself almost to safety. The grasping roots, and they have to stay that way. Bjergsen, the soldiers are out. He tries to shift away, but he goes down.
I got Casher. I got Casher. Catch him. Let's go. Casher's dead. Defend me. Aurelia. Just watch left. You kill him. I go mid. Go mid and net. Go mid and net.
TSM are going to find the win over Echo Fox.
Hello, League fans. I'm Dominic Romer. Casting alongside me is the adroit Aiden Zyrene Moon.
Yeah, so adroit. You guys thought we were going to unveil the Azael, but nope.
Nope. Going for Aiden, bringing him back in. But we are pleased to have the call for our 3-game set between Energy and Phoenix One. Now, both teams have started slow, but they're hoping that they can pick up the pace a bit with a win today.
Yeah, Inori is finally in for P1, basically, hallelujah for this squad. They finally have the team that they are scrimming with on stage. Inori finally got everything sorted out, and now he's here, and we hear so much about how P1, they play with this guy, they've been practicing with this guy. Moving forward, this is the dude who's supposed to change the entire look of the roster. They've had a rough start, but with this finalized, now is their opportunity to actually compete and show that what they actually have as a team.
Yeah, the expectation was that they have been practicing with Inori for the past few weeks, so they expected him sooner. Finally, they've got him. The hope is that they will be able to compete. Now, on the other side, though, their opponent's Energy, they've already shown us a little bit more life with growingly increasing performances from players not named GBM.
Yeah, Quas, he's been doing a little bit better. There are some times where he'll end the game 100 CS down because he's playing tanks in bad matchups. But progressing and moving along the lineup here, Santorin, this guy has looked really good. Santorin has a lot of first bloods, a lot of early activity, and it's really hard for Energy to transition the leads that Santorin is giving the team into victories here, and that's why they're struggling. And this bottom lane is honestly a big part of why they're struggling. It has not looked that great. OQ, he's actually apologized for his poor performance since coming over to North America, saying that it doesn't really resemble what he's capable of and what he was doing back in the LCK in Korea.
Energy have been having a lot of difficulty sort of showing that they can play as a cohesive unit, knowing that they are individually skilled players, but converting skilled players' play into skilled team play, it's a different matter entirely.
Especially on stage and all of that stuff, and adding it all up. So, yeah.
A little bit of a tricky situation for the team. On the other side, though, Phoenix One, they've shown that they're starting to grow as a team, starting to move more as teammates, but now they finally got Inori replacing I believe it was actually Zentinel.
Zentinel, yes.
So already showing that, hey, we've been scrimming with this guy for a long time. The hope is that we'll be able to look much sharper as a team.
Yeah, and it's kind of back and forth as well because you're talking about like, oh, the P1 squad, how much synergy do they have? Well, a lot of these guys have actually been together, right? There were some of them from TIP, and bringing Inori in is supposed to change the entire look of the lineup, plus Zig in the top lane.
Yeah, a lot of these players have been playing for a long time, but some of the members of Phoenix One have been together, as you said, since their days on Team Impulse. And Pyrian suggests that their time together helps with their team synergy.
전에 같이 해가지고 더 호흡도 좀 더 잘 맞고 전에 같이 하던 게 있으니까 말 굳이 안 해도 좀 알 수 있고 숙소 생활 자체도 더 훨씬 친하고 새로운 만난 애들보다 그런 게 좋은 것 같아요.
And that's what they have going for them here is they have that intact synergy. They haven't been able to really unlock the whole bottom half of the map here. We've seen things in and out with like Mash and then Slushy, and they still do Mash and Slushy in the bottom lane is AD carry and Slushy in mid with Pyrian. And the only wins that they've actually had is with Pyrian in the mid lane, and both times he's gotten player of the game because he's had standout performances.
So having a jungler to help him out that he's actually been scrimming with and practicing with might change that up a bit. But now we're going to review each team's starting players, beginning with Energy. In the top lane, it's Quas. In the jungle, Santorin. In the mid lane, GBM. AD carry OQ. Their support, the ever-smiling Kiwi Kid and Coach Hermit.
Yeah, there were some changes to the coaching staff and behind the scenes, but Hermit's still on stage, and their opponents, Phoenix One. Finally, with the completed roster here in the top lane, Zig in the jungle, the man everybody's been waiting for, Inori. In mid lane, Pyrian, AD carry Mash, and support Gate with Coach Charlie.
Yeah, so now the big question going into this next set is Phoenix One. They finally got the starting roster. Can they convert at least more than one win? We've seen them take the sporadic games now and again, but they need to be a little bit more consistent with their play.
Yeah, you got to win two. You got to win two. They've won one here and there, and honestly, Phoenix One, that's the hope, is that Inori's going to bring everything together. We've said it multiple times now, but when we eventually get in the game, we have to see what this P1 squad looks like, because I'm not always convinced when people are like, we're doing super well in scrims, but, Inori's supposed to be the guy that helps him out.
Yeah, we'll see if that works out. Now, we need a few minutes to get things together on stage, so we're going to send it over to the Battle Arena for a little bonus coverage of Liquid versus Immortals, where currently Immortals hold a 3.5k gold lead.
He's still in the Raptors again. That's in trouble. Arrow lands, but that's going to be a flash forced out from Bard.
There it is. Rainover got away. Anytime you leave your jungle unattended, Rainover moves right in. Immortals have one of the highest jungle control rates, which is the percentage of total jungle monsters that your team kills in a game. Theirs is well over 50%. meaning that they take away a lot of the enemy's jungles as well. And Reignover is the one doing the dirty work. Dardoch down bottom, take away a camp.
Yep. Just, again, very straightforward for Immortals so far. As actually Turtle and Adrian might have enough pressure for this turret. Matt got chunked out earlier, so can't really be here for defense, although he's making his run back now. Maybe they're going to get zoned off this turret, and that should be it. Yep. First turret of the game will go down to bottom lane. Turtle and Adrian also putting work in.
I know, they go unmentioned so often because they're not on camera quite as often since they're farming most of the time. But once again, oh, never mind, let's look at some action. Boom, boom.
Good trade, self-flare, nope. Does not get the damage.
Oh, he's trying to zone him off the cannon.
Phoenix gonna get Tailstormed up. There's a flash on Burrow. Pobelter with a Q.
Yeah, Phoenix wanted to zone him off that cannon kill and punish him for going for that cannon, but sometimes you bait yourself with the cannon. Oh, actually, here comes Reignover as well.
Oh, Matt! Trumped up, a good Tempered Fate finds two. Dardoch actually around the other side. Immortals trying to finish off the turret. Matt's bailed. Taking a magical journey out through the Raptor camp.
Yeah, I was like, they're converging. They're still converging, though.
Lolo's here, finally arrived, but Pobelter flashes out of the way. Dardoch gonna chase him down. Gravity Field zones him, but Fabi's here. Pobelter finally falls as Ash collects the kill. Lolo gonna chase out Reignover. Arrow misses barely. And now Hootie's arrived. He just walked down. Lolo snared up. Turtle with the ulti in. Does land, but Lolo bails out the side for a magical journey. Reignover still wanting to chase, though. The rest of Team Liquid grouped up. Maybe can counter-engage. And Immortals do give it up.
I mean, yeah, we'll take stock. That was so crazy. Everybody got lost on the opposite side. In the end, though, that's a kill for Team Liquid without losing their mid turret. Their main objective there was trying to defend their mid turret and keep it upright because they can't. If that falls, then the jungle just gets wide open, and Reignover moves in. He starts dropping all these Sightstone wards, and you really lose control just like last time. But they're able to defend it just barely. Plus, they get a kill to take away. So that's a very small step back into the game for Team Liquid, but a much needed one.
Yes, a necessary step certainly. As the Immortals are still up 5,000 gold. We'll watch this shenanigans again, though.
Yeah, so all right. So first collapse here is just the Bard and the...
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry to cut you off in the middle of that replay.
It's our turn to talk.
Yeah, it is. We're back into this. And the biggest thing I saw from that, Fabi missed an arrow.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he barely hit. I believe he had something like 90% accuracy over the course of that series. Yeah.
I think he missed one in game.
But missed an arrow. So close. He's had such an excellent performance.
That's one for the day.
Yeah, well, he gets one miss per match of games. But we're back. Again, this is Energy versus Phoenix 1. And the players are just about ready to get into Champion Select. And again, both of these teams not doing so great in the standings, really looking for a big morale win. And this would definitely be one of them.
Yeah, and Phoenix 1, they want to prove that they don't deserve to be at that 0-6. And it was just the roster, a whole shakeup ordeal. And Energy is the team to do it against because they're right there at the bottom of the standings with them, 1-5.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to get above this team if you want to start getting towards that playoff spot, getting a little bit of that momentum back in the standings. We're not at the halfway point just yet. So Phoenix 1, if this team really does turn on, then I'm excited to see what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, again, it is still only is week 4. We've got 5 more weeks of LCS action. And if Phoenix 1 are able to show, hey, it is just the roster. Now that we've got all 5 of our starting members, we can play with the big dogs. Well, they could definitely still try to make a run for that playoff spot.
Yeah, and I mean, sitting all the way down there, though, it is a little bit discouraging to be in that 10th place spot. But bringing in a fresh player, bringing in somebody who's never played on the stage comes with a lot of worry as well, right? Is he going to be able to deliver the same type of performance on the stage in front of people? Because it is Inori's debut, right? But being near the bottom of the standings, a little more pressure on top of him.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to show us that he will be able to compete. Whereas Energy, on the other hand, they've been struggling a little bit with their team cohesion, just the same.
Yeah, speaking of having something to prove, Energy near the bottom of the standings as well. They were a playoff team. They were 6th place, and then the team kind of got blown up. GBM was the only member who returned. They brought on Quas pretty much out of retirement. He was writing a book in his off time about top lane, and Santorin also as well brought him over. And OQ. So they're kind of like snatching up all of these players who have actually had rather good careers and being like, okay, well, let's put them all together and it's going to work. And it's not working just yet for Energy. And that's what they're hoping, is that it turns online and that they're able to have all of these players kind of exist in their highest performance state simultaneously.
Yeah. We are seeing GBM still show up with some pretty strong performances for the team, but the rest of his team just isn't quite able to follow up on the level of play that GBM is bringing to the table. So we'll see if Energy will be able to take the win. You can see GBM smiling. He still seems to be content. And there's that jungle mid synergy.
Smiling over at him?
Yeah.
Aw, I wish GBM...
Santorin and GBM making
Man,
jokes.
That's great. But yeah, GBM and Santorin. I mean, Santorin and GBM have both had kind of strange experiences with their previous counterpart, where it's like GBM, you know, he had Moon, who was not a very aggressive jungler and honestly had to be pulled through a whole bunch of different lanes. And Santorin was kind of the you know, people gave him the reputation of, oh, he's the ward on TSM, right?
Yeah.
He's running around and he's not ganking. And he took that criticism and said, well, now I'm going to gank. Now I'm incredibly early game focused. And so this seems to be a winning formula for GBM in the mid lane, but it's not winning the games for Energy.
Yeah, his Gragas has really been stepping up over the course of the past few weeks. So we're hoping to see that he will continue to affect the maps with more pressure, with more ganks. And to help him out a little bit is going to be support Kiwi Kid, who also has a very long history in the NALCS.
The longest.
Yeah. From starting very first split of the NALCS in spring 2013, I believe.
Hasn't missed a game.
Yeah. Very well, except for last split. Oh, no, that's right. He was on Dignitas. Yes.
Yep.
So quickly.
Yeah, the idea was like, oh no, he's not going to be able to play and keep that record, but he joins Energy and he becomes a starter. Because when Dignitas got relegated, it was like, okay, well, is he going to retire? There were talks of that. And he came back to play on the squad because they had high hopes. Because, you know, this looks like a team that when you see the roster, it's like, okay, I don't know where they're going to land in the standings, so I'm excited to see how it turns out. And right now, a lot of Energy fans are kind of getting a little demoralized because, you know, they need to pick it up because it's supposed to be this winning formula, like I said. Like, GBM is supposed to be able to go off, and so is Quas and OQ, but they're not having two carries at once.
Yeah, we've heard from GBM himself that he expects to be the primary carry for the team, but just has had difficulty converting. So we'll see if he can recover as we have entered into picks and bans between Energy and Phoenix One. Azir banned away from Pyrion. And Sivir going to be banned away from Phoenix One as well as Vlad and Zyra taken away from Kiwi.
Yeah, pretty standard here. From what I'm seeing, the only thing that sticks out to me is the Sivir. That is not as popular over here in North America as it is in other areas. But MASH loves that champion. It allows him to wave clear rather easily and be utility for his team.
Vlad and Zyra taken away.
Big bans at Energy. And also pretty okay red side bans, like especially Vladimir. GBM has had player of the game multiple times on Vladimir, and Kiwi Kid will take that Zyra every time he can.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to react. Karma still made it through, so too did that Swain.
Well,
very highly.
I'm mostly worried about Rise here, because Rise made it through, and Rise has a high priority on him as both a flex pick, but also just the mage that he is does an incredible amount of damage. And if you're able to get Rise and then eventually get a Karma for yourself, if they don't take it on P1 side, then you can't get away from him. It's so hard.
Oh, man. The chase is real, but 20 seconds left for Energy to look for their first pick. They decide to opt with the Karma. That means Rise is open for Phoenix One if they want to play it.
Yeah, but the Karma taken away here will allow them to play Swain for Quas. Also, things like Alawi are more enabled by having that, which is something that Quas has played in the past. Fizz did take a nerf, so I don't know if we'll see that.
Yeah, just shuffling through for now. The Orianna hover, bit of a nod to Slushi.
Also no jungle ban, so I assume you take the Rek'Sai here, which is high priority jungler. Also, Olaf has become incredibly high priority. But Inori making his debut was a Rengar one trick. So hovering that, giving it a little shout out. It was kind of like back in the day in Challenger, there was all of the support mains that were Thresh mains. So there was like Bunny Fufu, Sheep, Remy, like everybody was a Thresh main. And then there was a point in Challenger where it's like everybody's a Rengar main. It's like Dardoch, Inori, Acadian. So sometimes you get them confused, but Inori and Acadian, you know, both big Rengar players, and they're both in the scene right now. So, but complete aside.
Yeah, not seeing any Rengar just yet. Instead, first picks for Phoenix One are going to be Shen and Olaf, taking a page out of Team Liquid's book.
Yeah, not too surprised by that. I think that the Olaf right now, very high priority jungler. If I'm looking at the stats correctly, he's been picked in 72% of games across Europe and North America so far. So really high percentage on this patch. The Ghost and everybody just realizing how powerful he is and how destructive he is to get to a backline. And then having the Shen giving him a little more power. And you can't stop the Olaf barreling into your team, so it allows the Shen some backline access when you're diving. It's a dive buddy for the Olaf, which you really need.
Yeah, the support killer himself. Now Energy going to try to switch things up as OQ going to be taking Lucian. Santorin in answer. Locks in Rek'Sai. So once again going for the Vision style play.
The only time that OQ played Lucian was back in week 1, game 3 against Envy in his first set. So since then, he hasn't touched it, and he went 4-1-1 in that game. Since then, he's going Twitch pretty much every game that he can. I'm excited to see him go back to that.
An answer, though, Phoenix One take a pretty strong bottom lane on their own. Braum and Tristana locked in for Mash and Gate. That could be a pretty scary bot lane if they manage to land a stun and toss on a explosive shot.
Yeah, the Satchel jumping onto people. We'll see what ends up happening there. But the Braum definitely gives him a lot of protection. And that's honestly what this comp is going to be about, is Mash. He's always that backliner. It's always how much damage can Mash actually get off in these fights. Long range for Tristana, able to have a lot of ways to reposition himself. So that's a good pick there for Mash. But then there's so much dive here from P1. And if they can get the Braum in on it too, just absolute destruction here from the P1 squad. But Energy, they have their own picks in mind here.
Yeah, Jax now locked in for Quas, and GBM going to be taking the huge damage Victor.
Yeah, Victor, champion that, I mean, he stole some Barons on, right? So it's a champion that he was making a fantastic splash with last split. It just didn't carry over in terms of momentum in the standings. They ended up at that 6th place and getting knocked out of playoffs rather early on. So GBM going to try to be bringing the damage today. It's going to be a lot on his shoulders. OQ does have some mobility to help him out here. And now Quas is enabled as well.
Yeah, saving the last pick for Phoenix One on Pyrion, or Pyrion on Phoenix One, and they decide to go with Ryze.
Finally.
The rogue mage himself.
Yeah, finally going with the Ryze. Very high pick ban percentage for him, especially in North America. We really like taking Ryze out of the equation. He's not going to be paired with anything like a Karma, though, so he won't have too much enabling him, but he will have a lot of people to take all of the damage for him in the front line.
Yeah, Phoenix One looking very strong with their composition. Energy going for a similar 4-1 setup that they've tried before.
Yep, so looking at the compositions overall, Energy, they have a great 4-man unit. Quas, he can have the split push on the Jax. Your 4-man unit, typically you need 1 disengager, you need something that can kill turrets, and you need something that wave clears. They have the Lucian for the turrets, they have the Victor for the wave clear, and then they have the Karma for the disengage. So the 4-man unit is absolutely perfect for Energy, so their idea is split push 4-1. And then you go over to the other side, Shen, he'll try to shut down a little bit of that because he has multiple teleports and you can get in and try to force 5-man fights. So the Braum and the Olaf are going to try to do that. So we're looking for a little bit of catch and run down here. So it's a little disengaged from 4 people and 5 people trying to run in and start a team fight from the other side.
Well, we'll see how those work out for the team. Now, we're going to send on to Summoner's Rift, but we need your contributions on Twitter. Join in with hashtag NRGWin or hashtag P1Win. And let us know who you think is going to take the game as we load into our match. Game number 1 of Energy versus Phoenix One.
And not quite.
Not quite. we're getting
almost. Pause came out at the very beginning there.
Yeah.
So load screen for some of the players. And also, you always have to consider, you know, it's a Nori's first time on stage, so had to get all the settings going and all of that. So had to get that check mark off at the very beginning.
Turn off the summoner names, turn off all your different icons. But so to talk about that a little more, Energy running with the 4-1 composition, we've seen Phoenix One sort of struggle with cross-map macro play before, and Energy, they might be looking to prey on that weakness once again.
Yeah, they're going to try to prey on that, and Quas did take the Ghost on his Jax, so not going to have the same access to the Flash Counter-Strike to actually fight. So this does strike me as he is going for that 4-1, and he is going to try to split push and run people down a lane. So that's what I'm looking for here from Quas. And P1, I think it's a good strat against them. I think that P1 struggle with it, like you said. And they brought double TP. It's getting the coordination down where they can actually execute on this double teleport and make it happen. Because Zig, he used to play Shen even before it got reworked. So he was always a good tank player in the top lane. It's just transitioning that to the stage and also making it work on a team comp.
Yeah, very veteran player, though. This is his first time playing as a starter in the LCS. And now Phoenix One are going to rush forward. Some early damage finds GBM. Furion might see if he can bait GBM forward, but Flash Exhaust means that GBM probably going to be safe, and the early ward from Energy spots out the 4-man invade unit from Phoenix One.
It's always great to invade when you have an Olaf. Early axes, throwing them the constant slow. You'll usually get a flash, and even if you're going to blow Ghost and chase him down, the Ghost is a much lower cooldown.
Very strong early invade champion, but not quite able to convert anything this time. And with the deep wards, we'll see if we do get a lane swap, as currently Mash and Gate are waiting on the top side, while Quas is already prepped on the bottom with Santorin, so Energy might be anticipating a lane swap and enacting one of their own.
Oh, this is going to be cool, because Energy are going to swap it.
But Phoenix One are invading.
And Phoenix One are invading, and you don't usually see this. You don't usually see the top laner and the jungler stick around. And yeah, they're zoning off OQ, and he's stuck in the 2-on-2. And they're going to sneak a blue buff.
Oh, Pyrion catches up. 3 stacks of the concussive blows.
He's still going to walk this way. If Zig hides, he can actually get them on the backside if he wants, but no, he's going to TP to the bottom.
Yeah.
And Nori's going to pick up level 2 and the blue buff.
Nori's deep in enemy territory, though, with only Ghost. He's got to try to dodge the vision. Tosses an
he
axe.
gave himself away, though.
Energy know that he's there now, but they're going to let him off. And Inori escapes to his own side of the jungle, stealing away the blue buff from Energy.
Yeah, Rek'Sai doesn't really care too much about that.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens with the other blue buff. I think Inori will go blue to blue, just to basically ensure and guarantee that he's going to be able to triple buff.
Yeah, he's on his way over there now. Smite even on the Dire Wolf camp.
But it does stop GBM from having an early blue buff, which, I mean, if you're taking resources away from GBM, it's never a bad thing.
Yeah. And there goes the invade. Smiting on the Dire Wolf camp, spots out Santorin. Immediate pings are traded. Now Inori has no smite, but just tossing the undertows with that blue buff means that Santorin has to back off.
Yep. And now Inori, not level 3 just yet, has to clear one more camp.
That lumbering blue buff is the back away.
Santorin goes back in.
Yeah.
And now Inori's low.
Yeah, Inori has no smite yet for another 30 seconds or so. Santorin is going to try to bully him away. Quas is even coming in to help.
Inori is a little too far forward.
Oh, he drops the Ghost. Quas drops the counter-strike. Stun is going to find Inori. Block means he can get under the turret. And Zig is going to eat some punishment as well, but Inori is punished in his own jungle.
Yeah, Inori, I mean, he was in a great position for a lot of that, and he decided to give himself up. It's kind of obvious that Santorin is going to try to come back through, especially through the tunnel that he had laid before. Just have the quick way in, and now that blue buff goes over to Santorin. Santorin will hit level 4, and Inori's stuck level 2 right now.
Yeah, very slow start to the new jungler of Phoenix One on his LCS debut. We'll see if he can recover, as he is going for the boots style, so wants to move around.
Yeah, Phoenix One had a lot of opportunities there because it was different. It was a different style at the start for that lane swap, where Inori maybe could have come out of Fog of War in front of the two members. And hold on, we'll talk about that in a second.
Oh, he's going to knock up Fury, and Santorin gets first blood with GBM.
And we're talking about Santorin GBM synergy. It's real. Santorin has been ganking this lane very consistently, especially when he has Rek'Sai early on, trying to get GBM ahead and trying to turn him online. And it's just an assist for him right now, but maybe that'll manifest into more. Zenori picks up the CS and gets a little bit closer to being that level 4.
Yeah. Still level 3, still down just a bit, as Santorin has already crested the level 5 hill. And now going to finally complete his first recall 5 minutes in with that first blood. So Santorin definitely feeling good about his start in this one, whereas Inori on the other side still kind of scrambling to catch up with that Rek'Sai. Meanwhile, the upside down lanes have gone generally even. OQ and MASH even in CS, and Zig and Quas doing the same. So Quas did use his teleport early to get to that bottom side. Yeah. Thinks he's going to miss a few minions here.
Yeah, did have to use his ghost as well to try and chase Inori down. Got his own ghost in reply. But yeah, going back to that whole level 1 thing, that could have been really creative from P1, where they knew, P1 should have known that Energy did not know that Inori was doing the blue at that moment. Zig could have come from Fog. They could have had a kill there. They could have actually gotten some flashes and summoner spells as well with the Olaf if he had walked up, because they would have been pincered between an Olaf and then a Braum and Tristana. So there were a lot of things there that could have happened for P1, and instead they try to go for the kind of conservative 3 buff, and it doesn't work out because Quas gets there way earlier. Santorin had already hit level 3, and Nori was still stuck at level 2.
Yeah, Nori now on the top side of the map, drops a pink to defend Phoenix 1. Exhaust, they're going to try to force this onto a fight on Kiwi. Gate gets dropped before MASH can respond, and Nori forces the flash from Kiwi, but here comes Santorin, and Nori is split from his team.
Yeah, he's walking straight to GBM.
Is going to collapse on him. Gravity Field slows him a bit. Already level 6, drops the Chaos Storm for some burst. There's going to be a lot of slows. Santorin looks to catch up, and GBM gets the kill. 3-0, Energy.
Yep. It does not look good for P1, but Energy, on the other hand, been collapsing incredibly well. That 2-on-2 in the top side, P1 committed too hard. It looked like there had been a call to be aggressive because Nori was coming around the top side. Well, Purian doesn't have his teleport. Zig, I believe, was still about to be level 6. Yeah, he was almost level 6. He was level 5, very close to hitting level 6. He actually hit level 6 right after Nori died. So the Shen wasn't there to stand united and actually save and even get himself in the fight.
Energy feeling very good about the start to this one. 7 minutes in, 1,700, 1,800 gold ahead of Phoenix 1 with those kills. And that's the kills on 3 very important members, GBM, OQ, and Santorin. You can see Serrated Dirk actually picked up for both MASH and OQ. Whereas Santorin already completing his blue smite and GBM upgrading that Hex core.
Yeah, a little different there for Tristana. Typically you see them go for something like a Runaan's or something like a Affinity Edge early on, or at least the BF sword. So the Youmuu's build is what it looks like it may be. Those can't say I'm too familiar with Tristana with Youmuu's.
8 minutes in, and Energy feeling very confident as the 4 members of their 4-1 split push comp are looking very strong, while Quas is holding his own against Zig. Now Zig, you can see Zig taking some punishment, just barely missing that minion, get some assistance from Inori. In fact, there are 4 members of Energy on this side of the map. GBM is actually roaming through the jungle. They could look to collapse, but Phoenix 1 sniff it out and decide not to take any chances. They're going to trade one tier 1 for the other as the top goes down for the bottom.
Yep, so very delayed lane swap here after the whole death top lane. Rather curious though, because they have double TP on the side of P1, and Quas had used his, and Zig, he has TP and Stand United. He had them both available. I mean, you could make another play in that 2-on-2, and it would really be a 3-on-3 or even a 4-on-4. So it's a little bit confusing because they had an advantage that they could have taken, but I guess at this point they're just saying that Jax is getting a little too much free farm in this early game. So it's time to swap it up. Let's get ourselves out of these lanes. Try to have a little bit of an easier time here.
Try to slow Energy down, but Energy don't seem to be content to do that. Shoving top to take the top tier 1, and now once again sending 3 members towards the bottoms. OQ, Kiwi, and Quas look to catch up. Quas even taking the long way around to try avoiding vision, but a couple of deep wards I think will eventually spot him. So Zig does have a freeze in the top lane. In answer, Phoenix 1, Energy might try to look for a play on the bottom side of the map. Mountain Drake is up, and Quas gonna double jungle a bit with Santorin, knowing that they can't break the freeze on Zig.
You know,
And everybody takes a bit of a chill pill.
Yeah. Kind of looking for the next objective here. And there's the TP. They're going to try to get OQ. OQ does have flash, though, but Pyrion.
Oh, flashes the wall. Pyrion catches up. There's snare number 1. There's taunt follow-up. There's a kill for Phoenix One.
Yeah, that's the type of play that you can make when you have those globals. Pyrion comes through first, and there's no way that Quas can answer that. When it ends up, it would be a 4-on-3, honestly.
Yeah.
So, opposite side of the map, Energy secure the Rift Herald. Big part of their strategy is Quas split pushing, right? It's the 4-1 with the wave clear victor. Have the Quas split push. Give him Rift Herald, give him a large advantage early, and then the strategy is completely turned online.
Yeah, Quas building towards that Trinity Force as quick as possible. Phoenix One answer with a Mountain Drake, as you can see. Definitely going to be very important later on as they look to siege and break objectives, and eventually later neutral objectives like further Drakes and Baron. But for now, Energy are going to be content with that kill and a little bit of later scaling.
Yeah, but Energy not content with just a 2,000 gold lead for themselves. And they have to watch out for plays like that because Zig still has his teleport. Zig can still make another play. And that's what P1 need to do, is P1 need to be proactive with their globals. If you are reactive with your globals, it's not going to be that great because GBM will already be in a position to start running towards where the action is. And you don't want this Victor to really ever be a part of these fights. You want to kind of avoid him and go for the side lane fights. Go for the fights where you can pick people off and have a numbers advantage. Also make them fast, because if GBM does get there, it does end up being a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Once Kiwi Kid starts to get GBM into fights, that could be scary. Oh, just missing the Winter's Bite. Kiwi Kid is able to walk away as Phoenix One, the roaming gank squad, trying to make something happen but are unsuccessful. Now fighting over Vision in the river. Next Drake is Infernal, but that's not going to spawn for another few minutes, so we do have some time where there aren't any big neutral objectives on the map and teams will just jockey over Vision instead.
Yep. And without the vision that is required, Energy, they're pinging that Tri-Brush over and over again because they thought P1 could have come down towards that bot lane and gone through the Tri-Brush, and that's why OQ backed off of the wave, because they actually could have gone that way. It wasn't warded by Energy. Yeah, and Zig's gonna start losing this pretty hard. Not just because of that Rift Herald buff being a thing, but the fact that it's magic damage and he's hasn't prioritized for that at all. Jax actually does a decent amount of mixed damage, especially with that buff.
So far, it's armor and health for Zig as some things go down for Energy, looking to invade Phoenix One's side of the map, but Inori on the recall means that he's not going to be caught out by any warding plays from Energy. And the teams reset back towards their lanes for safety. Taking a look at the CS, it is once again fairly even. Santorin rocking that minor lead he earned from picking up the kill. And same thing from Quas, just farming it up, looking for that Trinity Force. In fact, picking up the Stinger, which builds into the Trinity Force.
Wants the attack speed because, I mean, if you're stacking your passive up faster, your second passive with your R, your Relentless Assault.
That's always been a question for me. I personally prefer the Sheen because I love hopping on people and bopping them, especially with the fully charged Rift Herald buff. It feels so satisfying. Like that burst on a champion just feels great.
That's true. It does feel absolutely great, but what he wants is that very satisfying I'm hitting turrets faster.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he can hit them harder with the Sheen, right? Don't get me wrong. But cooldown reduction, both have it. It's just the attack speed.
Yeah.
Pretty much all he's looking for. Also, when you have attack speed on Jax, you get more attack speed faster.
Oh,
because
yeah.
it's passive. Oh, the faster you smack him, the faster you smack him again.
Yeah. Funny how that works. Carrion trades a bit of damage with GBM, continuing to farm up, and Nori, heading towards the mid lane, is spotted out by Santorin, who has got enormous vision range. While all of the lanes continue to farm up and look for those bigger objectives. Youmuu's now finished on OQ. Recall from Mash means he's going to have to finish his own Youmuu's.
Yeah, his own Youmuu's Ghostblade.
And Pyrion misses the blue buff. Inori snipes it away.
Yep. Whoops.
Synergy.
Sort of. But I mean, it's not awful on Olaf. He does use a lot of mana when he's constantly picking up his axe, but you do need it on this mid lane Rise.
Yeah, denying it to Arise, though, that's the concern. He's already finished his Rod of Ages, so we're seeing some big core items finished out of both teams.
Yeah.
Gate and Inori are Santorin, but they might have gone too far. There's the Stand United teleport as well. Santorin flashes, but makes it over the wall. Inori's going to try to chase. Ragnarok and the axe is going to miss, not once, but twice, 3 times. And Energy back away, but Infernal Drake in 90 seconds.
Yeah, and they were able to completely disengage that with the help of Kiwi Kid and Santorin flashing, getting over the wall, and now they're just going to lose objectives. The top lane and this mid lane, both in danger of going down. And he has to walk through here, but it's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, Pyrion gets chunked down to half. Meanwhile, Quas, completed Trinity Force, not going to use his teleport at all. Shreds through for a free tier 2 turret.
This is the strat, and you have to see this coming a mile away when you see this draft from Energy. Like, it shouldn't be any surprise that this is what's going on. And this is what Energy want to do. Like, Quas had TP and he didn't even TP into that, or didn't even try to and then cancel it. It's like, they're going to disengage it. Even if Zig goes, you're going to lose a turret. Like, Pyrion early on should be TPing to the top lane to where the TP is, and then trying to kill Quas and put him far behind. And then if Shen can eventually win that matchup, then you shut down everything that this Jax wants to do. You prevent him from getting Rift Herald and don't get kind of greedy for those bottom kills, then you put him further behind. And like, Quas actually put himself a little bit behind by a tiny bit of gold. He had a larger advantage, but he had purchased a longsword, and then he sold the longsword and finished Trinity Force. So instead of buying the Sapphire Crystal for the same cost, he had purchased a longsword, which was a little questionable, but he sold it and lost like, 100 gold or so. But it's not a huge deal. But still, Quas is an absolute monster right now, and they've done nothing to stop him.
Yeah, now Infernal Drake, as you can see, spawning. Teleport available for Zig, but no Stand United. And Energy getting a few deep wards are going to look for this fight as Phoenix One try to clear it out. Pyrion still stacking up that tier, hasn't completed the Staff of the Seraphim just yet. And Zig continuing, he's going to have to catch Quas before Energy try to make a play for this Infernal Drake, but the mid tier 1 almost certainly looks to go down, but Pyrion finally clears it out.
Yep, that's really their only wave clear for the most part. You can actually use the Tristana and a little bit of the axes, but you're mostly going to rely on the range of the Rise with the ultimate on. And that's going to be Infernal Drake.
Yeah, Phoenix One look to trade it over. They're going to try to collapse onto Quas. He drops the Ghost. Gate's going to have to land this Winter's Bite. He's going to be as close as he can, but Quas dodges. That's a big cooldown. Knockup will catch him, and the slow from Inori. There's even a Stand United on cooldown. They're going to dive the turret. They should be able to kill Quas here. He's going to get some good damage in answer. Finally, he goes down, but the Infernal Drake was traded.
Yeah, they're probably going to lose mid turret and bottom turret for this, but maybe they'll get the top turret. P1, they try to take something, and then Energy just take 2 of whatever they took. They got a kill, they got a turret. If this mid lane turret goes down, then it's not worth it.
Yeah, this is the same Zerg strategy we saw them use in their previous games, only this time Energy are able to effectively trade it back. Kiwi and GVM finally drop the mid tier 1, and looks like Phoenix One are going to try to take a tier 2. They've got 4 minions. Santorin's over the wall trying to clear it out, and they will succeed. But on the opposite side, OQ is doing the same.
Yeah, they have to watch out. They might get cut off here, especially since Gate is backing in that bush, so he's leaving 3 members to actually walk all the way up, and they see those 3 members. Quas has teleport. They're going to interrupt this. They're going to TP in, and P1, they have to watch out. Santorin.
Oh, gosh. Oh, he leaps. Drops the Youmu's, gets knocked up, and oh, here comes Quas, gets revenge for his previous death. And Nori's going to try to hoof it out with some help from Zig. He actually tries to turn onto GVM while Zig duels Kiwi Kid, gets some good damage, but Quas turns it around for a double kill.
Even more kills going over, and they're going over to Quas. Energy, it looked like P1 was in a great situation there, but the Quas comes back up. The Quas comes back up, and he TPs in. It's a play that when you can see the entire minimap and the vision that we can, it's one that looks like it's going to happen. And Gate had the right idea. Gate backed in the bush, and then he got away. Gate's the one who gets to, live another day here.
Yeah, they had so much vision on that side, but Santorin catches Mash at the last second. And there's Quas picking up that huge burst with the complete Trinity Force, Rift Herald.
And then they immediately pick him up and
We're taking the scenic route to get to the fights.
It is a beautiful rift.
It is.
I love all the little frogs and stuff.
Seems like it's a very living, breathing environment. Whereas the previous one was an arena. This is part of the world. Yeah, whoa, Energy going to try to sneak the Baron here on spawn. There's no vision and no blue trinket.
Yeah, it's not even close in terms of vision here. Gate's gonna try to check it. And there it is.
Yeah, he eats a full culling. Finally, Ward goes over the wall and Energy are spotted out, but they did get it down to half. If Phoenix 1 were just a few seconds too slow, that could have been a free Baron. GBM, ooh, forced to flash. Experian trying to collapse.
That's what I like to see, though, is I like to see somebody who's going to flash when they're right before they're going to be in the scenario that's going to kill them from a chain CC or anything like that.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people today not flash Ash arrows.
Yeah.
Not flash hooks.
Or flash in line with the arrow.
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
So very difficult to dodge that one on reflex, but with that, Energy returned to their lanes and pick up a few more items. Black Cleaver completed on OQ, so the standard armor penetration build, while Quas now catches a huge minion wave on the bottom side of the map, opening up a pretty big advantage over Zig. And now Phoenix 1 are going to be the ones who try to sneak this Baron. They take some punishment as well.
Not an awful idea. The blue trinket does spot them. It looked like they got over the wall, so they avoided the scuttle crab. Used everybody who had a leap to get through. And yeah, Quas just gets to be left alone, and because he's on the bot side with no teleport, P1 try it, and they get nothing for it, but Quas gets everything.
Yeah, there's no tier 2 on that side of the map, and despite the fact that he has no teleport, Quas can put on a lot of pressure. If Phoenix 1 commit too many members to try to drop him, Energy could just look for another objective on the map.
Yeah.
Once again, leading Phoenix 1 and forcing them to be the ones reacting, often incorrectly, to Energy's plays. 22 minutes in, 5,500 gold in favor of Energy. Continuing to contest vision as much as possible. Can't let that ward coverage slip. And there goes Quas heading over to Zig. Nope, he decides he's gonna continue playing outside of vision.
Ward up, give him a smack or two, and then go back to farming. He's gonna eventually have his Maw, maybe even a Warden's Mail. We'll see what ends up happening with that Giant's Belt.
It was a zoning Yomu's. That's actually a thing on a champion like Zed.
A zoning Yomu's?
Yeah, you turn on the Yomu's and walk towards them, and sometimes you can force a flash because the enemy will just panic and oh!
And you W at them as well, and then
No,
W at them, and you don't take it.
Not with the W nerfs now. The level 1 W at 22 seconds is so painful. But that's neither here nor there.
But I mean, a flash is 300.
Yeah, but if you W and then suddenly the enemy team collapses, you have no escape.
And you're only dead for like 30 seconds. And flash is 300. It's got to be worth it. There's a formula out there.
We can do this. We can flowchart this. We have the technology.
But apparently not the intelligence.
Yeah.
Our bads. Anyway.
Yeah, back to this game. Phoenix 1 continuing to farm it up, trying to build towards that late game comp. Mash getting online with 2 items. Purion finishing his 2 core damage items, while the tank line gets bigger and bigger. Energy, though, continuing to play that 4-1 split push and not allowing Phoenix 1 to group up and force a fight.
This is like mind-boggling for me, because the amount of damage that GBM is going to do with the items that he has is absolutely insane. When he completes Lich Bane, he's going to be able to just destroy turrets as well. And that goes over to Santorin. And Mash, his build, he's going to tickle everybody. I mean, he has Runead's Hurricane, so he'll tickle 3 people.
Yeah.
But that's all he's really going to be able to accomplish with this build, is attack speed. And I understand that when you have the explosive charge on somebody and you attack it faster, you'll get it to that higher charge rate, and then you blow it up faster like that. But it has a great AD ratio on it, so he's kind of investing in the fact that he's looking for the explosion really early and trying to get the Braum passive off, but his own damage is really dwarfed.
Is that a Yordle joke?
No.
Okay.
They're not dwarves. There's no beards on these Yordles.
They are Yordles. So what does Heimer have if he doesn't have a beard? Is that just all
That's
hair?
all hair on his head.
That is a huge afro.
Just, it's grown onto his face. It's slightly sentient.
How
helps him with his inventions.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's got rockets in it.
He
too.
hides, yeah, he hides things in there. Wonder if he's like an acorn and he keeps his lunch in there too.
An acorn?
If he's like a squirrel. Wow, that's
Yo, all right. I get where you were going, though. I was like, okay, I want to make sure.
Like a chipmunk.
I was curious if there was something about acorns I didn't know.
Nope.
Okay.
I got my words mixed
All right. Let's get off this before the teleport play comes in because
Yeah,
it's going to happen.
Even a blind acorn finds a squirrel. That's
what's happening.
Punishment. Energy are trying to collapse onto Phoenix 1 right now, but I think
Inori
Phoenix
wants
1
to go.
want this fight. Zig and Inori, the tanks are in the front. Fury needs some damage. Quas gets knocked out. He's going to try to fight this one. And this is OQ separated from his team. Energy are on the wrong side of this, and Phoenix 1 know it. They catch GBM with the taunt and drop him down. Quas tries to single-handedly turn it around, but he does not have enough. He goes down. That's 2 members of Energy dead.
And P1, they're right next to Baron. This is the place where you don't want to take a fight and lose it because now P1 get to turn onto this objective. They get to blow the game wide open. If they get all these wards out of here, they make it much easier for them to do. Santorin is alive. Santorin is approaching. He may be there right in time.
Rushing forward,
He's going in.
100 health. He's trying to steal it. Oh my gosh, Santorin steals away the Baron buff. Phoenix 1 are going to be able to kill him. There's a culling, and now suddenly Phoenix 1 are locked in the pit. Energy back away.
And Santorin saves the game for Energy off of that play. Uses the Void Rush to come back in. Tunnels in. Has a little bit of support there from Kiwi Kid, but that's it. Nobody keeps him out of the pit. Gate is afraid of dying. He has his back all the way in the pit. There's nothing he can do about it. Mash didn't have ultimate. Nobody stops him.
Yeah, huge save from Santorin. We've been talking about it. He's really been playing up. The more and more we're seeing him.
I believe that was blind too. Like he had to kind of just run in, time it. All the wards were cleared out. I have to get another look at that because that's a little bit of luck, but also a great amount of calculation there for him saying, you know what, let's back, let's go, let's make sure I'm full HP.
Takes a lot of practice in order to pull something like that off. Now,
practice that scenario every day when my team is behind, you know?
When your dynamic Q isn't doing well. Now, Mountain Drake currently up. Phoenix 1 look to take it their second. Phoenix 1 had Mountain Drake.
That may have helped them. If they, that may have been the difference there.
Yeah.
But still, they took the Baron as the right call to actually go for it, but Energy are the ones who snatch it up.
Quas going to continue to bop Zig on the head, trying to see if he can split push to his heart's content, while Mash takes a punishment from the culling. Gate charges forward. Baron buff on OQ and Kiwi Kid still. They're going to have it for another 2 minutes and 15 seconds, so they should be able to make something happen with this.
I'm actually a little surprised by Quas's build because it's a team fighting build. It's the Warden's Mail, make sure I don't get crit and blown up by the Tristana, and then a little bit of the magic resistance so he can jump in and then do more damage. But then he has Ghost, so he doesn't have the flash plays available to him. He's going to just try to run these people down, and he's kind of splitting, but also available for team fights, so it's a little weird, but...
Yeah, we were talking about Energy trying to play with the 4-1, put Quas on the opposite side of the map, let him duel it out with Zig, but then Energy tried to take a fight, and that did not go their way at all.
No, it didn't go their way. Well, also I think the big thing is that OQ got zoned off of it, and it was really a 5v4.
Now with the 4-1 fully online, Energy are able to break down this mid-tier 1, or tier 2 turret.
And pretty much no wave clear as well for P1 squad. Like, Mash, he has the Rune Ants, he'll do a little bit of damage here, but Purion's the guy.
They try to catch Santorin. There goes the Chaos Storm onto Inori. Rylai's does so much slow. Santorin continues to take a few hits. Baron still up for 30 seconds. Minion wave is finally going to catch up as Energy grouping as 5 are going to try to break this inhibitor turret against the Tristana. It'll be tough.
And you can see Nash desperately trying to clear out this wave. Disaster for P1. It looked like it was going to be good there for them. It looked like they were finally going to have a little bit of a break. But now they're going to have to play for even later. They're going to have to play for 6 items. They're going to have to play for break points for Mash and Purion. It's not awful that that's what they have to play for, but it is a little bit discouraging when you're in this situation. Quas has superiority in the split push. Better wave clear. Oki's about to pick up an enormous wave in the bot wave.
Yeah, OQ
It's the dream.
Catching a full wave of minions. He has stated that he's been having some difficulty converting his
I missed
play
one.
here. Oh, he's going to get it. So he is still trying to show that he can play at the level that he played back when he was in Korea. Up about 20 CS now over MASH, but really taking a back seat in energy once again.
Yeah, the fact that he got zoned off of the play was honestly the reason that it happened in that top side. So not being with the team really cost them, and the fact that they were able to all jump on GBM because they considered him really the only threat left. It was actually a pretty smooth play there. They were able to lock him up, give him no options. They need more of that, though. If P1 want to get back into this game, they were playing a little bit proactive, but now 8,000 gold down.
Pressure is rising. Next Drake will be a Mountain. Phoenix One would love to have that third Mountain Drake. That would help them shred through these neutral buffs so quickly.
Yeah,
Problem. If they ever get MASH onto a turret, it's going to go down.
Big problem, though, is you can't really fight energy for a little bit longer. MASH does have his crit item, though, and that's the thing is this Lucian build has no crit in it. So you have a pretty good idea of the damage that you're going to be able to put out, whereas there's some RNG here for MASH, and the fact that he's also going to be damaging multiple people, like if you can get some really good crits in there, you can win a fight with this Tristana at this point. Just need either a little bit more AD or a little bit more attack speed. The Yomu's active as well is going to give him a whole bunch. So this is where it really starts to turn online, but investing in a 3-item build is kind of insane sometimes because the game will look like this, where you're down 9,000 gold, 8.5 now.
But you're just hitting your power spike. It only takes...
We'll play for the late game. We got late game, guys.
It only takes...
Just group us 5.
30 minutes. But Phoenix One looking remarkably cohesive, picking up quite a healthy amount of kills, trying to match energy as best they can. Inori is going to have to be forced to use the Ragnarok to escape as energy continue to try to pressure forward. A minute for Baron and a minute for that Mountain Drake. And with Quas split pushing with his teleport, this is an opportunity for energy to get some vision and prep for those big objectives.
Yep, Inori won't have Ragnarok for about 10 seconds after the Mountain Drake spawns. So, won't have it for that fight. Everybody goes back on P1. They stock up on pink wards across the board. I believe that's 2 there for Purion and Inori.
Yeah.
So they're looking for objective control right now.
Well, now's the time. 20 seconds for that Baron, 30 for the... swap that. 10 seconds for the Baron, 25 for the Mountain Drake. Void Rush means Santorin gets right back out, and with Phoenix One grouped up in the mid lane, Zig with teleport and Stand United, they're going to try to get some vision out.
Yeah, and they may try to force a fight. We'll see what P1 do. I mean, I feel bad for Zig because Zig's lane opponent is almost 100 CS up over him, but Zig has 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
He hasn't died, so the split push is winning slowly, but he's been helping his team, and that's why.
Oh, Purion eats a full culling, but he's got his Guardian Angel, doesn't want to proc it before a fight. And Phoenix One actually recall as Gate heads back along with Santorin. That means Energy are going to get priority as they run towards the Baron.
Yeah, Purion would have to TP in, and they'd at least be able to get that. So, heals up, not all the way to full, but he'll have a little bit of regen ticking. Throwing a couple spells on his way out as well, I believe.
Yeah,
some charges.
Furious pinging going down on the map right now as Santorin gets a few more deep wards. He's going to spot out Inori, and Quas is going to look to solo the Mountain Drake.
MASH and Inori are looking to kill OQ. They're like, is he going to push this wave up? And they're not going to see him there. And OQ has a reputation. There was a term called, or saying that was OQ moments, which was when he pretends he's a top laner split pushing, and then he dies for it. Because it's like, what is the AD carry doing trying to 1v1 randomly, and then it ends up being against him in a 2v1. And yeah, Quas is going to take away that third one.
Yep.
They couldn't really contest it. After that Baron, the game was blown wide open in favor of Energy.
Now it's Energy who are trying to take these advantages back away from Phoenix One. 9,000 gold almost in favor of them. They've got wards around the pit as Energy continue to stick to the 4-1 style and wait for Phoenix One to make a mistake. Phoenix One, though, continually dropping wards, not letting themselves get caught out. Playing for that late game.
Yeah, it feels really strange though. It does kind of feel like say this as nice as possible. It's gonna be the 10th and the 6th place team playing each other, because you're seeing how everybody is really just kind of waiting for the other to make a move, and P1 are trying to force it, but Energy, you know, they're really reacting here. P1s were the one who started the Baron, and then they reacted to that. The play up top was a TP play in from Pyrion, I believe, and then they collapsed. So really, P1 are the ones who keep trying to make something happen, and then Energy are the ones answering. And right now, Baron, they're on Baron. Energy, they aren't on it. They have 2 Mountain Drakes. It's gonna be gone.
There goes the teleport.
Santorin has to get in there if he wants to steal again.
And Baron is secured by Phoenix One. Mash hops out, but Quaz is able to pop onto him. They're going to try to burn it down. Santorin is not quite going to do enough to Pyrion, who is locked down in the pit. In Nori running for his life while Quaz chases Phoenix One. Lose gate, but get the Baron.
Yeah, and Zig there saves Inori, so Inori barely gets out. The taunt, the flash, ends up getting Quaz, so he can't continue the chase. Saves one of the members. Could have been worse there, but they only lose the support and they get Baron. Energy caught sleeping.
Yeah, not able to ward that out in time, and now Phoenix One. They say the shoe's on the other foot. Like, we have Baron now.
How does that happen? Like, everybody's kind of dancing around the pit.
Quas even teleports in a little bit late.
Like, they saw them walk towards the pit, and you know they have double Mountain Drake. Regardless, P1 make a risky play, honestly, to be able to say, all right, we're gonna get this before they can answer, is super bold call.
It does pay off this time, though, as Phoenix One with the Baron try to shove down mid lane. This time they're doing the 4-1 split. Not able to break it down. Oh, here's the video.
Yeah, look at that. Like, you can see, they
Barely
saw them.
sees Inori.
They saw them walk in. They were all hugging the wall, and they had sweepers on. They're like, all right, nothing sees us. And they get it right as Santorin comes in, but the whole thing that happened last time, not gonna happen again. Gate uses the Unbreakable the wrong way, so he deserves to die. But right there, Inori, taunt onto Quas, gets him away, just barely. And now they're gonna take that mid turret, and P1 right back in this game.
Yeah, 4 turrets to 6, Baron buff on them for an additional 2 minutes. As Zig is going to split push and pull Quas now to the other side. OQ is going to try to catch up.
Yeah, Quas now has that split push build. When he completed the Maw and went for the Blade of the Ruined King. Blade of the Ruined King, you'll see it in the Jax build for split pushing. Sometimes 2nd or 3rd item, depending. But he wanted to have a little bit more tankiness. He wanted to have both types of resistances, which allows him to team fight. And then he ended up getting the Blade of the Ruined King. So it's a different order, but it still ends up being the turret destroying Jax build.
Yeah, so far that's 1 tier 1 taken by Phoenix One in the mid lane for the worth of that Baron. Ooh. Elder Drake is up in 2 minutes, and Energy are getting some wards on that side.
So OQ has a lot of armor penetration here. He's got 40 armor penetration because he's got the Maw, he's got the Dusk Blade, and then he's got the Youmu's. Then he has the Black Cleaver as well. So his percentage is actually going to be rather high with having the offensive masteries and the Black Cleaver. So this is going to be really interesting watching OQ in these fights if he can actually make use of the penetration and get onto the squishies.
Yeah, Pyrion and Mash have been doing such a good job of sitting in the back of the fights, trying to get away from Quas, Santorin, and GBM. Phoenix One get some good pressure on the bottom. Mash is finally able to take down that bottom tier 2. It's now 6-5 in turrets, only a 6,000 gold difference. As Phoenix One catch up just a bit. They're scaling.
Yeah, they're scaling. But I mean, Energy are approaching 6 items. So a lot of them are at 5.5, and they're waiting on large pockets of gold. We're talking thousands here to finally top off their inventory and get to that point where they can't even carry pink wards. So P1, on the other hand, they're not too far behind anymore. Like, you were talking about it, even in gold total, but like, you look at what Pyrion's got, Pyrion's at the same amount of items as GBM at the moment. So the GA, it's gonna come through for him. Thornmail comes through for Santorin, so he's done. Just needs the Ruby Sightstone if he is gonna upgrade it. And Quas, I assume he's also gonna go for a GA here. So we're probably gonna see a lot of Guardian Angels in this. And hold up.
Elder Dragon has arrived. Very scenic landing onto the Rift. And with both teams at 2-2 in terms of those elemental drakes, that could be...
That was sick.
The camera hopping in. Oh, Nori charges forward. He's going to try to break in,
from the
and
side.
Zig and Pyrion are flanking. Pyrion is able to drop GBM. Kiwi Kid is actually going to go down, and Phoenix One break down Energy.
And P1 say, go for GBM. He's basically the head of the gigantic mech that is Energy. They're like, cut off the head. I can't drive anymore. And that's what's going on here is they go after him every single time. The taunt, they're using it to try and lock him down. Pyrion is flash rooting, and then GBM gets annihilated.
Yeah, huge flank from Phoenix One to find that pick. And Elder Dragon secured. It's do or die time for Phoenix One. They've got 2 minutes with an additional 135 true damage per auto attack.
Yeah, you have to back now and then all push. 2 minutes is not a lot of time. Not even close. Pyrion TP is on the bottom side of this. Inori goes. Gate, it's all right, but GBM is the target. Cut off the head. Get rid of the pilot. Yeah, 100% there. Blows him up. Mash, double kill. And honestly, rather well played there. Gate goes for a Zeke's Herald, or Zeke's Harbinger as well.
Yeah, so the exact same plays that we've seen from Phoenix One whenever they do take the initiative. Send Pyrion, let Zig teleport on top of him with the Stand United, Zerg someone down before the enemy team can respond. So it's worked before. Energy will see if they can adapt correctly and prevent that from happening by denying Phoenix One vision. But despite the Elder Dragon buff, Phoenix One are not grouping up, and they're just using it to try to close the gold gap between the two. They're not pushing any turrets. And they might be looking for a pick onto Gate. Santorin chases forward. There's a Stand United. Gate flashes out, but Inori turns onto OQ. GBM getting some good damage. Inori goes
They don't have Mash.
Pyrion goes too far forward. Mash finally catches up. Pyrion drops the Guardian Angel. Zig gets pulled in. That's going to be Pyrion going down. Quas is caught. He's going to be absolutely dumped by Inori. They're trying to get this fight. Inori drops. OQ chases back with GBM. Gate is caught with the tether. He drops, and Energy are taking the fight. They just might try to take the whole game.
Mash messed that up. Zig taunt flashed, and he had buster shot them away. And he got nobody. They flew away. It looked like P1 was gonna try to turn it there, and Mash panicked, hit them away, completely out of sync there, and P1 throw the game.
Yeah, with the Elder Dragon buff, Phoenix One end up being unable to take the fight. Energy take 4 kills. They take the Nexus turrets, and they're going to take game number 1 against Phoenix One.
There are so many fights in this I want to see again. The fight right before the Baron, this one that just happened to end the game.
Yeah.
Because it's absolutely insane. Back and forth between these teams. The gold gap is like 7,000 gold, but still everybody's hanging on, hitting 6 items there for Mash. And selling them all for tears at the end.
Yeah. Mash, unfortunately not quite able to catch up with his team in time. Bit of a panic reaction, knocking it away with that buster shot, as you mentioned. But they had the Elder Dragon. They were scaling towards that late game correctly, but then they just couldn't quite convert.
Yeah, they didn't use the Elder Dragon. They didn't group up. And it looked like 4 of them wanted to group up. Mash is splitting, and he has 6 items. Like, he has 6 items. He has nothing else really in his inventory to do anything with. Maybe he sells his Greaves, and then he picks up Phantom Dancer or something, or maybe Trinity Force. But honestly, like, really greedy from some of the members of P1. They were getting engaged on. They didn't collapse fast enough to answer.
It's a bit of an OQ moment, to be honest. Getting split on the opposite side. But now to break that game 1 Energy victory down, let's pass it back to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, Dom. Throwing a little shade there right on the toss, but Zyrene talks about how there were so many fights in this series or in this first game that he wants to get another look at, and we're going to do just that because we did see good plays, bad plays on both sides of the rift here, so there's a lot to break down, but ultimately Energy coming away with the first win of the series. Phoenix One almost gets it on Inori's debut, but not quite there. They, of course, have another game to give it a go. Diving right into it, let's go ahead and look at Champion Select, just because with the addition of Inori, I want to look at what Phoenix One is starting to prioritize with their full roster intact. And they're going to go ahead and throw him that Olaf Shen combo. I really love to see that combo. I'm just not sure that they ever really employed it to its fullest extent.
Yeah, it's a kind of a new team in a sense. I'm pretty sure they were scrimming with Inori before this, but you do question exactly how much practice they got with him. It sounds like when Zentinel was playing, it was still split time. So you would think it's a combination that they've tried a couple times, but it is different from the champ pool that they've seen in the LCS so far. So in terms of playing on stage with the Olaf, it's pretty new. And Energy definitely, threw some stuff his direction, tried to rattle his cage a little bit early.
Oh, very much so. I mean, we saw him get bullied out very early in his own jungle and the likes of that. But also, I think the other interesting thing here is that typically when you have this Shen Olaf composition, you supplement it with a Karma or a Sivir, some other form of movement speed to help them get in, to help them attack that backline. Here, Energy bans out the Sivir, first picks the Karma. So now, Phoenix One left high and dry without a very clean way to get to that backline.
Especially when you factor in that they have the Ryze as well. He's another person who benefits greatly from move speed. And when you start with an Olaf running an unstoppable submarine Shen on top, gets a taunt on somebody, Ryze wants to be in there at the same time, starting to full combo people. And we saw in a couple of fights, there were maybe some flanks where, Zig got a good taunt and then Ryze could blow people up. But in terms of the full frontal engage, it wasn't quite available.
Exactly. Well, let's dive into some of these replays starting 6 minutes into the game. 2-0 in the top lane for Energy here. Again, this is just in the 2v2 to start, and Energy outplaying in that 2v2.
Yeah, it just gets a little too aggressive. They want to go into Kiwi, trying to get the gank off, but just before that happens, they get the kill on the gate, and then Inori's on the wrong side. The play's already gone bad. He's trying to run anywhere he can, and GBM's already waiting.
Right, arriving to the fight late, realizing it's already over. Now he's on the wrong side of the map, gets pincered by the mid laner. That's unfortunate to hand over a second kill there. But yeah, ultimately that started in that 2v2 where Kiwi and OQ just simply outplay. We move ahead a little bit to Phoenix One's first big step back into the game. 25 minutes, they're gonna get a 2-for-0 in the top lane and make their move towards the Baron, but Santorin has something to say about that.
Yeah, this is one of those weird plays where people are on the wrong side. So obviously P1 was chasing down there on MASH, and then all of a sudden it's, oh wait, we're on this side, you're on that side, and they're able to get a good engage here. You see that they have a ton of tank available to them. Zig, Inori, all running forward, giving some good defense here. Kind of like meat shield, gets a good taunt on GBM. He's popped instantly, and then from there it's kind of chasing down. Quash tries to turn it as best he can, but not really enough.
It's kind of a losing situation from the get-go just because that Lucian is split from the rest of the team, has no way to kind of group back up and be the damage dealer that they need to be. So 2 kills handed over to P1. They start up the Baron here, but the hero in Santorin is going to come sweeping in here for the steal, and of course, he will die for it while picking up 1 kill himself.
Yeah, it's if you look there, you almost don't even see it drop from 1,071 to nothing, but what happened was Inori tried to combo his E true damage with his Smite true damage. It looked like it just wasn't enough, barely, because, because both junglers got their Smites off, so I think he just was just a little early on it, maybe knew the LCS stage, but honestly, those are usually 50-50.
It's such a 50-50. I mean, you like to think that that Phoenix One has the advantage because they've got double mountain with 5 people hitting the Baron, so maybe their damage just gets through before Santorin's, but ultimately it's a coin flip when you let him get in there like that. And although Santorin died, 3 members of Energy still end up with that Baron buff, which gave them a lot of freedom to push and take a few turrets and create a larger gold lead through that mid game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Quas wasn't alive for it. He's the big one who would have benefited from having that Baron buff in the split push. I don't think Shen would be able to hold him normally. You put a Baron buff on him, and he starts being able to really take down these turrets, kind of get to that state where you just ignore the Shen mostly. But that never really happened because he was dead. He didn't have the Baron buff. So the game kind of slows down, not quite as impactful as Baron buffs generally are. So,
I mean, from there, though, still a little bit back and forth. We still saw the game stall out. We still saw fights go both ways. Phoenix One able to pick up the second Baron of the game when Energy kind of like lapse in thought there with vision of it all. Just don't collapse in time. And again, those double mountains definitely helping them take the dragon as quickly as they did. But I think the the infancy of the team kind of shined through in what they were able to achieve with a Baron buff, as well as later on when they had an Elder Drake, they didn't get much out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the Baron power play stats. It was basically the Baron gold. That was pretty much all they got out of it, was just inherently from taking the Baron. Then they get an Elder Dragon, and that's actually the fight that they take with the Elder Dragon that loses them the game. You think that this should be, a power play moment for them, but it's just not the case. So.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's take a look at this final fight because Irene had some words about it. Mash definitely not in position for this fight at all. He's the main damage dealer, 6 items, doesn't need to necessarily be farming a side lane when you have that Elder Drake.
And well, one of the things is that they have this really tanky frontline P1, but they go in all at different times. So first Gate's getting chunked out, then Inori gets chunked out, then Pyrion gets popped, and then now they're finally starting to re-engage, and just when he goes for the re-engage, Mash ults them away. No taunt onto GBM. He gets out. Now it's just turning it back again onto whoever was the closest person, which was Zig at the time. He gets kind of low before they turn back and onto another target. They just chase down the rest of the way.
Yeah, things started to look pretty good when Quas goes down and your Tristana is still at full health, 6 items.
Reset time.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is our time to roll through the fight, but as you mentioned, a couple misplays there definitely don't put them in position to win it. Energy take advantage. They pick up the first win of the game, or of the series, rather. Santorin is going to be our player of the game, 2, 1, and 8 on that Rek'Sai. He was in all the lanes. He was bowling out Inori early in the jungle. He showed up for the ganks and the counter ganks. He got that first blood in the mid lane, and then, of course, the clutch Baron steal to keep them in their lead in that mid game.
Yeah, good stall out. Is kind of the moment where you're like, oh, P1 might take this game. Never mind, puts the pause on that. And then later in the game, that last fight, he's actually the one tunneling in on Gate that starts that whole fight off.
Right.
It wasn't like an explosive engage, but it was a fight that they need to take because at the time, P1's all split up, and they have this Elder Dragon. So if you can chunk them out and slow them down, or maybe even just win the game off it, which is the case there.
Yeah, very much good awareness by him, good game sense throughout, and he's been impressing this summer split. I know some people had some reservations about him returning based on his performances when he was on TSM, but definitely stepping up to the plate here on this Energy squad. Finally, I want to look ahead to Game 2, just because with a very limited sample size of the Inori Phoenix One roster, I do want to look at what they might be able to put together on the blue side here because they'll be slightly less limited in their pick ban, just having the advantage of being on the blue side. What can they do? How can they put a comp together that might let them push through that early and mid game with less of a deficit than they had this time around?
Well, part of that was just the Inori path and getting him bullied.
Right.
Rek'Sai's already on his blue buff. He has to chase him out, but then the Rek'Sai just comes back to his Gromp, pushes him out. I think that was a little annoying for Inori. Probably didn't enjoy that too much. But I think the big thing is the comp. We touched on a little bit earlier that getting either the Sivir or the Karma would have been great for that comp. And depending on what NRG decides to ban, because the Ryze made it through to last pick for P1, there's a chance that maybe they can grab the Sivir or the Karma early, depending on how the bans change, and try and run the same comp but with a little bit different AD carry, bot lane, whatever.
All right.
I think that could be good for him.
Shoring up the comp, giving them kind of a well-rounded situation moving into Game 2. Now the LCS is resetting for that Game 2. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll see if NRG can complete the sweep or if P1 can get back into this series.
You should see my chat history with GBM. It's like over break, I was literally like, hey GBM, you should play more solo queue. And it's just like, smiley face, hey GBM, I saw you didn't play any solo queue this week. Smiley face.
Olaf multi? Okay. I got him.
Nice, I'm coming for you. I'm fine.
Nice.
That's good. Just
Rushing forward, 100 health, he's right, he stole it! Oh my gosh, Santorin steals away the Baron buff. Pyrion are flanking, Pyrion is able to drop GBM. Kiwi Kid is actually going to go down.
We can be fight.
Hey, Shin the flash.
Okay.
Trying to jump in.
Tristana.
Stick here.
Okay, we can end game.
NRG take 4 kills. They take the Nexus turrets, and they're going to take game number 1 against Phoenix One.
Welcome back, everyone. Before the break, Energy overcame Phoenix One in a marathon first game. And though we gave player of the game to Santorin, a lot of that was with the help of their mid laner, GBM.
Yeah, GBM got focused in a couple of those fights, but we looked at the damage graphs afterwards. He did 41% of his team's damage. The next highest was OQ, who was half his damage total. Is absolutely insane play there from GBM in these team fights. You know, there were few of them, but every one of them was explosive.
Yeah, that's the terror of late game Victor, able to do so much. And on being played by a player like GBM, who's able to convert, definitely a good thing. On the other side, though, Phoenix One, they looked remarkably competitive with them for a significant portion of the game.
Yeah, at the start, it was a rocky start with the Inori, and then the whole jungle pathing thing. There were opportunities there. It was creative. It was new. They could have actually gotten a lot more off of that if they were a little braver with it and took the risk. And then middle of the game, you know, they started to force some things. It was okay to see, but that end is just heart-wrenching. You have Elder Dragon, you have a split pushing AD carry, and then he ulties back 2 people that Zig goes for in that moment.
Yeah.
Absolutely heartbreaking. They have to be able to get over that and get into this game and start saying, all right, that was a fluke, but we did well.
Yeah, they definitely did. And that was the big concern for Phoenix One. If bringing in Inori would help their team play and allow them to more consistently compete. Well, in game number 1 against Energy, they definitely gave Energy a run for their money for most of the game. Now, we are in picks and bans. Vladimir, Zyra, and Victor banned away specifically from GBM. Shen banned away from Zig, though.
Yeah.
In answer.
So the bans previously were Azir, Sivir, and Bard for Energy. And for P1, it was Vladimir, Zyra, Trundle. So the only thing changing is the Victor for the Trundle. And so far for Energy, same Azir ban, but they dropped Sivir so far and Bard for Shen. We'll see what that last ban is. Maybe Rise, maybe Karma.
Yeah, it is in fact going to be the Karma for the final ban. With Phoenix One on blue side, got to get rid of those huge Karma, Vladimir.
Yeah.
But that Rise is still open. Korean had a remarkably good performance, keeping pace with GBM for the course of the game.
I feel like P1 just gave Energy a little bit of an out because Vladimir is super good. I know that they've played it before with Slushy and with Pyrian, and it just hasn't looked that great. But I seriously think that that champion, you have to get some time on it in scrims and just go off, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a champion that, you know, you have to know how to play as a mid laner and be able to dominate the game, and it has to be a red side ban. Banning it on blue side just really pigeonholes your strategy.
Phoenix One, speaking of strategy, might be looking to change it up. Elise being hovered by Inori right now. Not going to go for the run fast, kill somebody on the Olaf, but nope, decides to swap it over. Trundle, first pick for Phoenix One. Likely going to be seeing that go to Zig in the top lane. That's typically his second champion when Shen is no longer an option.
Yeah, it was ended up banned against him in the last game. It's a champion that he really likes playing, shredding those tanks, assisting his team, has the pillar to assist as well, and has some split push pressure. Of course, not the same caliber as Jax, but honestly, it's something
It's up there, yeah.
he's pretty good at. So I think I'll do it.
Ooh, the young Evelyn hover and Alawi on top of that. For Quas, he had some pretty good success on that Jax in game number 1. Might just be looking for the same thing in game number 2 as Energy going to be looking for those first 2 picks for themselves. But looks like they're going to decide to change it up as well. Santorin returning to that Rek'Sai, on which he was so instrumental in game 1, and Rise locked in.
Yep, that Rise. A champion that has a lot of presence, picked and banned in a lot of games, and honestly, I think that this guy falling through the ban phase, it's kind of rare. You can see there his ban rate is 80%, and then his pick rate is 10%. So very few games that he actually gets by without anybody picking or banning him.
Involved in 72 of 80 games in either pick or ban. But now Phoenix One are going to have the luxury of being able to pick around that Rise, very close range. So might see if MASH decides to go for something a little longer, like an Ezreal or a Caitlyn to get away from that. Or if they just decide to go for a run fast comp once again, and as Inori looks at the Hecarim, the Zerg rush people down has been a favorite strategy for Phoenix One ever since we've seen them start to take games.
I mean, grouping up as 5 and rushing at the enemy has been their bread and butter. The Bard was banned out last game against them, so that's that lock-in there for Gate. And Inori is probably going to be Hecarim in the jungle here from Trundle top.
Yeah.
Most likely going to be like a Victor to round out the composition for P1.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do with the Victor band away. They'll have to react to that.
True. That's true.
But Energy, we've seen GBM take some interesting picks with the Anivia, with Ziggs, which not a lot of other mid laners have seemed to have gotten behind, but
yeah, thank you for that.
He does still have that red side counter pick, so we'll see if they decide to save that. Again, that Rise could be for Quas, that could be for GBM. They could counter pick top lane now.
It's just so odd that you would ban that many mid laners on blue side. You could first pick either of those. They're great champions to first pick.
I think they took a look at the end game stats as well, and they saw GBM did 41% of his team's damage. He consistently does 34% plus of his team's damage.
It's absolutely insane for a mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely huge. But in answer, Energy decide to save that counter pick either for GBM or Quas, depending on the Rise, and they lock in their AD carry and support with Twitch and Braum.
Yeah, Twitch and Braum here. Kiwi Kid on the Braum, going to be trying to protect OQ, and OQ loves this Twitch. He's one of the only people in the NALCS playing this champion, and it's mostly because he likes to show up next to you and just annihilate your team. And nice. Okay.
Ooh, Cassiopeia making a surprise appearance last week. Now suddenly a staple of mid laners all across the LCS.
Yeah, it was played in 3 of the 4 matches today.
Yeah.
We've seen Cassiopeia,
Froggen, Jensen, and now Pyrion.
I mean, as a champion, I was really surprised nobody was playing before. And same thing with like Kennen, right? Like I hope Kennen pops up because I think that's another underrated pick right now. And Cassio incredibly strong. The amount of damage that she's able to put out and control a game with. And remember back in the day when it was like Rise, Azir, and Cassiopeia were the 3 mid laners? It's like they're still all really damn good and up there, and you can still play them into each other, right? Like you can play Cassio into Azir and be doing pretty well.
Pyrion, in the wins that Phoenix One have had, received Player of the Game both times, but Alawi is the final pickup for Energy.
All right, so Quas, low mobility team here. It's gonna have to be able to get into that back line. Doesn't have assistance, but there's a lot of threats here. Quas on that Alawi, Rise for GBM, and the Twitch for OQ. Getting in on this team is going to be rough.
Yeah, that's a lot of AoE.
Yeah, it's a ton of AoE. I'm excited to see Quas play this Alawi. I'm a big Alawi fan because it's not actually the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's not like super hard, like, oh, it's a Riven or anything. It's situational, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like an Udyr, where Udyr actually has one of the highest mastery curves. Like, playing him a lot pays off a ton.
Yeah.
And it's all positioning, right? You get punished if you position poorly, and you have no way to reposition yourself.
Yeah, it's all about knowing those windows of power. When you can get in, when you can get out. And very strong picks for Energy to start this off. But Game 2 is about to kick off. As you're watching, hit us up on Twitter to contribute to the fan vote. Use hashtag P1win or hashtag NRGwin to call out your predictions.
Or hashtag Cassio win or hashtag Alawi win.
Oh, yeah.
Who has the better serpentine form? Who knows?
Well, one's a squid and the other is a snake.
They both kind of have, you know,
Bit of
boom, same type of skeleton on the inside.
Invertebrates?
Sort of. not
kind of.
Not 100%, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that means no bones. That's not right.
Yeah.
That's not the right word. But we have loaded onto the Rift for Game 2 between Phoenix One and Energy.
I'm really excited because there are some picks in here that we are seeing emerge. The Hecarim, the Cassio, the Alawi. Like, this is going to be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah.
And cast.
The hope is that we're going to see some explosive action. Huge damage from Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Huge damage out of Twitch, Rise, and Alawi.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to have to go over Alawi's kit at some point.
Okay.
Because every time I see people talking about Alawi, it's like I still don't know what they do.
Yeah.
Or what she does.
That was actually a conversation people were having today.
Oh, God. Where?
Alawi's still one of the most feared mains. I'm afraid of Alawi. I have no idea what she does.
Oh, yeah, and her damage is incredibly...
Yeah.
It's surprising. It's surprising because it does so much out of nowhere. And so the big thing with Alawi that you kind of need to know is she'll randomly spawn tentacles. It's her passive, right?
Yes.
They attach to walls, no problem. Q throws down a tentacle of her own. If it hits people, it heals her for missing percent of her HP. Her W makes her leap, does percent of the person's HP, and then it makes all her tentacles that are nearby smack that person. Her E pulls their spirit out, and then it does a percentage of the damage that you deal to the spirit to the person. And this will apply things like Deathfire Touch. You can actually grasp of the Undying the spirit. It counts as a champion for all intents and purposes, right? The spirit will always have tentacles smack it.
Yeah.
Regardless of like, you know, if you W'd or not. So you can actually have it double smack the spirit by having a tentacle next to it. It'll hit it once
quick
when you
amount
pull it
of
out,
burst, yeah.
and then you W again. And that's the big thing that people need to know is that spirit, you know, it'll start spawning tentacles if you kill it or if the person walks out of the range. They will spawn tentacles very quickly. You no longer have to kill them to get rid of the vessel status. Ultimate, you leap into the air, you hit the ground, now you are unstoppable during that, so you can use it right before a CC to absorb the CC. And when you hit the ground, every champion, including a spirit, that gets hit by it, you spawn a tentacle. And the tentacle's invulnerable for like 8 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
And then it'll swing at nearby spirits and vessels. So what you do is you enter a team fight, you E somebody, pull their spirit out, and then you ulti. All your tentacles will immediately smack that spirit, do AoE damage, and then you W. And we'll talk about that in a
Pyrion
second.
gets caught. There's a snare and a knockup. He's already burned his flash. Are they going to try to burn him down? Nope. He walks it out.
The Noid's going to go in.
Getting a little overzealous there. Forced to back away.
No kills. Let me finish.
Yeah. So we can see it right there. Quas using the tentacle slam to go for some harass on the Zig.
So basically, the biggest thing you need to know when everything's all said and done for team fights is if she misses her E, her ultimate is way less effective. It spawns one less tentacle, and then the tentacles will not give her a free smack.
Yeah.
So you E the person, pull their spirit out, ultimate, they all smack the spirit, and it does AoE damage. And then you W, so you get 2 really fast smacks. And even if you kill her, the tentacles will still complete their animation. So she can kill people while she's dead in that way sometimes. And that's Alawi.
Yes. Well, Alawi in 3 minutes by Zyrene. Join us next week for Heimerdinger.
Oh, God.
In 3 minutes. No, instead, we're going to continue looking at this game for Phoenix One and Energy. We saw some early ganks in the mid lane, not able to convert it into anything. Zig so far seems to be having a pretty good time dodging. Yeah. It's as you say it. It's as you say it.
Yeah. And now he's a vessel.
Yes, the test of spirit.
And they will swing at him.
Zig, as you can see, going to continue clearing that out. He will be a vessel for the next 6 seconds.
Yep. And Alawi's rather level dependent as well. The duration in which the duration in which the tentacles need to spawn goes down based on level.
Yeah. So when you are, when you fail the test of faith, then you are converted to a vessel for 12 seconds. So only have to dodge a handful of tentacles during that time.
Yeah, and it goes down from like 5, 4, and then 3.
Yeah.
So when you hit that 3 threshold, you actually spawn 4 tentacles for a person that you turn into a vessel. And those are like the breakpoints for it. So it's actually quite interesting because it goes from 2 to 3 to 4 based on level. And then her tentacle smack damage is actually a ratio of AD plus level.
Ooh, OQ. Panic healing there. Takes some damage as he's caught by a Cosmic Binding from Gate. Mash and Gate, longtime lane partners. Able to show they've still got that synergy in the 2 versus 2. Once again, Quas getting a big pull.
And you saw right there, he actually got his Grasp and Undying off on the Spirit. So you can hit that and it'll do it. A lot of people take Deathfire Touch as well because every time you smack it, it counts as ability damage to the champion.
Yeah.
So you can actually kill somebody with Deathfire Touch if they're really low and you make the Spirit do like almost their HP at the end. So it's the fadeaway kill. Sometimes fun.
Yeah, we've seen a couple from them last time Quas played it, but currently Zig is pretty far forward. Santorin roaming up for a gank, sees that it's warded, and decides instead to just let Zig off with a warning, though that ward has now expired. Santorin currently invading. He's going to try to get some deep vision. Yeah.
There's nothing there for him.
And might be trying to head back towards that mid lane as GBM is going to try to pull Pyrion forward. Pyrion on that Cassiopeia doing remarkably well in this lane against GBM. Currently up 15 CS 6 minutes in. That's 2 whole waves. Phoenix One looking like they might set up a dive, but OQ just stealths out. The true AD carry. I trust that my support will be able to make it out without me. So a bit of harass finds them instead, while Anori continues to try to invade.
Oh. And you're talking about the Cassiopeia, Pyrion doing well. It's actually quite easy to last hit with Cassiopeia now because her E always has that less than 1 second cooldown. So right now it's 0.72. So all he has to do is hit the minions with it, and it'll actually refund 60 mana, and it costs 60 mana. So
yeah, if the minion dies while the projectile is in the air, or if it dies to the projectile of the Twin Fangs. Very fun to last hit with that champion. Definitely recommend it if you have the opportunity. However, very short range. Only, I believe, 550 or 600 on that Twin Fangs.
Yeah, same as a lot of AD carries. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, so everything taking a nice slow start to this match.
Yeah, the
Both
junglers
teams
are just trying to find wherever they can actually get a little bit of an opening.
So it's actually about a 700 range on the Twin Fang.
So longer than 80 carries.
Just a bit.
Yeah, 550, I was like, okay.
It's pretty low. It feels low.
Yeah, it's actually interesting when you learn a lot of the mage ranges. It's like, why are these in the thousands? It's like, 800s. And then you go play an AD carry and everything's 550 for you.
Yeah.
Like Lucian's Q was an 1100 range. And speaking of Lucian, he's gonna need an E here.
Uh-oh. Mash gets knocked up by Santorin. Takes some damage, has got culling. Still hasn't dashed yet. He's actually gonna hold on to it as he walks out, but Inori's gonna head down as GBM on the roam zones away Phoenix One from this side of the jungle. Gate with the recall leaves his bot lane undefended, so they cannot quite contest this. 4 members of Energy make the first play.
Gate throws the Q over, and then a ward just like, admire my play. Now you can see what I did.
I did this blind.
I mean, so did Santorin on that Baron steal. Still, like, absolutely right on time.
Awesome steal from Santorin.
Pretty perfect.
But double longsword out of Zig, along with double longsword pickaxe out of Quas.
Yep.
We'll see if he decides to go for the Phantom Dancer first.
Death Dance.
That's the one, the Death Dance.
Yeah, they dance. The Phantom Dancer does the Death Dance.
Does it?
No, probably. I mean, it's a Phantom Dancer,
Okay.
right? So it probably does the Death Dance.
Bit of a slower game as both teams looking towards that late scaling. Cassiopeia going to take a while to fully come online, whereas Rise, Twitch, and Alawi likely going to be doing the same. Zig has been doing a pretty good job of playing the mini game of an Alawi lane.
Yeah, Quas has actually been doing a great job of landing his E and pulling out the Spirit, and then making him back off, and that's how you get small CS advantages. Is, oh my god! Again, the Test of Spirit comes out. He throws the pillar down to try and stop him from actually doing enough damage to it, because the damage will return to him. So.
Oh, Pyrion. Getting a little antsy there.
Our observers were like, hey, watch the Pistons. I didn't need to see that.
We're just being true to the story of the game.
Yeah, Pyrion whiffing the ultimate against GBM, and GBM popping his own to actually get away.
But he's still continuing to put pressure on that lane. Now 24 CS ahead of GBM. That's 4 minion waves that he's got in that advantage, while Mash and Gate continue to trade on that bottom side. It's nearly a 400 gold lead, and without that ultimate, Pyrion and the exhaust slows it down.
Yeah, that was actually really interesting because he was kiting towards
Nori
Inori.
is in, but GBM dodges easily.
Yeah, he was kiting towards Inori. I was like, that's really weird. Pyrion is not hiding behind minions against the Rise.
Yeah.
He started walking away from them. So, may have tipped GBM off a tiny bit in the back of his mind, but still, able to get away.
Kiwi Kid drops the flash, Glacial Fissure. As a Tempered Fate catches OQ, he's able to stealth out. Oh, teleport started and canceled by Zig.
So, OQ had hit the Q, right before the Bard ultimate hit him, so he came out and was stealth.
Yep.
It's pretty dirty.
Interactions. And Santorin was on that side of the map, potentially looking for a collapse if Zig completed his teleport and there were to be a skirmish, but instead Zig will continue to catch minions, dodging the test of Spirit as much as possible.
Oh yeah, another thing people don't know about the Test of Spirit is I believe it lasts 10 seconds, and every time you deal damage to Alawi, it reduces its duration by 1 second. So fighting her actually makes it go away faster.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. But it's kind of a false choice because fighting her means you take twice as much damage.
Yeah, very, very thematic.
So if you're stronger than her, then I recommend that instead of running away. But if you're weaker than her, just run away. And when I say stronger, I mean like 3 levels up stronger.
Yeah. So much damage on that champion that we'll be seeing eventually. Recall from both of the AD carries. Looks like it's going to be double Youmuu's once again. This time a more standard Youmuu's. Champion out of MASH. No Tristana.
Yeah.
Can't split up fights this time.
Maybe it's for the best. Who knows?
We shall see.
Ooh, Death Stance completed already. Like, that's the Alawi dream. To have this much CS at 12 minutes. Like, you weren't lane swapped on. They let you have that one-on-one lane. You were able to push out the Trundle a little bit, not die to him, not get ganked. Like, that is the dream right there. Like, Alawi players who get ganked feel awful because you get so far behind. And the thing is like a 0-4 Alawi can still ruin a team fight for the enemy team because she just gets so many tentacles and so multiplicative on her damage.
Let's see if that scaling works out as once again, Energy clear out the vision on Phoenix One's bottom tier 1 turret. Phoenix One continue to play defensive, don't let themselves get caught out by any sort of play that Energy are going to make. Current Drake on the board is Mountain. Neither team has contested it just yet. Still want to wait for those big advantages.
And I actually do want to touch on something for this top lane because you see that the CS is even, but Quas is actually 400 gold up because a lot of the CS that Zig has is tentacles. So he's missing a lot of the CS, but when he runs away as a Vessel, he's picking up tentacles. So it's a little bit deceptive.
See Quas continuing to be a bully. Teleport now towards the bottom. They're looking to dive onto Gate and MASH. Tempered Fate by Gate, but Zig is left out and along with MASH. He's gonna be knocked up. First blood. There goes the leap of faith. And a lot of damage finds Zig. Quas should be able to catch up. There's a kill. 2 for Energy.
And can't chase anymore. Has to kind of waddle away. But yeah, that's 2 going down there.
Here comes Inori and Pyrion. They're going to try to collapse, but Pyrion gets turned around upon. Manages to get a huge petrifying gaze, but he doesn't have enough follow-up. He's running as best he can. Going to be turned into a Vessel, but GBM collapses. 3 kills for Energy.
Inori just runs circles around that team and then ulties in and doesn't do anything about OQ, who's doing the most damage to Pyrion at the moment. JBM still has his exhaust, so that fight was actually rather in favor of Energy from start to finish there. The numbers advantage under the turret, the fact that Gate made it an easy choice by ulting the turret and leaving MASH kind of out to dry.
So very close, but with that, it's the first tier 1, the first 3 kills, and the first Drake in favor of Energy. Santorin has his smite. All right, he's gonna be able to secure that. No challenge. 2,500 gold, and Energy looking pretty happy as they start to scale towards that mid game.
Yeah, and that kill going over to GBM allows him to get a little bit up there and actually has a gold advantage over Pyrion now, which was their big part. So comes through, OQ's like, oh, guess I get to go on MASH now. Ulti comes through, kills him. Quas pulls the Spirit out and then uses the ultimate, so 100% right there. Absolutely right. I mean, he's kind of the Alawi guy right now.
Yeah.
You have to hit it. It's like a 12-second cooldown as well on your E. If you miss that, kind of ruin the fight for yourself. Good ultimate there from Pyrion, but then the ulti comes through and OQ just gets to walk up. Exhaust goes out, you get to push him away, and GBM comes through as well. So GBM wasn't even there yet. So they were looking for that before GBM got there, but got pushed out, too much damage onto Pyrion, was not expecting that type of burst.
Just a clean collapse from Energy.
Nope.
Able to use that gank that they've been setting up multiple times. They're finally able to execute on it and convert it into a few kills and objectives. So we'll see if they continue to pressure the bottom lane of Mash and Gate, or if they start trying to upset some other differences. Furion continuing to show a CS advantage over GBM.
Yeah, it doesn't mean as much anymore though. Like I said, it's even in gold now because the kill and the turret. So all the work that Furion did really was just to equalize, and now he'll get a little bit back. He'll get about 100 up.
Phoenix One in the bot lane. Get a fast rotation and find that bottom tier 1 without OQ able to defend.
They're going to try to dive onto Zig. They're doing a lot of damage despite the subjugate. They are so tanky. Quas is taking so many hits. Santorin now is going to be the one to tank it. Quas misses the tentacle, but is still able to get the execution.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The tentacles are going to heal him for so much. Every tentacle allows him to heal from missing HP. That's going to be the turret there, so yeah. Plus the Death's Dance, it's just so much healing.
Yeah. That leap of faith just enables him so much. Phoenix One, though, are going to try to collapse on the mid lane. Tempered Fate is dodged with a clean flash from GBM. They're going to try to break this down, but decide not to commit to it.
And Phoenix One, things were looking rather good for them last game, but it's just showing more and more that this team, the problems are running a little bit deeper. Talking about how the players are skilled, talked about how their teamwork needs work, but it seems like, Quas right now, he's like, oh, I can tank this turret, I can keep smacking the Spirit and getting HP back, and he tanks it for that entire time. Like, Quas is the one tanking that turret. I believe he's also got the Subjugate on him during that time. And he's able to get out at about half HP after everything that he was doing there. Santorin has been doing a lot of work the entire series. Like, Santorin's been playing out of his mind for Energy.
He really has. Been doing quite a lot. Once again, going for the Sightstone, prioritizing that vision as per usual, but he's now using that vision to convert it into kills and convert it into action. He's been roaming towards bottom multiple times, trying to set up vision and convert kills. Now roaming towards top, might be trying to gift over this Rift Herald buff. Minute and a half left for Quas to secure it. Zig is on that side of the map. We'll see if he contests. Decides to recall. So, Rift Herald going over to Energy.
Yeah, he'll actually take a little bit of a peek here, though.
Oh,
see what's going
forward.
on.
Drops the pillar. Not quite able to upset them, though. And Quas now with the Rift Herald buff and 2 kills. That is going to be a big Alawi.
Yep. Oh, but they're diving the mid lane. GBM, he's got his snare. Is he going to find the right target? Furion gets knocked up as Santorin flanks. Quas teleporting in, picks up a kill. They lock down Inori for even more damage. Santorin might be able to get the kill solo here. He's going to look for it. Dodges forward. He's got some speed. Inori takes a hit. Oh, Santorin's looking. He's got some minions. There's a Chilling Smite. Cute. Oh, he's healing up quite a bit. Oh, man. Inori's running. Santorin, is he going to catch up?
He's got 3 seconds on his E.
He's right there. Santorin gets another one, but Inori's still healing. Oh, God, he actually is able to escape.
Just barely gets out there.
Yeah.
So they cut their losses a little bit, just 1 going down there. And
oh, wait. Whoa. Very aggressive play from Kiwi and OQ. They might have gotten too far. Here comes Quas. OQ is able to get out. Ignite is ticking down, and he's going to be able to heal it back up. Finally, he goes down. Zig. Oh, he's got it on the tentacle. There goes one. Oh, and he's on to the second one. Meanwhile, Quas is able to get another. He gets him on the far side.
Yeah, when you're the vessel, not just the tentacles that you spawn will swing at you. All the tentacles will swing at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he dodged the one that spawned next to him. He's like, okay, now I'm going to kill this one. And the one that was over the wall that Quas had spawned just from his own passive took a swing at him.
Oh, Quas.
He's waiting for Gate to go through.
Oh, he's found Gate.
Surprise.
Unstoppable. 5-0-1 on Quas's Alawi. Now he's going to turn onto Inori. And Inori is dropped. Double kill. Dunked on by Quas.
It just looks like they're feeding Quas kills now. And I mean, that's the guy to give it to. He'll be able to wreck turrets. He's going to go back, probably complete hysterics, and then start moving towards his next item. I'm always excited to figure out what he's going to be going next. He's sitting on 1,000 gold after he's got hysterics. And all right, it's probably Black Cleaver.
Yeah. So much damage on that Alawi. 6-0 on one. Energy, with several members of Phoenix One dead, are able to take the mid-tier 1 despite Furion trying to clear it out. Mountain Drake has spawned. This would be the second for Energy if they decide to convert into it, but instead they focus on denying Phoenix One. First, stealing away that red buff, and now they're heading towards the Mountain Drake. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a contest from Inori, so this will be secured by Energy. 8-1, 5,000 gold, 2 Drakes to 0. And Energy looking so much stronger in this game.
Yeah, and 2 Mountain Drakes as well. He's just hanging out there. Gate has no idea, and yo, what up? Oh, man, Quas just hanging out there.
Pulled him out of his own magical journey.
Yeah, they gave it to Quas. GBM, though, at the same time. And yeah,
Ooh.
it's just not looking great for a debut here from Inori. I mean, he's definitely trying. Like, that's what I'm noticing here is he's trying new things. I mean, everybody's talking about how he's going to, you know, change the team a bit. But, like, you have to take it slow. He did have some great ideas for the first game. And it really wasn't something that they capitalized on. And Energy, though, wait a second.
Double Mountain Drake. They shred through this Baron. They're going to try to turn it into a fight. Zig is going to be Inori. A huge Tempered Fate finds 3, but they're going to drop Zig as OQ finds a flank and separates it. Inori in the back line. Quas is godlike.
And OQ on the side doesn't get hit by the Tempered Fate. Everybody gets feared by Inori except for him, and he opens up on everybody else on the side, so they can't come in, they can't get their damage down. And Gate,
GBM is looking for the flank. He wants to end this game even sooner. But Flash used means Phoenix One can escape. They've still got double Mountain Drake, and now they turn onto the Baron anew.
Yeah, and Energy, they had enough of that game 1 nonsense. They turn around and they're trying to show that they don't belong at the bottom of the standings here. Gate, though. GBM.
Oh, Gate caught by the snare over the wall. The Rising Bard, but he is able to escape. Baron buff picked up by Energy. All 5 members have got it. 23 minutes in, 7,000 gold. Here's that fight once again.
Yep, Inori gets pushed off. Zig walks forward, and they have to fight because he got caught. Ultimate comes down, and OQ is off on the side, stealth. Inori hits everybody with that, I believe, including Santorin, but OQ, and OQ just opens up, finishes off Zig, and starts dealing damage to Purion, who tried to ulti and then walk straight up forward, but he had to deal with the Twitch, and the Twitch was just doing way too much damage there. OQ with the Runaans, stacking up the poison.
24 minutes in, and Energy are in complete control of the game. That 7-0-2 split push Alawi. One more kill makes legendary.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you show the gold, and it's like, oh, he's 4,000 gold up. You know, he's
the casual 4,000 gold.
He's got 11,000 gold, and then Zig is 6.9. So, you know, that sucks. It's like, I don't think you can fight him at the moment. I feel like and the big thing is if you gang up on a Alawi, you're only making her stronger.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big problem. You have to be able to burst her outright, and that's what the Sterix is for, as well as the Death Stance, to make it so that she doesn't die as quickly. I've seen Alawis run things like Strength of Ages, top, and it's like, why are you doing that? It's like, all I need to do is not die, and I win. Because I know that I'm going to be able to do enough damage. I don't need a mastery that helps me.
It's a good way to look at the game. Just don't die, and you won't lose.
Yeah, all she has to do is stay alive for like a certain amount of time, and she'll win.
With Baron buff, Energy are going to rush forward. Quas gets
you can't rush forward here.
The test. He's able to pop the vessel onto Inori, though. And with Baron, they will continue to siege this tier 2. Yet another one is going to find Zig this time.
Yep. Both Death Stance and Black Cleaver having the cooldown reduction, and maxing Test of Spirit second is what you should do. 8-second cooldown, and it has a 10-second duration, so she can actually have 2 out at the same time.
Now Energy, after taking that mid-tier 2, rotate towards the top lane where they've got a mid-wave building. Quas not even going to try to split push. He wants some more kills, not just to add to the belt. There's another one. This time it's on Pyrion, who lands a big stun, and Ori charges forward and knocks GBM back in. GBM is dead. Quas misses the leap of faith, but he's still going to be able to pick up one as he drops a tentacle slam and gets a kill. The tier 2 goes down as Quas continues to go in. Flash from Gate gets him out. OQ very deep, but decides not to open up and lets P1 off with a warning. The tier 2, though, did drop.
That's the strictest warning I've ever seen. Like,
Yeah. He was right there.
He killed his teammate. You're next, I guess?
Yeah. He's sending a message.
But yeah, Energy actually lose more members there, I believe. They ended up... Oh, okay. So, pulls it out. GBM dies. Quas, ulties, nobody. So he doesn't get any extra tentacles. Sure, his tentacles turn invulnerable, but it doesn't matter. They kill the turret. Almost kills Gate and gets the flash out of him, but it's 2 for 1. But you did get a turret for it, so
Yeah.
still 10k gold advantage.
Finally able to drop down that tier 2. One tier 2 remaining. Baron buff has fallen off of Energy, but their third Drake is about to spawn. This would be a third Mountain Drake, allowing for an even faster neutral objective take.
They're probably going to get it too. I don't think you can actually walk in against this composition because you'll have the setup from Twitch. You won't have your pink wards in place. You don't want to walk into an Alawi because that's what she wants, because she can't engage on you too easily. That's why people actually max E second as well, because it allows you to have some type of poke pattern. Pull the spirit out and then just kill it. Probably Spirit Visage next item as well for Quas.
Yeah, that Mountain Drake now spawning. Phoenix One are going to try to cheat their vision inward to get some control over the pit, but Energy decide to send a few members towards the bottom.
Everybody.
They actually shove on down and break the tier 2 before Phoenix One can respond. They might even be able to try to break an in-hit before the recall is complete.
Yeah, now, if they want to, they can go for Mountain Drake. Or they could dive. We'll see.
Oh, Tempered Fate will catch Kiwi. Gets separated by the pillar, hops over the side. And Phoenix One can't quite pick off any members that they look for. Oh, there goes yet another vessel. Quas taking some damage from Pyrion, but just can't shred through the size of that Alawi. So much health, so much damage. Quas is absolutely enormous. And there's the Mountain Drake you were talking about. Energy collapse, and they're going to be able to take this. As Phoenix One actually raced down the mid lane.
Phoenix One trying to push the mid wave out and get towards this tier 1 turret. They actually abandoned the Mountain Drake and try to protect their turret, and there they go. Okay, so
Yeah.
they kept it still aggroed. Quas was able to hold it.
Trying to give Energy the old run around, but they don't fall for it. Mountain Drake number 3 secured. Next Drake will be an Ocean. That will be the last remaining Drake.
Oh, man.
Even better to help set up the siege for Energy if they're able to get it.
Yeah, exactly. It helps them with the siege. I mean, having 30% true damage, pre-mitigation, really helps your siege to just muscle things down anyway. And Inori, on the other hand, I mean, his debut is not that great right now. Energy's a team that, is near the bottom of the standings. P1, this is a team that they have to beat if they want to talk about, climbing up the standings near the latter half of the split. And also Inori's build at the moment. He had that Glacial Shroud for a very long time. And he had to get rid of his pink ward to actually catch another, but oh wait, GBM caught out.
Takes some damage, flashes away. Kiwi Kid separates them. Quas is going to pull Inori for just a bit of damage. And here comes OQ catching up with the rest of his team. Phoenix One try to make a play, but aren't able to convert it into a kill, though they did burn GBM's flash. Baron now spawning. Energy have got vision control over that
They're
side.
gonna kill it fast.
And triple Mountain Drake. Two members doing a lot. Here comes Zig. Inori over the wall. Drops the sweeper. DPS gets pulled. Energy turn it into a fight. Quas pulls one. Can he quite find the big slam as Zig is over the wall? And they're trying to burn it down. Quas finally dunks, but it might be too late. He goes low and is shut down by Mash. OQ is going to clean it up, though. The aggressive flash. He gets the poison. Can he quite proc it?
Movement
Chases
speed.
forward. Oh, the slow finds him, but he slows Gate in return.
Oh, and Gate's able to take the magical journey to safety. Zig caught by GBM as he turns it around. Exhaust slows him down. A huge stun is not going to be enough. Zig drops. It's 2 for 2.
Inori coming back down the mid lane. Baron doesn't go down, though. They pull off of it. OQ saves a little bit of that fight, and Quas honestly missed a whole bunch of opportunities there. You want to go into a cluster and just be this gigantic juggernaut like Alawi is pretty much the definition of a juggernaut. Right? It's hard for her to get in, but when she does, she's going to obliterate the fight. Inori nowhere near this right now. Off on the side. It's got 5,000, 4,000, 3.
He's going to try to run in.
He doesn't have vision.
Actually makes a torment hit. There goes the Tempered Fate, but that's on the Baron. Inori goes down. And now Energy finish off the Baron, finally able to secure it. Their second in this 31-minute game.
Yeah, Inori Hecarim with Sightstone. You don't usually see that, but he needed it. Threw some wards over the wall. Saw it was at 2k HP, and Energy did what P1 didn't. They turned onto the jungler and killed him so that he couldn't steal the Baron.
Yep.
32 minutes in, Energy, 10,000 gold ahead, 3 Drakes to 0, 2 Barons to 0. Now is the time for them to break the inhibitors.
Yeah, they can just walk up to these, do a little bit of damage to them, and it'll end up being a lot of damage because of the triple Mountain Drake.
Yeah.
There's some pings behind. Don't think we're going to see a TP, though, from the Trundle.
Yeah. I'm not so sure you want to try to fight 5 members of Energy right now.
Yeah, I think even when you wait for 6 items, it's still going to be kind of brutal. The amount of damage that they'll be able to put out with the Rise, the Twitch, and the Alawi. Yeah, because at this point, they're still like trying to get through Quas and GBM, and they still like have to ignore OQ while they do that. So it ends up being a very rough fight for P1.
Now it's going to be a two-lane split out of Energy. Quas and Santorin running distraction in the middle, trying to keep their vision pressed up. Gate takes a lot of damage here. He's actually dropped down to about 500 health. Dodges one Tentacle Slam, and he's going to get away from the second one, too. So we should be able to make it back to base and heal.
Yeah, it'll end up doing 73% of your HP, 72% of your HP if they kill the vessel.
That is a lot of damage.
Yeah. So yeah, 3/4 of your HP. You're just like, I got hit by one ability, technically, and it got pulled out, and then everybody just kind of zergs it down.
Speaking of zerging, Energy rushing forward to the mid lane. Tempered Fate finds GBM. They're able to get a pull onto Zig. GBM backs it up. Quas is stunned up, so he can't quite finish off that vessel.
Yeah, they got the exhaust out to GBM, though, and they chunked GBM down. Had to use the ultimate from Purion, though, and he's still not level 16, so...
Nash splitting in the top lane is going to try to catch this minion wave that was prepped by Energy. They're running out of Baron buff, though. It's only going to be up for about another 30 to 45 seconds. Continue to try and see forward. OQ finally goes in. Purion is a vessel. Dodges one. Oh, gosh. He's finally going to be able to get out of there. But in the meanwhile, without Purion there, that means that the inhibitor turret finally is broken. Energy break this mid-in hit.
Quas has just been doing such a great job of landing that E over and over again. And I'll be honest, it's not easy to do. The width on it and the range is actually not as forgiving as you would think.
It's a very slow projectile.
Yeah, and if there's any minions or anything in the way, the minions kind of smack them away. It's like, they have no spirit. Only champions.
Minions are people too.
Apparently not.
According to Alawi.
I guess her god doesn't care for them. Much like we don't. They're just kind of a gold source.
I mean, we do call them farming minions. We farm crops.
They kind of just sink into the ground as well.
Yeah. The true tragedy. But Ocean Drake picked up by Energy.
Yep.
They're just looking to close this game out as they're up 11,000 gold now. Going on nearly taking their time. Don't want to give Phoenix One any opportunities to get back into the game. We've seen what a late game Cassiopeia can do if given the opportunity.
Yeah, she needs to get there, and she has a lot of room to grow, right? If she ends up getting the death cap, possibly Azonia's, we'll see. But he's not really rocking too much in the CDR department at the moment. I believe he's, yeah, sitting at... Swapped on me. Observer, please. %, 9%. So
not too much CDR.
Kind of just runes at that
He's
point.
level 16.
Yeah.
300 CS, so he's building up more and more. Energy now going to siege the top lane. 5 members all grouped up. Zig heading over there as well. Yep, another.
Yeah, and watch Nori's HP. Just gets him down.
Down nearly half energy without the Baron. Are going to try to burst it down. Boss takes some big damage as Mash finds a pretty solid culling. Yeah, Zig is able to take some of these Vessel punishments. Nori waiting in front of Furion, trying to soak as best he can. Tempered Fate is going to catch Quas and Kiwi. Furion gets some good damage on the Kiwi. He gets a Petrifying Gaze, but he's exhausted, and Nori tries to get in. Okyu goes down, but there goes Quas. He's going to try to turn this around. The rest of his team has backed away. He's healing up quite a bit, though. Can he drop Zig, who is so tanky? The Subjugate giving him so many stats. Finally, though, it's going to be a 2 for 0 in favor of Phoenix One.
Yeah, Phoenix One take out the 2 enormous carries here. Quas, he has kind of this gigantic burst, and then he really falls off, and it required a lot of setup. He got multiple vessels, and that's why he was doing so much damage, is they'll set up all these tentacles for him to do damage later, but GBM, OQ instantly burst out. You have to focus these 2 down, and they did the right thing. I do also have to say that MASH doesn't have an Executioner's Calling. They're probably not going to kill Quas anytime soon again. Good catch there, but then OQ off on this side shows himself right as he gets Petrifying Gaze, and Honori's like, oh, that's my target. And MASH kills him over the wall, jumps in, they finish off GBM, Quas does the ultimate, and then Flash. You can do that if you're in the air, reposition yourself, does it. Don't think he has a Vessel out at the time, so they don't auto-smack, and it actually lowers the damage, and he's doing right on impact.
So Energy try to break the base without a Baron buff and are unsuccessful. Baron's now up in 13 seconds, and Elder Drake is going to be coming up in a few minutes as well. So Energy have got the path to victory still outlined ahead, but they've got to be a little bit more careful because Phoenix One, if they're able to find a successful fight, we're getting to some pretty late death timers. They could get themselves back into this.
Yeah, approaching 39 minutes. Baron is live right now. Those 3 Mountain Drakes, they do so much for Energy. You can't let them get to this Baron, but yet you've lost an inhibitor in the mid lane. And Nori's gonna try to stick around, but
ooh, Tempered Fate on top of the Vessel means Quas and Santorin get stunned up. Furion trying to find a way in. He's a Vessel now, that's not good.
OQ all the way in the back.
He's able to get out before they proc too much damage. Just needs to avoid some more of the follow-up. Still at 3/4 health, so
they're just gonna try to get the Baron.
Energy try to burn it down. Furion's in the back. Down to about 3/4 health. Zig is caught out. Forced to use the Subjugate defensively. It's a big cooldown for the upcoming fight. Energy turned back onto the Baron. They burned through it so quickly. Baron secured. And Phoenix One don't even have time to get themselves back towards the pit.
No, and you can't even approach it at that point. OQ is going to have the right position. Quas has so many tentacles, and GBM still, honestly, does so much damage. You have to respect pretty much every member of Energy. They're going to push up with that Baron buff in the top side and try to split with Quas. Maybe this is your opportunity to actually start a fight here if you are P1. Catch him a little off guard if you instantly go in, but nope.
Yeah,
Quas isn't even going to take the risk.
He's got his teleport, decides to join up with the rest of his team, start building up some of those tentacles, put out some harass. Tempered Fate once again
able to nail Kiwi Kid, but they decide that's not the target they want. GBM and OQ on the left side, avoiding Pyrion as best they can while they whittle down the
GBM!
GBM gets caught by a huge pillar. He's snared, and Pyrion is able to drop him down. Quas in the front gets left behind. There's the leap of faith. He does so much damage single-handedly as Santorin gets the knockup. Zig goes down, OQ collapses and turns onto Inori. He eats a big fear. Inori will escape, but that's 2 for 1 with Triple Mountain and Baron. Energy are going to take this inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to take the inhibitor. They're going to move towards the one that just respawned in the mid lane as well and take that one down. Quas comes up huge in that fight. Ends up getting the E after GBM gets taken out there by the crits from MASH, and then ulties and turns the fight. Honestly there, just the huge burst of damage, and then OQ with the follow-up. 2 inhibitors, but it could have been worse.
Oh yeah.
Elder Dragon is life though.
Yeah, and they have Triple Mountain heading towards the pit as quickly as possible. It's still 17 seconds for Pyrion, 15 for Zig, but he has his teleport. If he can group up with his team, that would be instrumental. But Energy are on the Elder Dragon. They're going to try to burn it down. Here comes Phoenix One from the river. Tempered Fate buys them some time, but Quas turns it into a fight as he catches Gate with the test and does an enormous amount of his health.
Yeah, Inori.
Zig teleporting in.
Inori doesn't have his ultimate just yet, and there's the teleport. Yeah, Zig from the backside here.
Pyrion's racing over as quickly as possible while Gate continues to dodge these tentacles. It's down to a quarter health. Zig drops the pillar. Quas gets to pull it in. Energy trying to sit together.
Inori's going to get slowed. He's taking a lot of damage. They're going to try to turn on it now and get it while Inori's gone.
Yeah, they burn it down. Energy take the Elder Dragon. 225 bonus true damage burn per auto attack. Energy are now primed and ready to push down that last remaining inhibitor.
Yeah, and their base was just being in shambles right now. P1, they have all these super minions coming towards them. Bind hits onto Santorin. They don't do anything about it. But then it's all about that pillar. GBM has to then walk around. They get all of the stun on him. The exhaust goes down onto Gate, so a little panic there from GBM, and then bam, Pyrion has to flash away. He was the one who got his spirit pulled, so all the tentacles try to hit him. And then he kills Pyrion from afar.
Yeah, very solid tentacle slam from Quas, catching him out with the vessel, able to convert that kill. This game, despite Energy having a significant lead for a very long portion of it, almost the entire game, they have had a very difficult time converting it into a win as Phoenix One are defending. And they are only relenting inch by inch when they absolutely have to. Now, though, they've got the Elder Dragon buff, Aspect of the Dragon, for another 45 seconds. Grouped as 5, they're going to try to break down this last remaining inhibitor turret.
Energy going for the long game here, hitting 6 items.
And this is what you talked about. The later this game goes on, the easier it is for Phoenix One to turn this around.
I mean,
getting towards that 6-item point.
GBM's been caught a couple times now, and he's sitting on 2,300 gold, looking for that last item for the Giant's Belt. I assume it might be a Warden's Mail into a Randuin, so he can survive some of the crits that's coming out from MASH. But yeah, it's going to be almost one team fight here to decide it.
Yeah, Energy not taking any chances. Super minions now flooding in from the other lanes. Inori and Zig, the 2 tanky frontliners, are forced to deal with it. That's 3 squishy members of Phoenix One.
Yeah, Elder Dragon gone. So Phoenix One, they have to hold with these squishy members, like you said.
QB jumps forward. He's going to eat a culling and gets chunked out quite a bit, but still no focus from the turret. Slowly trying to poke it out, but not quite able to. So the super minions, they're going to get a lot of damage on the Nexus turret and nearly break it down.
Rather relentless here. They're focusing on some minions. That top one's not going to go down just yet, but they are becoming desperate to actually go towards it. Oh!
60 health, and it's still able to stay standing. Energy continue to pressure the bottom lane. They know they've got time with super minions continuing to flood in, just trying to pull Phoenix One apart. And the turret finally drops.
Just one of them, though. This bottom turret doesn't have that inhibitor down just yet, so the minions are going to be a little bit lost as they try to get towards that turret. It's a little harder for those top ones to make it all the way down there. So a little sigh of relief here for P1 for that bottom turret still being there.
but they have to go rather soon or get a catch. And Mash, OQ pulls the trigger and does a lot of damage to both Pyrion and Mash. With those two damage carries. Oh, there's a huge tempered fate. It's up to the tanks now. Inori dashes in too soon. Can they turn it around? Pyrion's gonna try to burst out, but Quas drops the hammer. He does not have enough help though. They're able to get the kill onto Kiwi.
Yeah. Everything all said and done, Energy lose a member, and an inhibitor is respawning on the top side. They get time to defend it here, and both inhibitors are going to come back up for P1, and there's 30 seconds on the Baron. Kiwi Kid will not be up by the time the Baron first pops up.
Phoenix One are able to hold the siege of a triple Mountain Drake Baroned up Elder Dragon Energy.
This is really actually greedy by OQ, because when you have the Twitch ultimate on, you can hit this turret and just completely decimate it. And he doesn't. Inori goes, I believe, a little bit too early, but still, the stun comes out, the ultimate. Quas has to actually flash away there. He got ignited, so he wasn't healing as much. It was a good play there by Gate. And right now, GBM, opposite side of the map. Zig's trying to make his way up there. Here comes the TP. 4 on 5. No Kiwi Kid.
Teleport for Zig. They're going to try to burn it down. Phoenix One taking a risky gambit. They're going to go for the fight. They get the Tempered Fate onto OQ. They're going to try to burst him down. Quas, once again, is going to be ready. OQ has dropped. Quas dropping some tentacles, but he doesn't have enough damage. Shut down by Mash. Phoenix One have such low health, but they win the fight.
Yeah, but Santorin is still up. Low HP on P1. Inori, incredibly low as well. GBM, he's going to try to get in there.
There goes the knockup. They've separated Pyrion. Can they lock him out? Phoenix One evacuate the pit. Mash is currently a vessel. He's running for his life. Oh, no. Phoenix One are cut off from their base by Santorin. Here comes GBM. Kiwi over the wall is going to try to catch up. Flash knockup. Phoenix One trying to get the kills, but they just don't have enough. Zig is running as best he can. They're running for their very lives.
If they get Subjugate back, they may stand a chance. They have to kite for just a little bit longer here. And they have the Subjugate. He uses it, so he's going to have a lot of HP.
Yeah, Santorin goes low. Zig back at full health. 20 seconds before Quas is up, and he's got teleport. GBM is left alone. He's able to get one, but Phoenix One kill him in answer, and Energy are forced to back away.
And Santorin's going to make it out as well. And he's going to try to clear out some vision on his way out. Kiwi Kid back up. OQ just respawned. Quas has teleport, and he is back up now.
Phoenix One, on the brink of death, are able to hold and take a team fight. I think collectively they had 1,500 health among the 5 of them.
Yeah, and they were kiting back, waiting for the Subjugate to come back for Zig so he could get full HP, and they were trying to allow Mash to get these minions with the lifesteal. GA comes out for Zig and for Gate. P1 onto the Baron. Santorin's on the top side. They don't have GBM. They won't have GBM.
They're burning it down very quickly. Santorin.
They have to stop Santorin from getting into this pit. If he steals this,
that's a one-way trap, but he gets it! He's able to get the Baron. Energy's right back into this once again. OQ's eating a lot of damage from the colleague. He's separated by the pillar and cleaned up by Mash. Energy are going to have to back away from this as GBM's only respawning just now.
Mash gets OQ at the end of the day there, and that is the Baron going over to Energy, though. So now Energy once again have the sieging power with the triple Mountain Drake. Absolutely insane. How is this? How is this game 49 minutes in? Energy have had so many tools to win it, and they haven't been able to force the issue.
Smite stealing now twice. And though OQ is dead, Phoenix One are going to be the ones taking the initiative. Death timers are huge. They break down their first tier 2.
That's true. That is true.
That top tier 1 is still standing. 50 minutes into the game.
That is how little control P1 have had of this game in terms of the map. Santorin again. How? It goes from 1,200, 1,100 straight down. Inori smited as well. He's smiting too early.
It is a 1,300 smite. With the double Mountain Drake.
No, it doesn't do that anymore.
Oh no, only 1,000?
It's 1,000 only.
Santorin.
It did that on release, and I was like, not intentional.
Yeah, a little bit too strong, but
yeah, they only do 1,000.
50-minute mark, crested. Energy, 4 Drakes, Elder Dragon, 3 Barons, and they are not able to close out this game. Phoenix One are holding on. looking for that game 3. Elder Dragon's up in 2 minutes now. And with the Baron and all of Energy respawn, they're going to try to walk it down the mid lane and break down these inhibitors.
I don't know if they'll be able to walk it down mid. We'll see.
Oh, Santorin gets denied on the wrong side. He's taking a lot of damage.
GA popped.
Oh my gosh, if they could catch him, that would be huge. There's the Tempered Fate. They miss Quas, but they catch Santorin. He's dead. Zig! Phoenix One are continuing to chase forward now. Quas is the next target. There's so much crowd control. The Sterix is popped. He's forced to flash away defensively. Oh, but Oki opens up on the far side. Gate goes low. He heals himself at the last second to get out. The Vessel misses Mash. Oh, God.
And they hold off the siege, though. P1 still alive, didn't lose a member in that. Santorin goes down and through the GA, so he won't have that cooldown either. And there are now 3 Guardian Angels on P1. Pyrian just picked one up for himself as well.
If Phoenix One can take this win, it would be a huge moral boost for them. 0-6 in the standings, but finally, they have got their full starting roster. They have got Inori.
It gives them a game 3 and a chance to make game 1 not count.
Yeah. Absolutely huge. They're not just fighting for this win, they're fighting for all of their previous wins, all of those past performances right now. Phoenix One have got to show that they can compete, and right now, despite being 10,000 gold down, 9,000 gold down, 3 Barons, Elder Dragon, 4 Elemental Drakes, they're still able to keep pace in these fights. Elder Dragon spawning right now.
Inori not nearby just yet. You would think with the Mountain Drakes that whoever gets there first, if it's Energy, they're going to try to do it. P1, though, this is the problem. P1 have to kind of hold off on this Dragon because they can't start it because Energy can run straight down mid. Vessel gets pulled. It does physical damage. So Zig takes nothing.
Once again, an early culling from Mash for a bit of harass as Inori and Zig zone away from Pyrian. Keep that huge source of damage ready, but Energy have got huge side lane pressure with those minions. They just need to wait this out. Grouping up now towards the Elder Dragon. Zig shows himself bottom and immediately Energy start onto the Elder Dragon. Remember, they have damage reduction.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, Elder Dragon, not that easy to do. Every Dragon stack you have, it does 20% more damage and 7% less is taken.
Zig is flanking, he's coming from behind the river, drops the pillar. Can they try to turn this into a flank and collapse onto Energy? The Elder Dragon going to reset onto Phoenix One. Can't quite make up its mind.
Inori's trying to flank from the top side. They're trying to go for a pincer move here. If Gate gets a good ultimate.
Oh, the Temper Fate finds GBM and OQ. They're going to try to toss it in. Period goes in. They're able to knock OQ out. He's destroyed. Oh my God, Phoenix One are winning the fight. Quas goes low. Phoenix One clean up 3. GBM is going to die.
Gate throws out ultimate after ultimate, and he gets the perfect one in that fight. Inori from behind the flank. Phoenix One have 60 to 70 seconds on the members of Energy. It is just Santorin.
Oh, Santorin actually went to the top lane. He's going to try to escort that minion wave in, but Phoenix One, as 4 or 5 will rush down the mid lane. Zig will be able to catch up, though. He's got teleport, should be able to provide enough distraction. Phoenix One are going to try to win this game and take us to a game 3.
I think they're going to do it here. They can get these structures down moderately quickly. We're seeing it right here. The TP comes through. Santorin, I don't know what he can do to stop this. There's 24 seconds on OQ.
Mash
Phoenix
rushes in.
Try to end it.
Phoenix One are going to drop the Glory Tempered Fate. They're going to take the Nexus. And 54 minutes in, Phoenix One will take us to game 3.
Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus. Don't do that.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to game 3.
Yeah, that's a happy smile. 54 minutes in, down the entire game. Phoenix One are able to take the win and bring us to game 3.
For how much of that game was Energy ahead 10,000 gold? And it wasn't even 6 items just yet. It was them sitting items and a half ahead. So much of an advantage. They couldn't force the issue, though. The problem was, even though they have the Mountain Drakes, and you have the Alawi, and you're getting there first, and you want people to actually engage on you, Inori, Gate, and Purion were always finding just that one person out of position. GBM gets hit with a pillar, dies. OQ gets hit by Tempered Fate, throws a big fight for them, and it happened over and over again where one person might be getting hit by the Petrifying Gaze. All of that comes down. It is going to be so hard to talk about player game for this one.
It really is, but Phoenix One comes back in a roaring epic game. Now to break it all down, we're going to send it to the analyst desk.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you very much, Dom. I mean, who doesn't want to see a third game of that? Am I right? And let's dive right into this because P1 striking back on energy, giving a run for their money in a very extended game, but they held on against 4 Barons. 4 Barons. The last time that a team lost with 4 Barons was Dignitas against Echo Fox in Week 8 of last split. So,
you know what? Last split?
It was last split. It was last split. The Dignitas team that got relegated was the last team that lost.
I would hope it was
4 Barons picked up in a game.
I would hope it was further away, not just last split. In NA as well. Come on, guys.
I know. What does that do? That mostly that's
if it was like in 2013, like that'd be great. But last split?
Yeah, right. In my head, I was thinking it was never going to have happened before. I was waiting for that to be
James,
to be given.
It's North America.
It's North America, right? Who am I kidding? That's true. Kiwi Kid on both teams.
Whoa.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we may have figured it out. Anyway, let's get into this because I think it was a very unexpected victory given the way that the game was playing out in the early game. I mean, Quas getting out to a huge early lead, picking up 6 or 7 kills before his first death, but ultimately putting on a performance on Alawi, and one would think that with the lead that they had accrued, they could close it out easily, but they just did not find a way to do it.
Yeah, I think like you could see the pick was extremely good. Like it beat Trundle. We said that like the CS looks even though it's mostly like
there's a lot of tentacles in there.
Yeah, they're only worth 5 gold. So when you look at the stat, he's down 400. So he won lane. He got kills. He was there for TP plays. He was there hiding in bushes, sniping people for more kills. So he really worked hard to get himself this big advantage.
Right.
And they did snowball with it in a sense. They were up 10K at 26 minutes.
And that's the thing. So you're up 10K at 26 minutes, and I think in a game like that, it's honestly kind of sad that what we get to say is the best aspect of the game there is just Quas's individual performance, right? Because you want to believe that a 10K gold lead is accrued by the entire team, and that with that lead, you'll then be able to close it out when you pick up the Barons and you siege the turrets with a solid 1-4 split pushing comp. But no, that's not the case. Quas, although performing well on that champion, as well as he performed well on the Jax, so he might be coming into his own individually. The team as a whole, Energy, does not look any cleaner in the way that they're playing the macro game against the 10th place team in the LCS.
Yeah, and what's weird is like they got, like you said, 4 Barons, but every time they had a Baron or an Elder Dragon, somehow their TPs were down. So like you want to kind of split them up, use this like overpowered Alawi that has all these items now to go split against the Trundle, who she's been beating the whole game. You think that that's fine. You can maybe move the Twitch around. You have all these options, but because the TP is always down, they're just grouped as 5 sitting in front of a turret, and P1's just their wave clearing over and over and over, and they just take forever to get these inhibs down, and by the time that's happened, they've collected a ton of farm.
And we saw a number of fights go P1's way later in the game while defending their own base. And they were made possible twofold, right? Energy mispositioning on multiple occasions, putting their carries in honestly between rocks and hard places. You know, throw a pun out there using the Trundle, right? That so many times was OQ mispositioned or GBM caught out, and with the Bard ultimates and the Hecarim ultimates, they found a way to get the engages that they needed. That's the second part of the equation, that Phoenix One did recognize this and capitalize it from time to time. But ultimately, there's no need for Energy to have been playing that aggressively when you've got 2 super minion waves. Twitch could hit the turret with his ultimate and take it down.
I would actually say the opposite. You should be playing more aggressively. Like,
okay.
So what happens is like it's a 2-way street where it's on the carries and the tanks. So your tanks should just be walking up and tanking the turret, and you get some pot shots in, and you just keep doing that because there's 2 people clearing super creep waves. They can't honestly fight you.
We saw Trundle and Hecarim dealing with the 2 waves. That means their entire front line is away from the fight.
Right.
You should have the freedom to walk.
If a Rek'Sai walks up there to hit the turret, and a Twitch goes and hits the turret, and everyone just moves in as 5, you can take that turret. But the thing is that you have your carries hitting the turret by themselves, and no one's protecting them, and it's just like, finally, P1 groups back up, and they have actually a ton of engage and catch-out tools, and eventually they start catching the carries out. And I think P1 deserves a lot of credit for that because while Energy not snowballing the game is on their own fault. But once they started getting these picks, they kept getting them over and over, and you start to see how their comp actually kind of fits together. And like the more I watch it, the more I kind of appreciate it. The Bard starts the fight, and then you have the Hecarim to go in to push people back, and Cassio's in there as well. If you get like a really good fear, maybe you can ult them with the Cassio as well, and it kind of just is one of those like kind of snowballing CC comps. But
I think there's a point in the game that we have to separate it, right? Where we have to talk about, so Energy is at fault for a large portion of the game, having not closed out with the lead that they had built, because really any team comp with what they had should have been able to win that game. And that's on Energy. That's their fault. We've been going in on them. I realize that, but in all honesty, that game should have been theirs, and they're at fault for that. Now, then there's that break point, as you mentioned, where gold is evening out. Actually, MASH surpasses OQ in items because he's got 200 CS on him. OQ wasn't even 6 items at the end of the game. But at that point, that's when you start to see the Phoenix 1 composition play to its strengths, and they do execute on it. One of the people that, was a big factor of that, as you mentioned, was Gate with that Bard, starting the fights with the ultimates, and then, of course, layering the CC of Inori on top. A fight that perfectly illustrates that is our final fight of the game. 53 minutes in, around the Elder Dragon. Here it is, catching both GBM and OQ in the Bard ultimate, and Inori with a great ultimate kind of over the wall, unexpected by Energy.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time flanking to set that up. The Trundle Pillar is also extremely well placed by Zig, who had been flanking before that. And the two carries are just pinned up and they can't do much about it. Oki pretty much gets insta-pop. Ryze is running away now. He has his flash exhaust. That's really not going to do anything but keep him alive for another couple seconds. Right. And that was the kind of fight that P1 was getting for almost the entire second half of the game. I mean, I can't really remember a fight that Energy really won. After like the 35, 40-ish minute mark, it was pretty much all P1. Because
we saw them able to take a few Barons, but mostly off the fact that they had 3 Mountain Drakes so they could burn it down. But aside from, and then of course a Santorin Steel for one of them that they didn't even necessarily deserve to get because P1 had done the work. Ultimately, player of the game is going to go to Gate because of that execution on the Bard and his ability to start the late game team fights that they needed in order to win.
Yep, definitely a big performance from him. I think, obviously some stall out from Energy, but once that they started stalling out, Gate was really the benefactor of that, who was really catching them out, and then Zig was able to place, pillars behind them because you got these stationary targets now. Hecarim comes in, it's basically just easy CC follow-up based off Bard's play.
I think, if anything, what this game has shown is that these teams are actually more evenly matched than we may have thought if they get to the late game. In those late game team scenarios, it's more about the early game where it's on P1 to not get so far behind.
Right. I think what we've seen is that Energy definitely has the better early game, but after you get out of the early game, it's kind of a crapshoot. You don't know who's going to show up. Are they going to snowball through the game? Are they going to fall apart for a little bit? Like, I think if P1 can hang close early, and especially after that game, if Energy's not a little tilted, I'd be surprised.
I was going to say, that's demoralizing if I've ever seen a game that's going to, tilt you off the face of the earth. Either way, it's time for a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll see whether Energy or Phoenix 1 will finish the series as victors, rather. See you on the other side.
We have loaded onto the Rift for Game 2 between Phoenix 1 and Energy. Oh, but they're diving the mid lane. GBM, he's got his snare. Is he going to find the right target? Pyrion gets knocked up as Santorin flanks. Quas, once again, he's going to be ready. OQ has dropped. Quas dropping some tentacles, but he doesn't have enough damage. Shut down by MASH. Phoenix 1 have such low health, but they win the fight. Quickly, Santorin. They have to stop Santorin from getting into this pit. If he steals this, that's a one-way trap, but he gets it! He's able to get the Baron. Energy's right back into this once again. Oh, the Temper Fate fight. GBM and OQ. They're going to try to toss it in. Period goes in. They're able to knock OQ out. He's destroyed! Oh my god! Phoenix 1 are winning the fight! Quas goes low! Phoenix 1 clean up 3! And 54 minutes in, Phoenix 1 will take us to Game 3!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final game of the day. Energy and Phoenix One are coming into this game 3 right now after slugging it out for 54 minutes in that game 2.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
That game back and forth. And I mean, the Analyst Desk was talking about it a whole bunch. Like, Boss has played well this entire series, and the rest of Energy, they're getting caught out. Santorin has had some great steals as well. So Quas and Santorin are both playing well. But OQ, GBM out of position, getting caught. And that's the big thing for me is that game should have just been like Energy's for a large portion of it. And like 10K gold advantage at like 26 minutes.
And they kept on sieging.
That's how you do it. That's how you close a game out. But nope.
Energy were giving us the old medieval style sieges where they set up for months on end with supply lines.
Trench warfare.
Yeah, but Phoenix One were able to hold out and win those last few team fights and end up taking the game. So we have now entered picks and bans for game 3. Phoenix One have shown that they can wait it out if the game goes long enough. Energy now know that this might be something that they'll have to shut down a lot sooner. Azir and Shen again banned away from Pyrion and Zig. Vladimir and Karma, as expected, banned away from Energy. Now the big question is, do you let Pyrion get that Cassiopeia once again? The late game insurance policy.
Yeah, I mean, he came up huge. The damage he was dealing in those fights. Also, a thing that's really underappreciated in these fights and hard to see is the grounded effect, where he throws out the miasma and it stops flashes and dashes. So when he throws it out, they can't actually flash away and get out of there. So it's big for locking people down.
So we do have some adaptions to the bans. Bard banned away from Gate, landing some humongous tempered fates in those fights. Stalling things out just long enough for his team. And Rek'Sai banned away from Santorin, all over the map in the previous 2 games that he was able to play it. But Energy, after giving Ryze the old hover, decide to deny Zig his Trundle. And with Shen banned away, you gotta wonder.
Yeah. Fall down the tier list a little bit for him. Don't know if he'll play the Gnar. It's a good lane bully against the Trundle. Later on, though, it is way squishier, even when in Mega Gnar. Especially since you build a good bit of damage as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to go for it. 30 seconds left for Phoenix One to look for their first picks in this final game of the day. We'll see if they decide to prioritize that top lane as they have been wont to do in their first 2 games. Zig currently giving Gnar the old hover, so he might just decide to lock that in. But Zyra did fall through. We know Kiwi Kid will take that without hesitation, but Gate going to be showing us that he can play it just as well.
At the Bard, returning to the ban list from Energy, was what they banned in game 1. They dropped the Sivir ban for the Shen ban. And now the Zyra picked up here. Ended up dropping off the ban of the Victor. Back up there.
Yeah, we'll see if GBM decides to take it. Phoenix One on red side means that Pyrion could look for that counter pick. Right now, Energy are going to have to show something. Is it going to be Santorin's jungle? Is it going to be AD carry to deal with that? AD carry and support to match out Zig and Nori. We're going to find out.
So if you want like a high priority mid laner, you go Victor or Ryze here. Yeah. And then you also go with your jungler.
Wow, it's almost like you do this for a living.
Almost. It's just because they have AD carry and support, right?
Yeah.
So, and you're going to have to blind pick your mid laner anyway.
So Victor locked in, and it looks like Santorin's actually going to swap it over to Elise in this game with that Rek'Sai banned away. So far, each of the members of Energy picking for themselves, going down that tier list.
That's true. May round out and end up being that way at the very end. Pyrion, though, interested to see if he goes with the Ryze or with the Cassiopeia this game.
Yeah, the late game insurance policy. One of the downsides of Cassiopeia, if you get caught in a gravity field, you're gonna die pretty quickly.
Yeah, probably a downside to
a lot of people.
A lot of champions.
Yeah. But Zyra already locked in. Just shuffling through some of those picks. Looks like they're going to commit back to the Ryze and Hecarim for Inori.
Yeah, the Hecarim for Inori, he wasn't really heavily ganking the lanes early and using his Ghost or trading Ghost for flash cooldowns and then revisiting lanes. And his build was definitely a lot more defensive for a Hecarim. Wasn't going for the things like the Trinity Force early on, and then went for like a Spirit Visage, Frozen Heart looking to build. Interested to see if he adapts it because his team may not be as far behind this game. We will see. And that could be a top lane Ryze, could be a mid Ryze. Cassiopeia could still be another pick that comes through here.
Very strong scaling from Phoenix One. And with the disengage from Zyra, they would be much more comfortable in a defensive position than the previous game. But now it's up to Energy to pick up that 80 carry and support. Twitch still open for OQ. We'll see if he decides to return to it. 3 seconds left on the counter. Currently Jhin and Braum hovered. They decide, yeah, they're going to lock it in.
Yeah, Jhin Trundle is actually quite potent. Throw down the pillar and then you can almost guarantee the W or the follow-up with the ultimate. So good pick there alongside the Braum. Not always perceived as the best combination to have the Braum alongside the Jhin because it's kind of difficult for you to get the passive off with your fixed attack speed. But it is actually a rather good combo. Once you do get this stun off, you will actually get the follow-up W. You'll be able to actually guard him while he's using his ultimate. So it's not as bad as people would think.
We'll see how that bot lane goes for Mash and Gate. As now it's either mid or top for Phoenix One. This is going to decide where the Ryze ends up going. Pyrion instrumental in game 2 and in most of the wins. But Cassiopeia locked in.
Cassiopeia top? No.
Yeah, oh boy. Oh boy, against a Trundle.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be tricky. But
it's probably Ryze top and Cassiopeia mid. It could be either way. I would actually not be surprised if it was a Cassiopeia top, but you do want her to have Ghost more than you want Ryze to have Ghost, so putting her in the mid lane, and the fact that Pyrion has played it multiple times now, I trust him to be the Cassiopeia guy as opposed to Zig, but they do have 10 more seconds to do so.
Yeah, getting those scaling champions once again locked in for Phoenix One. This time, they might be taking a bit more of a defensive role with that disengaged Zyra flanking Hecarim, petrifying gaze on that Cassiopeia. Whereas Energy, on the other hand, looking to redeem themselves after having an advantage for nearly 54 minutes of a 54-minute and 30-second game.
That game is a game that Energy, they just want to win this series. They want to win this game and erase what just happened there. And then for P1, they want that game 1 to not matter for them and just have that series win.
Yeah, this series win would vindicate a lot of the criticism that has been thrown towards them. So we'll see if they can pull it together one last time today. Get the vote out on Twitter. Support the team of your choice. Use hashtag NRGWin or hashtag P1Win. Let us know who you think as we get into game for game number 3 between Energy and Phoenix One. The teams and the players are ready, and the audience is silent. As we load on in, there it is.
Showed you.
Yeah. And we load onto the Rift. There's the silent. The tension is palpable.
The reverse psychology.
Yeah. I think that's what Phoenix One tried last game.
Oh,
we've got the late game composition, but we're going to be defensive. We're not going to do anything.
Oh, we're so weak.
We're so defenseless, down 10,000 gold. You've taken our inhib.
Anyway, Energy looks like they're going to go for an invade here. They do have Braum, so highly recommend going for it.
Oh, clear the ward.
They all attack, move into the bush, and GBM.
10 gold on GBM.
Pinging the ward placements as well. And this gets kind of tricky because both Gate and Mash can no longer return to the safe side of the jungle for them. So, kind of had to back in that bush. And they have almost no coverage, so it's a little scary.
Volatile Spiderling from Santorin sees that they aren't under the turret, though they will be able to make it back in time.
Yeah, they know the Zyro's down here, though, because, hey, look, there's a bunch of seeds.
Surprise! Yep. And now with Zig on the top side of the map, seems as though Phoenix One are going to be committed to the duo lane bottom. We saw a lane swap in game 1, upside down lanes in game 2. Seems like we might see another lane swap in this game 3 as Energy send their duo of OQ and Kiwi top.
Yep. Rule of thumb, always swap against a Zyra. Make sure that you aren't against her because she can honestly just kind of RNG the lane as well with seed placement.
Taking a look at the Masteries, Storm Raider Surge for both Zig and GBM.
Yeah, Storm Raider Surge for Ryze. When you aren't mid and have the access to Ghost, it's a great mastery to have. And then the Storm Raider Surge for GBM.
Oh, Pyrion with a good dodge.
And he doesn't even have boots.
Yep.
And he never will.
Makes it so hard to read. You can't see where he's going to step.
That's true. It's kind of, snakes are kind of tricky like that.
Little wily.
Anyway.
Ooh, good damage trade for GBM.
Yeah, and then he gets the Storm Raider Surge. He gets to run away. He will pretty much always have Storm Raider Surge on during a fight because he'll blow ultimate.
Pyrion answers back.
Hey, Papa, hold up. Time out, guys.
GBM says, hold on. It wasn't serious.
I'm getting wrecked. 1 second, time out.
Yeah, Pyrion did have a rather good lane in game number 2. He looks very confident over the course of the laning phase, opening up a 20, 25, even 30 CS lead against GBM's Ryze. So we'll see if he can do something similar in this next set. But 2.5 minutes in, and Phoenix One are looking for that series win. Again, this is all about vindication for them. The fact that they've been through 3 weeks of non-stop losses with the occasional moral win. Taking a series here would be huge.
Yeah, it definitely boosts their morale, and they'd be able to maybe surge up the standings. But I mean, game 2 was not incredibly convincing. And honestly, if you're Energy, you're rather worried because if you are the team that gives Phoenix One their first series, like, that does not bode well for the rest of your season. That makes it, honestly, really a lot of pressure there.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to be kind of target for criticism there. And, like, just looking at Quas on his player cam, he's been performing really well, and he looks slightly frustrated right now.
So very
Not
difficult.
so frustrated.
Zig, you can see, getting nice and comfy.
Sleeps with his eyes open.
He's in this for the long haul. He knows he's got Ryze, mid lane Cassiopeia. He's got all the time in the world, whereas Inori, on the other hand, maybe looking a bit drowsy after that first performance.
Yeah, need to be able to stay relaxed, but alert.
Yes. To be fair, Phoenix One,
wake up,
played remarkably. Given the old nod, they played remarkably calm and cool, despite the fact that they were down for so long. They were able to hold on and wait it out.
Yeah, and they never had a fight where they lost and then the game was just done. They always got just a little bit back. There was that fight where they got 2 inhibbed. Maybe there could have been more taken from Energy. Like, that's going to be a fight that they'll have to go back and look at and say, okay, how much could we have actually gotten off of this? How much could we have forced the issue? And looks like we're getting back in.
Yeah, some very optimistic fans. We're going to look at Kiwi first before we get back in.
Yeah, but then we're going to look at, some damage on GBM.
Yeah, so GBM is going to take the worst of this trade.
Yeah, the Deathfire Touch and Pyrion walking up. Pyrion does have another potion available to him as well, so.
Again, this is the lane swap, so both of the duos are rushing down those tier 1 turrets as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's also the lane swap, so how your mid laner performs becomes incredibly important. And all right, that's all right. That's pretty cool because it's behind the Trundle and Elise. Yeah, I'm like how if it's still
by the power of
they put some work into that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but looking like they're timed pretty similarly.
Well, that top one though, they have to wait another wave.
Yeah, Energy, they'll be able to get it though in just a few seconds. Should be timed rather similarly with Phoenix One. We'll see if they do decide to gift over full go. Oh, Q! Oh gosh, he burned his heel.
Yep.
To get away from that turret hit.
Yep. Almost died. Had
Yeah.
to burn his heal. He would have been dead.
Yes.
He would have been dead. And I mean, honestly, maybe it would have. He was just gonna back anyway. So
Faster than recalling.
is it that early?
As long as it's under 8 seconds.
It's possible. Well, I mean, then he doesn't have to walk away from the turret aggro as well. So
Yeah. Well,
Worth
and he
it that
takes an
much.
additional hit for the minions.
Boom.
It's all the minor points.
It may actually be if you don't have to walk away from turret aggro, but blows his heal. May come back to bite them. We'll see. Actually, very surprised that Zig is not trying to get more of this wave before he backs.
Yeah.
Because that's the advantage you get. When you get to kill the turret a little bit faster, which is what happened with P1, you should be able to reap the rewards of getting a couple more minions. And Quas is actually the one who comes out on top. Ever so slightly.
Yeah, the double turret now being taken by both teams.
All right. And then that mini-map in the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
Oh, the technology, it's there.
We have the technology.
That is awesome.
We can rebuild it.
Shout out to JD, apparently.
Yeah.
JD Woo.
Setting that up, but Santorin continuing to group and play with his side of the map.
Oh, also shout out to everybody else who may have worked on this. I just know that he's the one who said thank you.
Zig actually teleporting to catch up with his team a little bit faster.
Yep. Having to teleport over. Looking at the cull as well for OQ. Cull on Jhin, not that great because you don't make too much use of the health on hit. Right? Fixed attack speed really doesn't help you, but he's looking for that gold payout later, and in lane swaps, it is an item that you will see come through a bunch of times. But Mash didn't get one, so that could be an advantage for Energy later down the line. And Energy a little bit slow again.
Oh no!
And OQ's gonna take it out.
They're taking a lot of turret hits.
Kiwi Kid.
3 turret hits.
Kiwi Kid was
onto-
executed by a turret before. Let's not have it happen again.
He knows firsthand the horror of those early turrets. But
Oh
they're going to
my
complete the recall.
God.
Can they not take it in time?
No, they don't get to take it.
Here comes Mash and Gate. All the turrets. That's 38 health.
They're trying to get it. 38. Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Tragedy strikes. Minor, actually huge mis-execution.
That might be one where I say you die.
Oh, and go for it.
You take the extra shots to die.
Well, they do reduce damage. It's still before 7 minutes. I don't even think a single auto attack could finish it off right now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if they had all stayed on it.
Oh.
You can take 2, take another.
It's faster than recalling.
Who knows? Who knows? But still, we're talking about getting killed by turrets.
Yeah, 1,000 gold now for Phoenix One, though that turret is going to go down eventually, if someone so much as looks at it correctly. Energy are going to even it right back up. Meanwhile, Zig is going to try catching these waves on the top side. Santorin gets a couple of deep wards just to scare Zig away from this potential minion wave. While Pyrian continues to show that he's very competent, very strong on this Cassiopeia mid. Currently 1 health potion up.
I don't believe they saw Inori pass by mid. He's level 6. And there they go. Okay, so they got to assume that he's over here. Come down.
Yeah, Nori going to steal away the red buff, as you can see. Getting some deep vision onto Energy's side of the map as well. They might try to look for this tier 2.
Yeah, level advantage here as well. And Gate on the Zyra, you get to basically force your will onto the enemy team. You have the level 6 on your Hecarim. 3-on-3. Yeah, a lot of turret damage comes through.
Yeah, they chunk it down to half, and a lot of these minions miss. Mash.
It's a feature.
That's like a super wave dashing.
Oh, man.
In Smash. Definitely deliberate.
Isn't it great that things like that end up becoming normal strategy?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he could have won that fight easy. He just needed to teleport through the minion wave.
Yeah.
Slide through into the back line. All right, so Phoenix One now going to be taking the Infernal Drake.
L cancel your E. Yeah. So they're going to take it. It's an Infernal one. Everybody likes the way that this one feels. suck it, Cloud Drake.
Hey,
saying.
Cloud Drake is a wonderful
Oh,
person.
man. It's a wonderful Drake.
Yeah. But that's first Infernal Drake, 1,000 gold in favor of Phoenix 1. Energy going to trade on the other side, though, for an early Rift Herald. Having a bit of difficulty burning through because of the Spiderlings and the targeting AI on that Rift Herald, so...
Yeah, it actually shouldn't be that bad because the Spiderlings can honestly hit it in the back for you. So if you take the damage, the Spiderlings will actually pop it in the back for you. So Elise is one of the people who used to be able to solo it.
Yeah.
And now you can still kind of, but it takes you basically level 11 to do so.
Yeah.
But kind of far behind.
Significantly more difficult to do. As you were just about to say, I'm sure Santorin is down quite a bit in CS.
Yeah, quite a bit behind in CS and a level behind now. Well, Inori's going to be about a whole level up over Santorin, especially since he's backing now. And I like that Inori went for the Ionian Boots of Lucidity very early on. The Ghost cooldown sitting at 135 seconds, so 2 minutes 15 seconds. A little bit under the cooldown of a flash and a half.
You can ghost twice in the duration of a flash.
And still have 30 seconds.
Mash continuing to catch minions on the bottom side. And OQ actually heads towards the mid lane because of the freeze that Phoenix 1 have set up in the bottom. OQ has got the curtain call.
I mean, if he can land some of those bullets for the W.
Quick flash from Pyrian means he's able to get away from the captive audience.
Yeah. It's actually the Deadly Flourish. I make that mistake all the time.
Deadly Flourish.
There was a whole bunch of things about why are the names different?
Yes.
It's like the E is like, oh, maybe that should be captive audience. Or the W should be because it actually roots.
Because you're captivated.
And then there's a flourish when the trap explodes. So, but they're opposites.
Yep.
Hit by the Deadly Flourish!
Yeah, it just hits the... It follows the theme of Jin, where
nothing makes sense.
He's a little bit crazy.
How can a grenade dance?
If you throw it right.
Yeah.
How does it get stronger when it kills things? Like, if you throw a grenade and you're able to bounce it, like in an action movie, how does it propel and get stronger as things die?
Does it explode 4 times?
I don't think it explodes. I think it just bounces. I think he throws an empty canister of a grenade.
Well, that's just rude.
He's littering on the minions.
This is awful.
I mean, he is an assassin. I think that's probably the least of his concerns.
He's a virtuoso.
Ah, yes. An artist. Whoa. Gate going very deep for the ward is going to be snared down. Kiwi Kid will be able to answer back and clear out that standard vision. As you can see, the fans currently thinking Energy are the favorites in this series by 9%.
Yeah, that's actually a little shocking there. P1, though, they do have an advantage. That turret did not go down in the bottom lane for Energy. And P1 had just won the previous set, and you know that's got to be weighing a little bit on Energy's confidence. You come off a loss like that where you were ahead. People talk about you have to get it out of the way and say, okay, you know, we had an advantage. That's what matters. And just closing it out is the next step. That's fine. But they spent 30 minutes trying to close it out, and they failed. They spent longer trying to close it out than they had. Then it took them to actually get that 10k gold advantage.
Phoenix 1 finally released the siege on the minions in the bottom lane, the freeze on the minions in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this jungle is theirs.
Mash continues to play with Inori. Cocoon finds Mash. They're trying to teleport in. He flashes. There goes the curtain call. Here comes Kiwi Kid. Flashes for the slow. First blood picked up by GBM. Inori's running from the far side. There's the disengage. A huge 4-man knockout, but Gate drops to Santorin despite Zig's snare. Cocoon is going to find Zig, but he'll be able to get out. 2 quick kills once again for Energy.
Yeah, and Energy even up the gold there, and they're pinging that bottom turret like, let's get this thing. It's been taunting us the entire time, 38 HP. And Inori picks up the smite, gets the wolves.
Yeah, he's going to see that they're finally going to be able to take this turret on that bottom side, controlling this side of the jungle. Blue buff is even going to spawn and denying that to a Cassiopeia could be pretty instrumental, but Pyrion looks like he wants to fight for it. Ping's now going down.
Are they going to try to rush this because they know they want to kill the turret? If they can rush this down, I mean, they both have ultimate still. They didn't use it in the previous fight.
Turret's already dead. Kiwi Kid is the first target. Petrifying Gaze, he's going to be able to get some big damage. Pyrion catches up to Kiwi and does so much. Onslaught of Shadows, 4 style points.
Yeah. Kill some spiderlings on the way out, you know.
It's like 45 gold.
It's the little things. But yeah, uses the ultimate there afterwards. Really, the grounded there was the big thing because you can't jump away. Mash doesn't blow his flash to dodge the cocoon. Of course, coming out of fog for him. Flash forward, ends up taking him out. And then the ultimate there, Gate had already blown his flash. And then, yeah, Pyrion has to blow the ghost. Still has his Petrifying Gaze and doesn't really have an opportunity to ever use it, though.
Yeah, so once again, Energy off to a start with that advantage.
It's
win kills.
It's a little bit smaller now. That
yeah,
Infernal Drake that went over to P1 definitely helps them out almost across the board here. Like, you're going to have a lot of AD and AP on these guys.
Energy grouping up to try to take this Ocean Drake, but Phoenix 1 are grouped.
Nori's
potentially pincer, but yeah, they decided to recall.
Yeah, Nori's back in base, so they're going to give it up, and it's just going to reset a whole bunch.
Ocean Drake picked up by Energy. And now 1-to-1 in Drakes, and Zig heads back towards that top side.
Yeah.
So
Infernal next, so that could be the second Infernal for P1, which would mean a lot, especially with the composition they have.
Once again, Phoenix 1 not quite willing to overcommit to any hyper-aggressive plays. Don't want to take any chances and are much more content to just wait it out. Zig runs all the way from mid lane towards top for 3 minions. As OQ is going to be able to catch it up. And they're continuing to farm it up. So we are seeing Mash, because of that early freeze, he does have a mild CS lead ahead of OQ.
And this top lane as well. Quas over Zig. Level advantage, and there's a gigantic wave on the bot side. So Zig not going to be able to actually pick up that. Goes over to Mash, and they really want this mid turret because they see that the side waves are being pushed out. If they could just jump on GBM right now, Inori has the ultimate. GBM would have to react.
He rushes forward. Onslaught is going to find GBM. He's knocked into the Petrifying Gaze. It's 2 members that get the kill, but 5 members are grouped up.
A lot of summoner spells burned there. That was the ghost from Inori, but also both out of GBM, and they get the turret there. Phoenix 1 with 1 swift strike gets so much off of that.
Very confident decision to dive that turret and pick up the kill, evening it back up.
It was honestly the best play they had because their side waves had been shoved out. OQ was farming top, Quas was farming bot. You knew his TP wasn't up because he tried to use it in the previous fight. So dive GBM, and it's on GBM at that point to really just recognize that that is a possibility that can happen to him.
Yeah, and that's the sort of play that Phoenix 1 would more than hesitate to make, would not have made just a few weeks ago. So already adapting to having Inori in the roster and showing that they can be a little bit more confident in their decision-making.
Yep, pops the ghost, ulti, GBM flashes backwards, but he gets stunned still by Pyrion. And then the E had already made contact. You're going to get knocked back even if you flash or use some type of movement ability. If Hecarim has already started the E animation, or at least the hit part of the E animation where he lifts his feet off the ground. So it'll happen sometimes. Even if he had flashed, he may have still gotten hit back towards Cassio.
Instead, that's going to be minor advantage for Phoenix 1 as they pick it up. Still very even in this game. 1 Drake to 1 Drake, 2 kills to 2 kills. Phoenix 1 barely ahead in turrets because of that mid-tier 1 they were able to take. As Santorin will continue to clear out his side of the jungle, Phoenix 1 have got the scaling composition. They can continue to look for these rotations, look for the aggressive picks. They could continue to look for an advantage.
Yeah, they scale really well, especially their support too. Like, I would take a Zyra every time if I wanted something to scale from the support role. Once she gets gold and once you start hitting those 6 items, she actually becomes pretty much another mid laner. But you have to worry about some of that magic resistance because you know Energy are going to stack that. Mash, on the other hand, going to go for the flat penetration. So you have to build some armor maybe one item. Pretty much, I think Quas would want to stack MR and then purchase a Thornmail. Air GA, and that would pretty much be his build.
Blue Santorin is going to greed for the turret. Strangle Thorns is dodged.
Kiwi Kid.
Oh, Inori goes in. Kiwi Kid drops. Pyrion is going to get the kill, and now Quas is separated. He gets one in answer, but that's already 2 of Energy dead. They should be able to pick up Quas. 3 kills for Phoenix One for only a turret and 1 kill for Energy.
And Phoenix One, they've been scrimming with Inori. They've been talking about how this guy changes the whole dynamic. It seems like when Inori's on the lineup and he's on something like Hecarim, he's like, go. And that's when they all just rush forward. Pyrion blowing Summoner spells, walking forward, making sure that he's part of this fight, and throws out the ultimate there. Gate almost goes down from the curtain call, but they don't get a turret because of it.
Yeah, Gate takes a big hit as OQ's able to defend with that curtain call. The tier 2 is still standing. Here's that fight once again.
Inori from the side. Mash isn't here yet, so it's another fight where Mash is off on the side. Gate does a great job, throws out the ultimate. The very bottom of it hits Kiwi Kid, and then Inori goes straight in. GBM gets hit by the ultimate because he is forced to face after the fear right into Pyrion. And he had used the ultimate on the cluster of people for the damage. And the fact that he's facing him is just icing on the cake there, so GBM gets absolutely annihilated. And now Pyrion's 3-0-2. Cassiopeia, that's really what a Cassiopeia wants, that 100% kill participation, 3 kills early on. Can't ask for too much more.
Down just a bit in CS, but already has the Archangel's staff stacking up a lot of mana. He's already up to 688, so that's going to be transforming very quickly.
Yeah.
And with the Abyssal and soon to be a Rylai's, he will hit his core tank items. Well, tanky items. Cassiopeia's tanking, you're doing something wrong.
Well, or the other team's doing something right.
Oh yeah, well.
You know.
It's all a question of perspective. But Infernal Drake going to spawn in 15 seconds. Phoenix One trying to fight over Vision. Double teleport available for the top laners. As both teams definitely want this Infernal Drake.
Not just to have it, but to stop P1 from having it is one of the reasons that Energy want it.
Yeah.
Like, having double just makes this gold lead that they have so small, but it's going to mean a lot more because everybody on this team wants the stats that they get. Because most supports are like, oh, 8%, you know, AD, AP, not a big deal. It's like Zyra's like, yes, please and thank you. I will take that buff.
Zig is actually split from his team right now. He's over by the banana bush. Oh, curtain call goes down. Pyrion's able to secure it. Gate takes 1, 2, 3, 4 hits and is solo killed. But Phoenix One are going to try to collapse and pick up a few kills in answer. Zig, as mentioned, separated, will die. That's 2 kills for an Infernal Drake.
Yeah, P1 though, if they don't lose anything more, then it could be worth it. But right now, that middle tier 2 and the pings onto the Baron, got to worry a little bit.
Oh, and Nori! That was a very greedy place to be. Forced to use his ultimate to escape. Oh!
Well, now they know that his ultimate is down. It gives him a opportunity to even consider the Baron here for Energy, but I don't think they're that strong that they would do it.
Oh, Mash dodges a hefty amount of this initial damage as Pyrion eats a cocoon. The wave is cleaned up, and Phoenix One are able to hold.
Yep. And OQ, you know, big part of why that fight went the way it did. He was able to pick off Gate, and I love this build from Jhin. When I first heard about it, I wasn't completely convinced because crit and attack speed scale so well. But we'll talk about that in a second.
Whoa! Kiwi's taking a lot of damage from the Baron, and Ignite is ticking down, and Nori
can't get to him.
Yeah, can't chase up.
But yeah, the fact that there's flat armor penetration across the board here for OQ. His call went off, and he was able to get that extra gold, but the Youmuu's, and then next is going to be a Duskblade for him. But let's have another look at this. Shot number 1. Shot number 2 doesn't quite. Shot airborne. 500 damage off that 4th hit. The fact that Jhin automatically crits on his 4th shot of his ultimate and also of his just every 4 shot.
Yeah.
He doesn't always have to buy critical strike chance because it's only going to affect 3 out of his 4 hits, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he basically has 25% crit chance all the time. Why not just make those crits hurt a lot? So he ends up going for the flat penetration. When he has Duskblade, he'll honestly be critting people for upwards of like 700, it gets pretty ridiculous.
We'll see if OQ can demonstrate the damage of that Jhin over the course of the game. Baron is up, and Energy are currently fighting over Vision, while Inori runs around Gate grouped up with Pyrion right now. He's got the Stranglethorns on cooldown, so should be able to disengage if anyone tries to force anything. But Zig split pushing on the far side of the map. He's also completed his Seraph's Embrace, along with Rod of Ages fully stacked. So Zig has hit his core damage items on those two. We'll see if he decides to go for a Void Staff in addition, whereas Pyrion still working towards that Rylai's. Even in kills right now, even in gold. Completely different change of pace from game 2. They might have got out Kiwi Kid, drops the knock up, Inori tries to go in. Teleport was now used by Quas. Inori gets knocked back. There goes a couple of bullets. Mash, ooh, he's able to dodge them. Oh my god! He was able to dodge the third one, but not the fourth. Huge shot from OQ.
675. That last crit there, that's that build. If you hit a squishy, he doesn't even have his Duskblade complete. That is a single armor penetration item for himself. It does so much. That's the percentage increase that you get from Flat Pen. Flat Pen is a ridiculous stat, and Santorin's too far forward.
Whoa!
Collapse.
Zig is able to convert the kill with some assistance from Gate and Pyrion.
I actually don't know if when you're grounded, if you can repel.
He's still trying to recall right now. There's the Subjugate Flash Bite. Oh, Zig is burning down. Zig is burning down. Oh, 25 health.
I think that got down to like 10. That was, ooh. Yeah, it got down to 11.
Oh, wow. So close, but Quas no flash. Greeting for the kill. Still 6-6 in kills. And here's that play once again.
Yep, TP starts coming through. Inori, instead of using the ultimate, actually just ghosts to get out. A little bit of a longer cooldown there. And then, woo!
Wow.
Destroys Mash. And you have to be wary of that. Now that Duskblade is completed.
That's going to really hurt. So it's 90 seconds for that third Infernal Drake to spawn. Phoenix 1 definitely going to be looking for that. They're actually going to try to collapse onto Kiwi Kid. There's a culling. He turns around for some damage on the Gate, but gets cleaned up. Oh, once again, the curtain has been called, and
that
Phoenix 1 are going to have to stand in a line.
Get behind Inori. He's like,
ooh. Trying to lead the hitbox, but not quite able to get it. Meanwhile, GBM was split pushing in the mid lane. He takes down that mid-tier 1. So, kill for turret.
That might be looking at baiting the Baron here, but that's not your Scuttle Crab. That's Energies.
Yeah.
Bottom lane turret, though, Zig is going to be able to take this one. It actually got weakened, remember, all the way back when there was a faster lane swap from P1 and they pushed this out and had Zyra level 5 and OQ was still level 2 or 3. So, use that advantage. Now they pick that up, and this will be Infernal Drake number 3 if P1 are able to pick it up, but even in gold right now, so
yeah.
Both teams will be looking for the fight if it's honestly what they want, which I think you would want to stop P1 from getting it. And P1 definitely want it, so.
Oh, yeah. Zig currently running around that side of the map. Giving some old assist pings, and Quas, Energy now pinging it. Almost as if they've just remembered that that thing's on the map as well. As 5, they rush down to this side of the map. Phoenix 1 actually just recalled. That means Energy have got the fast track. Zig could be setting up for a flank just like he did.
But Mash was like, Mash was waiting for red buff.
Oh, and the Infernal Drake is going to go down. Energy are able to burn through its health so quickly. Zig, oh boy, decides to turn onto Quas. Over the wall, gets a huge fear. They can't quite follow it up. Gate ghosts along with Pyrion. Flash snare is going to find Quas. There's a Stranglethorn. The bullet is going to go down as GBM finally gets it. Bullet number 4 finds Pyrion. He's dead. Now it's 3 versus 4. Snare finds Inori. 4 versus 2. Flash repel. He's going to try to catch up to Mash. There's a slow along with the chilling smite. That's going to be 4 members of Phoenix 1 dead.
And the game looked so good for Phoenix 1 with their Drakes, both of the Infernals. They wanted that third one. Mash started waiting for the red buff. I don't know what he was thinking. And then he comes in late
And all of P1 still engaged, which would look like a 4v5 at the start. And now Energy get to go on the Baron and pick up another lead for themselves.
Yeah.
In the mid 20-minute mark.
Baron secured for Energy. All 5 members get it.
Yeah. OQ was really big in this. And you can see, look at where Mash is on the minimap. He's all the way back there. Zig, he catches someone, and then they push back Quas, and then they all start running forward. Gate flashes. Gate gets Victor ultied, gets killed, and really Mash gets to use his culling ultimate, gets slowed, doesn't get to do anything, throws a W back, and then he gets blown up. So all he got to contribute was very little. Gets smited. And P1 should not have actually gone for that fight at that point. Mash finally gets his red buff that he so desired.
Yeah, greeting just a little bit too hard for it. But Energy have been in this situation before. They had 25 minutes of practice in game number 2 of trying to break through Phoenix One's Cassiopeia defense. This time, though, they've got a little bit of a different composition, so we'll see if they can try to break through this.
I think their siege is much better this game as well. I think that because they have the Victor as opposed to the Rise, their wave clear is better. They get to come towards these turrets and use the Lich Bane and pop them. And Jhin, OQ on Jhin right now, looking pretty good. So he can just set up his curtain call. He can get some poke damage down. They can start the engage that way. So Energy have a lot of great ways to start these fights now, where before they really didn't. And the siege from Energy is just particularly good too.
Mash did shove the far side, pretending he was a top laner for a moment, which means Quas can't quite go for the 4-1 split just yet, as he has to build that wave up. GBM's actually on that side of the map as well, so this might be the next objective for Energy, that top tier 2 turret. And Energy grouping as 5. They're not even going to try to split, despite the fact that they have teleport. Might just try to break it down the old-fashioned way. I think Inori showed himself. I believe they know. Oh, yeah, there's even a ward in that bush now. For Phoenix One. There goes the curtain call. Bullets are going to hit Inori. Tyrion takes 1. And the 4th bullet misses.
Plants.
Yeah. Just quails over in terror before going down. Energy, don't know if they want to dive, but they are setting up for the siege. Going to try to break this down as the miasma from Pyrion slows the minions. They burn through it with some help from Mash. Quas waiting in the wings.
Yeah, they're going to poke out, though, and like I said, much better reach here with the Victor.
Oh, Pyrion is snared.
Yeah. And OQ also having the Jhin, the Deadly Flourish, as well as the Curtain Call to poke them out, and yeah, Baron buff's going to help them pick up this turret in just a moment here, as soon as they get another mini wave to walk up and deal the damage.
Yeah, Phoenix One decide to seed it. Don't want to take any chances with Pyrion at half health, so that's another tier 2 taken for Energy, and with the 3rd one GBM took earlier, that brings us to 6 total. They just now running out of that Baron buff, so rather effective use of it this time. Not able to break the inhibitors just yet, though.
Yep. And that's the tricky part for them. Getting those inhibitors and then getting towards that Nexus. Gigantic wave bottom for Quas. He's going to be happy with that. But overall, though, the goal is, like, honestly on the people that you want it to be on for both teams. Pyrion and Mash have gold. And then you have GBM and OQ. It's just who's going to use it better in these fights.
Ooh, Curtain Call finds Pyrion and Gate. Bullet number 4. Ooh, flash dodge by Pyrion. He doesn't even want to risk it. But once again, Energy with an advantage. Getting the Baron buff, even in Dragons. We'll see if they can break through Phoenix One's base, or if Phoenix One are going to show us hero defense round 2. Cloud Drake is spawning in 20 seconds, and the pressure is on both teams to secure that. as this is going to be the last Elemental Drake before Elder spawns.
It's true. I mean, if you're P1, you kind of don't want to take it because you don't want Elder to really spawn just yet.
Yeah.
If you're Energy, you want to take it. It's one of those things where when I'm a team that's really far ahead and Cloud Drake spawns, I actually don't want to take it because I don't want there to be a better Drake to spawn for my opponents. So you just leave it there, so there's never a chance of an Elder Dragon steal or anything like that. It's like, take out all the possible great objectives they could steal.
Deny them as much as possible.
Yep, but Energy take it because they want to have control. Try to snowball.
Ooh, just outside the volatile Spiderling range. But 34.5 minutes in, Energy 3 Drakes to the 2 of Phoenix 1. Minor gold advantage. Still fairly even in items. As you said, that gold distributed rather comfortably on the carries on both teams. Baron's up in 80 seconds, and Energy setting up some deep wards on the Phoenix 1's red side of the jungle. They might try to collapse here. Snare is going to find a Nori. There's even a Subjugate from Quas. Remember, there's no tier 2 as it was dropped a few minutes ago. Zig still looking for the flank, as usual. Not quite able to find it this time, though.
Baron in 50 seconds, and that's what these teams are pushing up the waves for. Energy trying to keep the waves on P1's base, on their doorstep. And P1, they really just want to push it out. They have no vision of that Baron area except for the Scuttle Crab that's theirs. And will it expire before? Yeah, it's going to expire right before the Baron comes up, so it's not going to help them out. And they need to get back there and actually re-establish vision inside the pit and around it.
Yeah, some very optimistic recalls. Phoenix 1 getting a few deep wards and seedlings, so they will get some vision on this side. And grouped as 5, this could be the location of our next big fight. Double Infernal versus single. That blue buff is getting pulled so far away, and Inori actually fights to use it. He gets snared and locked down. GBM pulls him in. They could try to burst him down. There's the curtain call. Phoenix 1 bit off a bit more than they can chew as Pyrion, Summoner Heal is used. Gate gets chunked low, but flashes out. Zig is going out, but GBM is burning down. Shield keeps him alive while Mash zones Santorin away.
Wow, OQ gets the root. Inori is forced away, has to use the ultimate. And now they're chasing him down. Gate almost dies as well. The curtain call hitting Pyrion and chunking him out too. But Zig stands his ground, almost kills GBM, so GBM is forced back. And there's the TP. They're trying to get Mash and Zig.
He's going to collapse in. Doesn't have any home guard, but Mash, he sees the troll.
Oh, and he goes down.
Oh, man. Looks like Quas is going to catch up. Zig is caught with the flash cocoon.
Where did he go? Where did Mash go? What? They didn't know you were there, Mash.
Oh, he's actually behind the tier 2 right now. Dodges the snare. OQ misses the deadly flourish, and Mash with the Yomus and an escort from Inori is going to escape, but it's 5 versus 4 right now.
Straight to the minion wave, like moth to a flame. And the question is,
Energy are running top. They're cutting off his means of escape.
Yeah. So they're not going to be able to catch him, though. He's going to back.
Yeah, we'll see what Energy try to do with this advantage. Looks like it's going to be Baron number 2 for them. Inori has got his onslaught and the smite of his own, but he's down a level.
Yeah, there's... He's going to try to pull Santorin on Santorin. Can he do it?
Oh, he hops over, but it's not going to be secured. Inori goes down.
Yep, secured there by OQ. And that looks like it may have been a final shot from him as well.
Yeah, 38 minutes in, Energy with their second Baron. Wow.
I'm going to look back at how big that crit was because I believe it was 938.
Holy cow.
And that's more than the smites of both junglers. So he crit it for 938, and Elise's smite, who is a level up, is 800.
Oh my gosh.
So there was not a chance.
So the Raptor that he just hit with the last auto took 1,413 damage.
Yeah, this is the build that's all about that 4th shot. So he has the Infinity Edge to increase that crit. He has the armor penetration to increase it even further. So armor penetration for this build is almost like % crit increase because he has a guaranteed crit on his 4th shot. And now he's going to go for just a little bit more crit to try and round out the build, get himself a little bit of that extra movement speed.
So despite having the Baron buff, Energy currently are, there they go, finally 4-1. Curtain Call is going to find Pyrion.
Oh boy.
Ooh, but he makes it out of range. Yeah, fourth bullet is going to miss. Zig in the top lane with his teleport eventually is going to have to deal with Quas, while the rest of Energy, they might just be able to break this inhibitor with Pyrion zoned away. Kiwi Kid trying to keep them separated. It's chunked to half, but the inhibitor turret is still standing as the minion wave gets cleared. Flash traded for Flash.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia Flash for the Braum Flash and Ultimate, though. And Zig had to back. He was clearing out the top wave, trying to make sure that they couldn't rotate there and use a Gigantic Wave. But speaking of Gigantic Wave, this is a big one down here on this bottom side. A lot of caster minions that need to be cleared out, and that's both bottom and mid here.
Yeah, pressuring both turrets at once, and Ori gets chunked out. OQ manages to get a kill on the far side. What? Not entirely sure how that worked out, but that means they're able to shove forward and take the inhibitor. Zig gets caught in a snare. His Guardian Angel has been popped. There's a gravity field. He hasn't got a flash. He hasn't got a chance. OQ is unstoppable. With 2 members of Phoenix One dead, are Energy going to try to push to end the game, or are they going to make us wait a little bit longer?
I feel like you have this Baron for a little bit longer. You have 2 cannon minions. You start to end the game. You try to get revenge.
They're shoving forward. Pyrion dodges the onslaught of damage. There goes the curtain call. Pyrion takes 1 bullet. Inori is going to try to block in front. Pyrion so low. Bullet 4 hits him.
1800.
Oh, man. GBM is going to get another kill as well. The Nexus turrets are going down. Though Gate respawns, it is not going to be enough. 5 versus 2. Energy are going to take the Nexus. Oh, they're having a bit of trouble, though. Finally, they're going to take it. Yeah, Energy take the Nexus, and they take the series, beating Phoenix One 2-1.
And Phoenix One still have no series wins. And Energy was a team that, if they were going to do it, they were going to do it here. Still near the bottom of the standings, bringing in Ori in, man on your screen right there. It made some difference. They actually had much longer games here. And Energy, at the end of the day, it is that series win. Regardless of how long it took, you still get that 1 extra point in that category. And they needed that to start climbing back up in the standings.
They definitely did. They have been going through some trouble for the past few weeks, but finally able to take that series win, bringing them up to 2-5 in the standings. Phoenix One, as you can see, they played remarkably well over the duration of that match. Very close game 2, keeping even for a significant majority of game 3, but just not quite able to convert it into the series win. And Energy, some very relieved smiles after a long huddle. Definitely well deserved.
Yeah, it's a big sigh of relief there after you play almost about 2 hours, 2.5 hours of total gameplay.
There's nothing quite so tragic as having an advantage for 50 minutes and then losing the game.
Yeah.
And then having to go into game 3.
Well, it was also a very stressful beginning because they didn't get that bottom tier 1 turret after the lane swap.
Yeah.
So you're going, did we mess it up? Did we mess up the whole game? And ultimately, they got some good fights. They got some great picks. OQ on fire with that Jhin build.
Yeah.
Even after the Youmuu's nerfs, it's still a fantastic build to go with.
Really showing some incredible stuff. He has been under some flack recently because of his performance, and he's even admitted that he's been having some trouble.
He's given himself flack about it because he's like, I am not performing the same way that I did when I was in Korea. I really need to step it up, and even apologized to his fans saying, this is not what I'm capable of. I haven't shown you guys yet if you're an NA fan, so sticking with it. Believe in me, and OQ, I think he did show up today.
Yeah, Energy, they've still got a lot of good to take away. I mean, they had advantages for most of Game 2, a lot of Game 3 as well, so we're still starting to see some growth from them, and that has been what we're looking for. We know that they are individually skilled. It's just been the team play they need to sharpen up.
Yeah, the team play, and now that they have that roster, we talked about it, how Inori came in, they looked a little bit better there. They looked more decisive. They're getting some leads, right? They're getting leads early. They're playing the lane swap a little bit better than even Energy. And then it's just using that lead to do something more.
Yeah.
So they're trying to play through mid lane. Sometimes it messes up. They made some great plays where they dove like GBM, but it's the next step. It's figuring out what to do. Because right now, the plan for Phoenix One seems to be, all right, we got an advantage. let's keep doing the Drakes. And they
Yeah.
just keep doing that and doing that and doing that. And then the Drakes aren't enough of an advantage to win you the game, right? They just flat out aren't. Like,
They're-
you're going to
yeah.
be like, oh, I have 3 Mountain. It's like, no, we just saw it doesn't win you the game.
Yeah.
Right? This one, it's like, all right, we have multiple Infernals. It's like, no, it's not going to do it.
You have to actually be able to use those Infernals. But after all, it was a great series from Energy. Now, before we go to Dash, let's head down to the stage where Riv has the winning support standing by for a chat.
I am joined by Energy's Kiwi Kid, and that's the word I'm going to stick on after their victory, energy, because a lot of endurance was necessary to get through the best-of-3 series. Kiwi, I got to ask you, what were the comms like? What was just the mentality like going through this series against P1?
We play every best-of-3, like 3 best-of-1s. I don't know if somebody said that before. I hope I'm not recycling anything, but that's what I'm thinking. And yeah, we just keep calm every time. Honestly, I feel like over the past 3 years, maybe my patience has worn down, like maybe a little. It's like maybe at 90% of 100. But, we just pick ourselves back up and we just keep doing it.
It seems like you guys are able to break through any of these walls you have in front of you with these victories. You find the wins. If you will, what are some of those blockers that Energy has been facing, whether it be comms or kind of just getting synergy together, if you can share those with the viewers and fans?
I would say our main, block is probably synergy. So I guess maybe, yeah, I mean, you need good comms for good synergy. So I guess, yeah, synergy probably like envelops everything. We just need to all be on the same page, and that's what we're working on. Just one at a time.
All right, well, seems to be coming together slowly but surely. Second win in that column. Going on for your next game, looking at Cloud9, how are you guys going to prep for this one?
I'm going to do a lot of talking to Bunny and Smoothie. See what they think is strong. Actually, we're just going to look over our games today a little, but mostly it's not going to be what we did right or wrong. It's just how we're going to talk to each other and how things can be more clearly. Just, maybe we should use smaller sentences and just how to be more concise.
Just getting the idea across quick and making the advantage work. Kiwi Kid, thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck in the rest of your matches this summer split. And we're going to throw it to the guys in the analyst zone to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Riv, Kiwi, and the rest of Energy. Honestly, kind of scraping by in a victory here in this series against Phoenix 1. Relatively close games across the board, very back and forth. I know that, we've had our fair share of criticisms for both squads at different times. And then on the flip side, they've also had their moments of brilliance, and they're making their cases for why they deserve to be in the NALCS. But ultimately, that was Riv said it right, energy, right? Like, in terms of, this was an endurance
mental
test
fortitude
for both of these teams.
Because especially after that second game, you just got to totally be out of it. Like, how do we lose this game? Based off, Kiwi's interview there, it sounds like there's still some communication issues where they're like, oh, maybe we need to use shorter sentences or something, which would make a lot of sense for the issues that you saw where they can't siege correctly. And like, if you can't communicate where you want your tanks to stand or when to walk up and hit the turret as a team, like, if you have those kind of problems, you're going to really struggle to close games out. And I think we kind of saw that. And so it was good that they got this third win. It goes down as a match win.
Yes,
that's
what matters. You get the victory in the series.
And then you just got to look to improve, which is what Kiwi was kind of saying.
Exactly that. All right, well, let's kind of work through this third game just real briefly. I think the big thing that jumps out at me is in this game, Energy is the team that actually gets out to a slow start. They're the ones who kind of bungle that lane swap, leaving the turret up with very little health. And so kind of handing P1 some early advantages, which they're able to use to pick up a couple early Infernal Dragons.
Yeah, they get the first dragon off, basically that wave not bouncing the way it should really. And then they go, and the next time they build up the wave to go bottom, unfortunately, they don't quite play it right, and P1 hands over 2 kills, and the game kind of you can stall out. Like one team is like ahead, and they're trying to push it, and then they make a mistake, and they kind of like scare themselves into playing aggressively, and they still got the second one, and the game's kind of moving along slowly with some skirmishes. Some people like going for buff invades, and that's about it. And then you finally get kind of this big fight for the third dragon, or fourth dragon.
It was the fourth dragon of the game, but the third Infernal Dragon.
Right.
And before we jump into that replay, I just want to continue to hammer this point though of Phoenix 1 being gifted a couple of advantages in those first 2 Infernal Dragons, because yes, although the gold was essentially even moving into that large team fight for the third Infernal, if all things are equal, but you've got 16% boosts on all of your AD and AP, then that's actually a fair advantage that you have at this stage in the game. The gold value of those stats is pretty significant. And if you secure that third one, even greater at 24%. But they don't set up for it. I mean, the game tells you 6 minutes in advance which dragon is coming up next. You would think that of either of the teams, Phoenix One would be the one that's more motivated to be there when it spawns. But Mash doing his red buff 5 seconds before it spawns is just inexcusable.
Yeah, I really don't have some kind of proposition for why he would be there. The Infernal Dragon is so much more important. They're technically ahead in that game. They could probably have gotten control of that area if they wanted to, but then, Zig's down there sitting in a bush, like waiting, like, is my team coming or am I just gonna sit here? And they get into this like weird state, and
yeah,
it's just.
So with that in mind, let's go ahead and pull the replay up now and we'll kind of watch it out. But this is Energy being able to set up around it a little bit. They did get there first, and even after the dragon is secured, that's when Phoenix One decides to come in and attempt an engage.
Right, and you can just see like how uncoordinated they are with like picking targets. So they start from behind where Zig is flanking, they root one person, and then Hecarim comes over, and then
Mash isn't even there.
Mash isn't there. They get the flash root onto Quas, and then Pyrion steps up to keep damaging him, but Zig gets scared from the Jinal and starts backing up, whereas if they both just targeted Quas, they could have killed him. But Zig totally stops his own damage. I don't know, maybe his cooldowns were completely off, but I'm not sure. He was sitting in a bush. He should have been stacking them, ready to drop combos. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it was just a really bad team fight. There were a number of times where Zig was away from the rest of his team and would have to flash out or just died for it. And at that point in the game, not only was it Infernal Dragon, it was 4 kills and then Baron, which kind of secured.
That secures Energy a lead, but similar to Game 2, they weren't able to take much off of that first Baron that they picked up. It was the second one that they secured, which they were able to use to kind of finally push into the base and break that inhibitor wall. And at that point, they kind of had a handle on the game. So good on Energy for being able to close out
as many
that
Barons, and they won.
It took them half as many Barons this game too. I mean, so good on Energy for picking up the victory. And as you mentioned, what matters is that they got the series win. They improved their record just slightly, and they beat a team that they are expected to have beaten. We got to move to player of the game. That's going to go to OQ. 6-0-6 on that Jhin. Deathless ultimately, and even securing a Baron, 1 with his own auto attack, and then 2 just his ability to pop people essentially with his high damage output.
Yeah, he really softened people up before the fights. I mean, he was also cleaning up a lot, obviously, by the number of kills he had, but it was a lot of his W's before were chunking people out, setting up roots. You saw he would often, catch a Nori, and Nori would have to ghost away or ult away or something, and taking that engage away from him as an immobile carry, making them use it defensively is a huge benefit for him and his team.
All in all, they'll be happy to pick up that victory over on Energy. Now, we definitely had some big plays today, so let's take a look at a few of your tweets. First up is from Game 1 between Echo Fox and TSM. From Final Boss, if that's not a sign of Froggen's experience in late game, I don't know what is. Let's check it out.
It's still full HP. It's full HP. Follow me, sweep. End the game.
End game.
Get in here.
Spread out.
I have shield for all of us.
Okay, end the game.
End game.
Dexus. End. Good shit.
And we have to remember that this was the second attempt at a Nexus rush, the first one being unsuccessful. And as you mentioned in the post-game segment of that one, the fact that they had a Jhin on their team the first time around is what made it very difficult for them to attempt that Nexus kill.
Yeah, Keith flashed in, reloading, and then just kind of stood there for a second before getting killed by Azir. This time, able to get in there, do damage. His whole team was with him, and with the Elder Dragon, boosting them in the burn, it was pretty easy.
And all 5 members hitting the Nexus.
Right.
Focusing the Nexus, that's all they needed to do. They come up with the victory. Next up is a tweet from LolSP91. That Pobelter Azir play top lane in Game 1 versus Liquid was hands down 100% the best play of the week. Well, that's an endorsement. Here's that Shurima surprise.
I can go. You keep on. We can win this. This is real.
I got him.
Nice.
Here's Pobelter. Huge ulti back in. Scoops them all in. And Immortal just going to run rampant in this team fight. Phoenix blows up, and Belter goes off.
Got a sweet style zooms, and many people on the internet throwing around the 200 IQ ult there from Pobelter. I mean, it was absolutely stellar. 5-man ult with the flash there, which really saved, or well, I wouldn't even say saved necessarily because they
were doing fine.
They were in that game, but
Yeah.
catapulted them. Let's go with catapulted
Yeah, that was
them.
just like a slingshot to the finish line. Like, great, this
Right.
is probably over now.
They were running a marathon, but then they like hitched a ride. With
Yeah,
somebody
they dropped on the train, like pop out, and like, oh, great, this is where I want
All
to be.
right, first place, I'll take it. Anyway, and finally from Cloud9 versus Team Envy, I bet you can guess. Flash33C's tweet, sneaky rather, with the Penta finish. Here's your LCS big play.
They have the damage. Vitos repels into the air. Impact left alone. A kill coming through for Sneaky. Make that 2. He's keeping his team alive. A quadra kill for Sneaky. The Pentakill to save the game. Huge lead for Cloud9. Damage. Don't dead.
Penta.
Got it.
I feel like I'm playing League of Legends as an MMO right there. That was like I felt like I was an archer right there.
Yeah. When's third-person mode coming to the game? Because I want to play like that. That looks sick.
Right? Yeah, that would be kind of fun. Also really terrifying though when like a Hecarim is ulting at you, like, covering your entire screen.
Or just if you were anyone during that Pobelter play.
Yes, exactly. So I guess there are pros and cons to that method of play. Well, we've got 6 matches on the books so far, so let's see how the teams are stacked up at the end of the day. TSM remains the king of the hill and still undefeated. Immortals is right behind them in second, followed by Cloud9 and Envy. Liquid and Apex round out our top 6 teams, and with their win today, Energy have tied CLG to move ahead of Echo Fox and Phoenix One. Now, week 4 of the NALCS isn't quite over yet. We've got one more day of action-packed games for your viewing pleasure. Tomorrow, the Battle Arena kicks off the day with Cloud9 versus Energy, followed by Phoenix One and Counter Logic Gaming. But our match of the week will be on NALCS 2, with Team Envy getting a shot at dethroning first-place Titans TSM. I mean, that matchup itself, we could probably talk about this matchup for hours, but let's not talk about it. Let's let the players talk about this matchup, and as they speak about how they think this one will go.
I don't think anyone anticipated Envy being so good. I think they're a strong team. They have a pretty good grasp on the meta, and they play a really distinct style. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to our match because I think it'll be really interesting and close.
Having respect isn't the same thing as being scared. I think everybody on the team respects TSM, but we're confident in our abilities too.
I just think when you're on a winning team as an AD carry, it's really easy to do well. Because they're doing well, Laud looks particularly better than like other ADs, but when I watch this play, he's definitely not very great.
I think he's completely wrong. Sure, like they make me look better, but at times I make them look better too. That's the whole point of being on a team. I think I pretty much match him like mechanically, and I think I could be a better teammate than him too, so I think I have an edge on him.
When I play against him in solo queue, when I play against him in scrims, he's not very good, so I expect that to roll over to stage as well.
Let's go, 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 let's go.
Strong words coming out of both AD carries here walking
banter.
into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see going to the match of the week, is not just high-level play, but a little bit of emotional, you know, got to stick up for myself. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, how do you view this bot lane matchup? I mean, Laud is putting up quite a performance in his first real split in the LCS. Doublelift, of course, has been a performer individually across his entire career, but looks very good on this TSM roster.
I think a big part of it for me is the draft. Both of them have been playing a lot of Lucian, and you're going to see how high in priority can that pick get. Is it ever going to reach ban status? Is it going to be coming first pick? You know, on red side, you expect early rotations. Are people going to try and like leave it up for trades? I think that's an interesting thing to look at, and I think just in terms of skill in laning 2v2, I would have to give it to Doublelift.
Okay.
So maybe Envy's looking for a couple more 2v1s. I think that could favor them as a team that really works well as a unit, getting out of some laning phases that might be detrimental to them. So
I want to take a look at one other matchup, being the top lane, just kind of put a spotlight on that. Of course, Seraph being a huge leader for the team, a top lane shot caller, and a top performer for the split in general. But across the Rift, he's going to be facing Huni, and then, of course, behind Huni always is Reignover.
I think that's really the most important point. You're talking about Immortals. Isn't it TSM?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, what am I thinking?
like,
Sorry, Haunter.
Long day, dude.
My
You're
good,
okay.
it has been a long day, but I apologize. Yeah. So Seraph versus Haunter is still a very, very intense matchup. Less so because of the jungle pressure, but more so because Haunter individually has been putting up some great performances as well and with a very large champion.
Right, that's what I was about to say, is, you know, not many people are playing Swain top, and I think, you know, obviously Seraph has a big champ pool, he can play a number of things, but going against Swain is a little bit different beast, and I want to see how Seraph can adapt to that, as well as the fact that TSM really work well as a team. They have people all over the map, so, you know, it is Beard coming to help out Honsters whenever he gets an advantage in mid lane. He wants to spread it around the rest of the map, and that's something that TSM does very well.
All right, well, this is a hype match to be sure. My brain is clearly depleted, so I need to take a break before we come back and check all the action out tomorrow. That's going to do it for us. So for myself, Mark, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Get some rest.
Hello, everybody. It's time for some LCS action. Cloud9 believed to be the #3 team, but Envy right now #3 in the standings. Can they take down one of the kings of North America in Game 1?
Oh shit! Oh, hit lot. I'm just hitting Braum.
Let's go. What's in front? Nice. Fight. Nice, guys.
Karma flash. Let's ban. Let's go to ban. That's good.
Sick arrow, dude.
Absolutely dominant there, not giving up a single kill to Envy that game.
Do they have the damage? Vitos repels into the air. Impact left alone. A kill coming through for Sneaky. Make that 2. He's keeping his team alive. A quad kill for Sneaky. The pentakill to save the game. Huge lead for Cloud9. 2-0 Cloud9 to take over Envy's place at #3.
Inhibitor onto the Nexus now. They're going to be doing what they can to get it. Hearts on the other side, swinging away. KFO alive. This is going to work. They throw it. Can it go all the way down now? The tidal wave comes out. Is there enough disengage? Fox is on the Nexus. Fox is going to take the first game of the series over TSM.
Catch us there. Just watch them. You kill them. I go mid. Go mid and net.
TSM are going to find the win over Echo Fox.
We can win this. This is real.
I got him. Nice. Holy shit, Eugene.
Whoa!
Hey, chill.
Dono, maybe gonna get stopped. He gets bumped down. A double kill. How many HP? That might have even been single digits. And in blisteringly fast fashion, Immortals claim a 2-0 over Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're going to try to toss it in. Period goes in. They're able to knock OQ out. He's destroyed. Oh my God, Phoenix 1 are winning the fight.
Yeah, go mid. Let's 5-man. Come in. Lucian. Wait. Come in.
Coming. Nori is going to try to block in front. Period solo. Going forward. Hits him. 1800. Energy take the Nexus, and they take the series 2-1.